Welcome to Certification Terminal. In this series of video, we are going to discuss a couple of ISC Square certified in cybersecurity examination question and answers in detail. Let's hop in. What are the tasks that can solely be executed by the subject within a discretionary access control policy scenario? Option A, determine access by a set of rules. Option B, changing security attributes. Option C, executing the information. Option D, reading the information. The correct answer is Option B, changing security attributes. In discretionary access control, access is predefined based on permissions assigned by the subject to other users or groups. The subject doesn't dynamically determine access rules during use. This depends on the permissions granted by the subject. If the subject has read access, they can read the information, but it's not a unique action to the subject themselves. Similar to reading, execution depends on granted permissions. The subject can execute if they have those rights, but others with those rights could as well. This is a key aspect of discretionary access control. The subject has the ability to modify permissions for other users and groups, granting or revoking access as needed. Option A, determine access by a set of rules, is incorrect. This task is typically associated with mandatory access control or role-based access control policies, where access is determined by predefined rules or roles rather than the discretion of the subject. Option C, executing the information, is incorrect. Executing information is not directly related to access control. It's more about how data or programs are processed or run, which is not within the scope of discretionary access control policy scenarios. Option D, reading the information, is incorrect. Reading information is also not solely controlled by the subject in a discretionary access control scenario. Access to read information can be controlled by the subject, but it can also be controlled by other factors, such as group permissions or system-wide policies. Next question. What is the main goal achieved by installing a rootkit on a computer system? Option A, to scan for and remove malware from a system. Option B, to log system events for forensic purposes. Option C, to encrypt data to prevent unauthorized access. Option D, to conceal logs and other system events. The correct answer is Option D, to conceal logs and other system events. The main goal achieved by installing a rootkit on a computer system is to conceal logs and other system events to evade detection and maintain control over the compromised system. Rootkits are malicious software designed to hide their presence on a system by altering or disabling system functions, including those responsible for logging events. By concealing logs and other system events, rootkits aim to evade detection and maintain control over the compromised system. By hiding system activity, the rootkit can operate undetected, allowing attackers to maintain persistence and perform malicious actions on the compromised system. This could include stealing data, installing additional malware, or using the system for further attacks. Option A is incorrect. Rootkits are not designed to scan or remove malware. Instead, they are themselves a form of malware intended to evade detection and maintain unauthorized access to a system. Option B is incorrect. Rootkits do not log system events for forensic purposes. Instead, they aim to hide or manipulate system logs to cover their tracks and activities, making it difficult for forensic analysis to uncover the presence of the rootkit. Option C is incorrect. While encryption can be used as part of certain security measures, rootkits specifically focus on concealing their presence and activities rather than encrypting data to prevent unauthorized access. Next question. What kind of lock is best for a door where firefighters and ambulance crews need to get in quickly? Option A, padlock. Option B, smart lock. Option C, keyed lock. Option D, deadbolt lock. The correct answer is Option B, smart lock. The smart lock is the best choice for a door where firefighters and ambulance crews need to get in quickly because it provides fast and easy access without the need for physical keys, thereby minimizing response time during emergencies. Smart locks offer features like keyless entry, remote unlocking, and integration with smart home systems. They can be advantageous for emergency situations because they allow for quick access without the need for physical keys. Emergency personnel can use various methods such as PIN codes, keycards, or smartphone apps to unlock smart locks swiftly, which is crucial during emergencies when time is of the essence. Option A, padlock, is incorrect. Padlocks typically require physical keys or combinations for unlocking, which can cause delays during emergencies. Firefighters and ambulance crews may not always have the appropriate keys or combinations readily available, potentially impeding swift access to the premises. Option C, keyed lock, is incorrect. Traditional keyed locks rely on physical keys for access, similar to padlocks. While they provide security, they can also lead to delays during emergencies, as responders may need to locate the correct key to unlock the door. Option D, deadbolt lock, is incorrect. Deadbolt locks offer enhanced security, but like keyed locks, they require physical keys for entry. In emergency situations, this reliance on physical keys can hinder quick access for firefighters and ambulance crews, especially if keys are misplaced or unavailable. Next question. What is the main tool utilized for detecting potential malicious activities on a network or system through traffic analysis, subsequently initiating alarms or alerts for human examination? Option A, patch management system. Option B, intrusion detection system. Option C, VPN gateway. Option D, vulnerability scanner. The correct answer is Option B, intrusion detection system. Intrusion detection system is the primary tool used for detecting potential malicious activities on a network or system through traffic analysis. Intrusion detection system monitors network or system activities in real time, analyzing incoming and outgoing traffic patterns for signs of suspicious behavior or known attack signatures. When it detects such activities, it triggers alarms or alerts to notify security personnel for further investigation and response. Therefore, an intrusion detection system is the primary tool that fulfills the functions described in the question, analyzing traffic, detecting potential malicious activities, and triggering alerts for human intervention. Option A, patch management system, is incorrect. A patch management system is responsible for managing software updates and patches to ensure that systems are up to date with the latest security fixes. While important for maintaining system security, it does not directly detect or respond to malicious activities through traffic analysis. Option C, VPN gateway, is incorrect. A VPN gateway provides secure access to a private network over the Internet by encrypting traffic between the user and the network. While it enhances security by protecting data in transit, it does not analyze network traffic for malicious activities or generate alerts for human examination. Option D, vulnerability scanner, is incorrect. A vulnerability scanner is used to identify weaknesses and vulnerabilities in systems, applications, or networks. It scans for known security vulnerabilities, but does not actively monitor network traffic or detect potential malicious activities in real time like an intrusion detection system does. Next question. What does the second canon of the ISC Square Code of Ethics entail? Option A. Provide diligent and competent service to principals. Option B. Advance and protect the profession. Option C. Protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. Option D. Act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. The correct answer is Option D. Act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. The second canon emphasizes the importance of ethical conduct in all professional activities, including acting with honor, honesty, justice, responsibility, and legality. This canon sets the ethical standard for members of the ISC Square community, ensuring they uphold integrity and adhere to legal and ethical principles in their work. It requires them to act with integrity, fairness, accountability, and within legal boundaries. This ensures that their actions contribute positively to the security field and society as a whole. Next question. What objective does every encryption system aim to achieve? Option A. To make a message more understandable to unauthorized users. Option B. To hide or obscure a message so that it cannot be understood by anyone except the intended recipient. Option C. To prevent the transmission of messages. Option D. To limit the amount of data that can be transmitted. The correct answer is Option B. To hide or obscure a message so that it cannot be understood by anyone except the intended recipient. This accurately describes the primary objective of every encryption system. Encryption transforms plaintext into ciphertext using mathematical algorithms and keys, making the message unreadable to anyone without the corresponding decryption key. The intended recipient can then decrypt the message and revert it to its original plaintext form. Encryption ensures the confidentiality and integrity of data by protecting it from unauthorized access or interception during transmission. Option A is incorrect. Because the primary objective of encryption is to make a message unreadable or unintelligible to unauthorized users, not more understandable. Option C is incorrect. Because encryption does not aim to prevent the transmission of messages, but rather to secure the transmission by making it unreadable to unauthorized parties. Option D is incorrect. Because encryption does not aim to limit the amount of data transmitted, but rather to protect the confidentiality and integrity of the data being transmitted. Next question. What purpose does a recovery point objective serve within the context of disaster recovery planning? Option A. Define the maximum amount of time that critical business operations can be offline. Option B. Define the maximum amount of data loss that can be tolerated. Option C. Define the maximum amount of time it will take to recover critical business operations. Option D. All of the above. The correct answer is Option B. Define the maximum amount of data loss that can be tolerated. The recovery point objective specifies the maximum amount of data an organization can afford to lose due to a disaster or system outage. It essentially determines the point in time to which the system can be restored to minimize data loss. By setting an recovery point objective, organizations prioritize how much recent data loss is acceptable, considering factors like backup frequency and data criticality. Therefore, the core purpose of recovery point objective is to define the tolerable limit of data loss after a disaster, influencing how recent backups need to be for an acceptable recovery state. Options A and C are incorrect. These statement describes the recovery time objective RTO, not the recovery point objective, RPO. RTO defines the maximum acceptable downtime for critical business operations. Next question. When implementing access control systems, which of these practices is considered a recommended approach to enhance security? Option A. Use weak passwords. Option B. Limit access based on job responsibilities. Option C. Share credentials with others. Option D. Allow all users access to all systems. The correct answer is Option B. Limit access based on job responsibilities. Limiting access based on job responsibilities is considered a recommended approach to enhance security when implementing access control systems. This practice helps organizations enforce the principle of least privilege, mitigate security risks, and maintain effective control over access to critical resources. This is a recommended approach to enhance security. By limiting access based on job responsibilities, organizations can ensure that users only have access to the resources necessary to perform their specific roles or tasks. This principle aligns with the concept of least privilege, which minimizes the potential impact of a security breach by restricting user access to only what is required to fulfill their job responsibilities. Option A. Use weak passwords is incorrect, because weak passwords can compromise security. Using strong, complex passwords is essential to enhance security in access control systems. Option C. Share credentials with others is incorrect, because sharing credentials undermines security. Each user should have their own unique credentials, and sharing them can lead to unauthorized access and security breaches. Option D. Allow all users access to all systems is incorrect, because providing unrestricted access to all users increases the risk of unauthorized access and compromises security. Implementing access controls to limit access to specific systems based on job roles is a more secure approach. Next question. What is the significance of implementing a pseudo-random pattern in automatic cameras? Option A. To improve camera resolution. Option B. To provide full coverage. Option C. To prevent predictability. Option D. To deter intruders. The correct answer is Option C. To prevent predictability. The significance of implementing a pseudo-random pattern in automatic cameras is to prevent predictability. By introducing randomness in camera surveillance, it enhances the effectiveness of the surveillance system by making it more difficult for intruders to evade detection or exploit blind spots. Implementing a pseudo-random pattern in automatic cameras helps prevent predictability in surveillance. Without a predictable pattern in camera placement or movement, potential intruders cannot easily anticipate where the cameras are positioned or their field of view. This makes it more challenging for them to plan and execute activities to avoid detection by the surveillance system. Option A. To improve camera resolution is incorrect, because implementing a pseudo-random pattern in automatic cameras does not directly relate to improving camera resolution. Camera resolution typically refers to the clarity and detail of the images captured by the camera. Option B. To provide full coverage is incorrect, because the implementation of a pseudo-random pattern in automatic cameras does not necessarily relate to providing full coverage. Full coverage might be achieved through the positioning and configuration of multiple cameras, but not specifically through pseudo-random patterns. Option D. To deter intruders is incorrect. While the unpredictability introduced by a pseudo-random pattern may contribute to deterring intruders, this is not the primary significance of implementing such a pattern. The main purpose is to prevent predictability rather than directly deterring intruders. Next question. What is an advantage of incorporating virtual local area networks into network architecture? Option A. They enhance the flexibility of the network by allowing devices to move across physical locations without changing their network configuration. Option B. They improve the performance of the network by reducing broadcast domains and traffic congestion. Option C. They increase the security of the network by isolating traffic based on logical groups. Option D. All of the above. The correct answer is Option D. All of the above. VLANs offer flexibility in network design and management. By logically segmenting the network, VLANs enable devices to maintain consistent network configurations even when they are moved across physical locations. This flexibility simplifies network administration and facilitates changes in network topology without requiring extensive reconfiguration. VLANs enhance network security by isolating traffic into logical groups. By segregating network traffic, VLANs prevent unauthorized access to sensitive resources and mitigate the spread of security threats within the network. This isolation helps enforce security policies and ensures that only authorized users have access to specific network resources. VLANs can improve network performance by reducing the size of broadcast domains and minimizing traffic congestion. By partitioning the network into smaller broadcast domains, VLANs limit the scope of broadcast traffic, preventing it from unnecessarily consuming network bandwidth and causing congestion. This segmentation helps optimize network performance and ensures efficient data transmission. Next question. What VPN type offers the utmost security for remote connections? Option A. Unencrypted VPN. Option B. Web proxy. Option C. Open VPN. Option D. Self-hosted VPN. The correct answer is Option C. Open VPN. OpenVPN is a widely used open-source VPN protocol known for its robust security features. It utilizes SSL/TLS protocols for encryption and authentication, providing a high level of security for remote connections. OpenVPN is considered one of the most secure VPN protocols available due to its strong encryption and authentication mechanisms. Option A, unencrypted VPN, is incorrect. This option is contradictory as a VPN. By definition, it involves encryption to secure data transmission over a network. Therefore, an unencrypted VPN does not exist. It's important to note that without encryption, data transmitted over a VPN is vulnerable to interception and unauthorized access. Option B, web proxy, is incorrect. A web proxy can provide some level of security by masking the user's IP address and encrypting traffic between the user and the proxy server. However, it doesn't provide the same level of security as a VPN, especially in terms of data encryption and tunneling protocols. Option D, self-hosted VPN, is incorrect. A self-hosted VPN refers to a VPN server that is set up and maintained by the user or organization themselves. While the security of a self-hosted VPN depends on various factors, including configuration and encryption protocols, it can offer high security if implemented correctly. However, OpenVPN is still considered more secure due to its widespread use, community support, and rigorous security testing. Next question. How can a company implement a process to systematically reduce the attack surface of their IT infrastructure, including software applications? Option A, data encryption. Option B, configuration management. Option C, security audit. Option D, firewall installation. The correct answer is option B, configuration management. Configuration management involves the systematic management of configuration settings and parameters across the IT infrastructure, including software applications. By implementing robust configuration management practices, a company can standardize configurations, reduce complexity, and minimize the attack surface by eliminating unnecessary services, ports, and protocols. Effective configuration management helps in ensuring that system and software are properly configured and hardened against potential cyber threats, thereby reducing the overall attack surface of the IT infrastructure. Configuration management is most effective when used alongside other security practices like security audits, data encryption, and firewall installation. Option A, data encryption, is incorrect. Data encryption is a security measure to protect sensitive data from unauthorized access, but it does not directly reduce the attack surface of IT infrastructure or software applications. While encryption is important for securing data, it doesn't address vulnerabilities in the infrastructure or applications themselves. Option C, security audit, is incorrect. While security audits are important for identifying vulnerabilities and assessing the overall security posture of an organization, they are not a process specifically aimed at systematically reducing the attack surface. Security audits help in identifying weaknesses, but do not inherently reduce the attack surface without subsequent actions taken to address the identified issues. Option D, firewall installation, is incorrect. Firewalls are a crucial component of network security and help to control and monitor incoming and outgoing network traffic. While firewall installation is essential for protecting against certain types of attacks, it alone does not constitute a systematic process for reducing the attack surface of IT infrastructure and software applications. Next question. Which attack strategy involves tricking legitimate users into visiting malicious websites through manipulated URLs or hyperlinks in emails? Option A, denial of service. Option B, Trojan. Option C, spoofing. Option D, phishing. The correct answer is option D, phishing. Phishing is a type of cyber attack that involves using fraudulent emails, messages, or websites to deceive individuals into divulging sensitive information, such as usernames, passwords, credit card numbers, or other personal or financial data. The term phishing is a play on the word phishing, as attackers are essentially phishing for victims by sending out bait in the form of deceptive communications. Phishing attacks often begin with the creation of deceptive bait, which can take various forms. This bait is designed to appear legitimate and trustworthy, often mimicking communications from reputable organizations, such as banks, social media platforms, online retailers, or government agencies. Once the bait is prepared, attackers distribute it to potential victims via email, text messages, instant messaging platforms, social media, or even phone calls. The phishing emails or messages are carefully crafted to deceive recipients into believing they are legitimate. Phishing emails typically include a call to action that urges recipients to take immediate steps to address the supposed issue or claim the offered reward. A denial of service is incorrect. Denial of service attacks involve flooding a system, server, or network with traffic to exhaust resources or bandwidth, rendering the target unable to fulfill legitimate requests. It does not involve tricking users into visiting malicious websites through manipulated URLs or hyperlinks. B. Trojan is incorrect. A Trojan is a type of malware disguised as legitimate software, when installed, allows unauthorized access to a user's system. While Trojans can be used to facilitate phishing attacks by, for example, stealing login credentials, they are not directly involved in tricking users into visiting malicious websites through manipulated URLs or hyperlinks. C. Spoofing is incorrect. Spoofing involves falsifying data to impersonate another user, device, or system in order to gain unauthorized access or carry out attacks. While spoofing can be a component of phishing attacks, it does not specifically involve tricking users into visiting malicious websites through manipulated URLs or hyperlinks. Next question. When should you consider sanitizing or destroying sensitive information to maintain its confidentiality? Option A, when elements of the system are to be removed and replaced. Option B, when new software is upgraded to the system. Option C, when new data is added to the system. Option D, when elements of the system are to be added. The correct answer is Option A, when elements of the system are to be removed and replaced. In many cases, sensitive information may be stored within components of a system that are being replaced or decommissioned. This could include hardware components like hard drives, servers, or storage devices, as well as software components. Before removing or replacing these elements, it's essential to sanitize or destroy the sensitive information to prevent unauthorized access. Sanitization involves removing or erasing data from storage media, while destruction may involve physically destroying the storage media to ensure data cannot be recovered. This helps maintain the confidentiality of sensitive information and prevents it from falling into the wrong hands during the replacement process. Option B is incorrect. While upgrading software is an important aspect of maintaining system security, it does not inherently necessitate the sanitization or destruction of sensitive information. Upgrading software typically involves updating or replacing existing software with newer versions to improve functionality, performance, or security. However, unless the upgrade specifically involves components that contain sensitive information, there may not be a need to sanitize or destroy data. Option C is incorrect. Adding new data to a system does not necessarily require sanitizing or destroying sensitive information. Instead, it may involve ensuring that appropriate security measures are in place to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the new data. Sanitizing or destroying sensitive information typically becomes necessary when elements of the system that contain such information are being removed or replaced, not when new data is added. Option D is incorrect. Similar to the previous options, adding elements to a system does not inherently require sanitizing or destroying sensitive information. Instead, the focus is typically on integrating the new elements into the existing system, while maintaining security and protecting sensitive data. Sanitization or destruction of sensitive information becomes relevant when elements containing such data are being removed or replaced. Next question. Which technology in network security is responsible for confirming user identities and permitting network access following authentication? Option A, Intrusion Detection System. Option B, Network Access Control. Option C, Firewall. Option D, Remote Access VPN. The correct answer is Option B, Network Access Control. Network access control is the technology that is specifically designed to confirm user identities and regulate network access based on authentication. Network access control solutions typically enforce security policies that dictate which users or devices are allowed to access the network and what level of access they are granted. Network access control systems may include features such as user authentication, device health checks, and enforcement of access control policies to ensure that only authorized users and devices can connect to the network. Option A, intrusion detection system, is incorrect. An intrusion detection system is a technology used to monitor network or system activities for malicious activities or policy violations. IDs does not directly confirm user identities or regulate network access following authentication. Instead, it focuses on detecting and alerting on suspicious behavior or potential security threats within the network. Option C, firewall, is incorrect. A firewall is a network security device or software that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. While firewalls can enforce security policies and control access to the network based on IP addresses, ports, or protocols, they do not typically handle user authentication or regulate network access following authentication. Their primary function is to filter and block or allow network traffic based on defined rules. Option D, remote access VPN, is incorrect. A remote access VPN is a technology that allows users to securely connect to a private network from remote locations over the Internet. While VPNs provide secure communication channels for remote users to access the network, they do not handle user authentication or regulate network access following authentication. User authentication for VPN connections is typically managed separately from the VPN technology itself, often through mechanisms such as username-password authentication or digital certificates. Once authenticated, access control policies may be enforced by other network security measures, such as network access control. Next question. What is the significance of network redundancy, and how is it incorporated into network security frameworks? Option A, to improve network performance by increasing bandwidth. Option B, to encrypt network traffic to protect against eavesdropping. Option C, to block unauthorized access to the network. Option D, to provide multiple paths for network traffic, ensuring network availability in case of component failure. The correct answer is Option D, to provide multiple paths for network traffic, ensuring network availability in case of component failure. Network redundancy helps create a more resilient network infrastructure. By having redundant components like routers, switches, and internet connections, the network can continue operating even if one component fails. This minimizes downtime and disruptions caused by equipment failures, which is crucial for maintaining network security and ensuring critical services remain accessible. It minimizes downtime and disruptions caused by equipment failures. Another benefit is reduced impact of targeted attacks aimed at disrupting network operations, and also facilitates faster recovery from natural disasters or other unforeseen events. Option A is incorrect. While network redundancy may indirectly contribute to improved network performance by providing alternative paths for traffic, its primary purpose is not to increase bandwidth. The primary goal of redundancy is to enhance reliability and availability by minimizing the impact of component failures on network operations. Option B is incorrect. Network encryption is a security measure aimed at protecting the confidentiality and integrity of data transmitted over a network. While encryption is an important aspect of network security, it is not directly related to network redundancy. Redundancy focuses on ensuring network availability and fault tolerance rather than protecting data confidentiality through encryption. Option C is incorrect. Blocking unauthorized access to the network is a goal of network security measures, such as firewalls, access control lists, and authentication mechanisms. While network redundancy may indirectly contribute to overall network security by ensuring continuous operation in the face of failures or attacks, its primary purpose is not to block unauthorized access to the network. Next question. Which attack is being described when an employee receives a text message containing an unknown invoice number and a hyperlink raising suspicion? Option A, phishing. Option B, smishing. Option C, vishing. Option D, whaling. The correct answer is Option B, smishing. Smishing is a form of phishing that uses SMS or text messages to trick individuals into providing sensitive information or clicking on malicious links. Attackers often impersonate legitimate entities, such as banks, government agencies, or service providers, and send text messages containing deceptive content, such as fake invoices or urgent alerts, along with malicious links or phone numbers. In the scenario described, where an employee receives a text message containing an unknown invoice number and a hyperlink, suspicion is raised, indicating a potential smishing attempt. Option A, phishing, is incorrect. Phishing attacks typically occur through email or instant messaging services, rather than SMS text messages. While the scenario described shares similarities with a phishing attack, the use of text messages specifically points to a smishing attack rather than a phishing attack. Option C, the vishing, is incorrect. Vishing, or voice phishing, involves attackers using voice communication, such as phone calls, to deceive individuals into revealing sensitive information or performing certain actions. Since the scenario involves a text message rather than a voice call, it does not align with vishing. Option D, the whaling, is incorrect. Whaling is a type of phishing attack that specifically targets high-profile individuals within an organization, such as executives or senior management. While the scenario involves an employee, it does not specify that the employee holds a high-ranking position targeted by whaling attacks. Additionally, the mode of communication described is not typical for whaling attacks, which often occur through email or other channels. Therefore, the scenario is not indicative of a whaling attack. Next question. Which malware variant possesses the ability to reproduce independently without any human involvement? Option A, virus. Option B, worm. Option C, adware. Option D, Trojan. The correct answer is Option B, worm. Among the options provided, worms are the only malware variant capable of reproducing independently without any human intervention. They are specifically designed to exploit vulnerabilities and spread across networks autonomously, making them particularly dangerous and challenging to contain. Worms are a type of malware specifically designed to replicate and spread independently across networks and systems without requiring human involvement. Once a worm infects a system, it can scan for and exploit vulnerabilities to propagate to other connected devices. Worms can spread rapidly and cause widespread damage by consuming network bandwidth, disrupting services, or launching additional malicious activities. Option A, a virus, is incorrect. A virus is a type of malware that requires human involvement to propagate. Viruses typically infect files or programs and rely on human actions, such as opening infected files or executing infected programs to spread to other systems. While viruses can cause damage by infecting files and spreading to other systems, they do not possess the ability to reproduce independently without human involvement. Option C, adware, is incorrect. Adware is a type of malware that displays unwanted advertisements to users, often in the form of pop-up ads or browser redirects. While adware can be annoying and intrusive, it does not have the ability to reproduce independently. Adware typically spreads through user interactions, with malicious websites, software bundling, or deceptive advertising practices, rather than autonomously replicating like worms. Option D, Trojan, is incorrect. A Trojan, or Trojan horse, is a type of malware disguised as legitimate software that tricks users into executing it on their systems. Trojans do not have the ability to self-replicate like worms. Instead, they rely on social engineering tactics to deceive users into installing them voluntarily. Trojans often serve as delivery mechanisms for other types of malware, such as ransomware or spyware, but they do not possess independent replication capabilities. If you found these questions and answers helpful for your preparation, we'd really appreciate it if you could take a moment to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. Your support helps us create more amazing content just for you. Thank you. Let's continue. Next question. Among the following, which one is an instance of unauthorized personnel? Option A, a visitor with a valid visitor pass. Option B, a regular employee with an active access card. Option C, a temporary employee with a temporary access badge. Option D, a terminated employee with an expired access card. The correct answer is Option D, a terminated employee with an expired access card. Unauthorized personnel typically refer to individuals who do not have the legitimate authority or permission to access certain areas or information within an organization. This scenario represents unauthorized personnel because the employee's termination implies that they no longer have the right to access the premises or information. Additionally, the expiration of the access card indicates that it is no longer valid for entry, further confirming their unauthorized status. Option A is incorrect. In this scenario, the individual has been provided with a valid visitor pass, indicating that they have been authorized by the organization to be on the premises as a visitor. As long as the visitor pass remains valid and the visitor follows the organization's policies and procedures, they are considered authorized personnel. Option B is incorrect. A regular employee with an active access card is authorized to access the premises and resources of the organization. As long as the employee remains in good standing with the organization and their access privileges have not been revoked, they are considered authorized personnel. Option C is incorrect. Similar to a regular employee with an active access card, a temporary employee with a temporary access badge has been provided with authorization to access the premises and resources of the organization for the duration of their employment. As long as the temporary employee's access badge remains valid and they adhere to the organization's policies, they are considered authorized personnel. Next question. Which principle is mainly dedicated to focused on unauthorized alteration or destruction of data? Option A, availability. Option B, confidentiality. Option C, authentication. Option D, integrity. The correct answer is Option D, integrity. Integrity ensures that data remains accurate, complete, and unaltered. This principle is directly concerned with preventing unauthorized alteration or destruction of data. It involves measures such as data validation, checksums, digital signatures, and access controls to maintain the consistency and reliability of data. Therefore, integrity is the principle primarily concerned with preventing unauthorized alteration or destruction of data. Option A, availability, is incorrect. Availability is the principle focused on ensuring that data and resources are accessible and usable by authorized users when needed. While availability is important, it primarily deals with ensuring uninterrupted access to data and services rather than preventing unauthorized alteration or destruction of data. Option B, confidentiality, is incorrect. Confidentiality is the principle dedicated to protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access or disclosure. It focuses on maintaining the privacy and secrecy of data, ensuring that only authorized individuals can access it. While confidentiality is crucial for protecting sensitive information, it does not specifically address the unauthorized alteration or destruction of data. Option C, authentication, is incorrect. Authentication is the process of verifying the identity of users or entities accessing a system or resource. It ensures that individuals are who they claim to be before granting them access to data or services. While authentication is essential for controlling access to data, it does not directly address the prevention of unauthorized alteration or destruction of data, which is the focus of the integrity principle. Next question. What is the fourth principle of the ISC Square Code of Ethics? Option A, advance and protect the profession. Option B, protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. Option C, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. Option D, provide diligent and competent service to principals. The correct answer is Option A, advance and protect the profession. This is the fourth canon of the ISC Square Code of Ethics. It highlights the responsibility of information security professionals to contribute to the advancement and protection of the profession as a whole. This involves activities such as sharing knowledge, mentoring others, and promoting ethical behavior within the field. Next question. State true or false. Password cracking is a technique attackers use to steal passwords and break into computer systems or programs. Option A, true. Option B, false. The correct answer is Option A, true. Password cracking is the process of guessing or cracking a password to gain unauthorized access to a system or application. Next question. Within the scope of cybersecurity, what is meant by the term zero-day? Option A, a deliberate security incident. Option B, an observable occurrence in a network or system. Option C, a previously unknown system vulnerability. Option D, a weakness in system security procedures or internal controls. The correct answer is Option C, a previously unknown system vulnerability. The term zero-day refers to the fact that software vendors have 0 days to fix the issue since they are unaware of it. This highlights the new and unknown nature of the vulnerability. A zero-day vulnerability is a flaw in software or hardware that hasn't been discovered by the developers or security researchers yet. Because it's unknown, there's no patch or mitigation available, making it highly dangerous. Option A is incorrect. This definition does not accurately describe the term zero-day. A zero-day vulnerability refers to a technical weakness or flaw in software or systems, rather than a deliberate security incident initiated by an attacker. Option B is incorrect. While observable occurrences in a network or system may be indicators of security incidents, the term zero-day specifically refers to previously unknown vulnerabilities rather than observable events. Option D is incorrect. This option describes a general weakness in security procedures or controls rather than the specific definition of a zero-day vulnerability. Zero-day vulnerabilities relate specifically to technical flaws or weaknesses in software or systems that are previously unknown to the developer or vendor. Next question. What results can be anticipated from completing a risk assessment process? Option A, identification and prioritization of risks. Option B, development of incident response procedures. Option C, creation of security policies and guidelines. Option D, implementation of security controls? The correct answer is Option A, identification and prioritization of risks. Completing a risk assessment process involves systematically identifying, analyzing, and evaluating potential risks that could affect an organization's assets, operations, or objectives. Once these risks are identified, they are typically prioritized based on their likelihood and potential impact. This prioritization helps organizations focus their resources and efforts on addressing the most significant risks first. Option B, development of incident response procedures, is incorrect. While a risk assessment may inform incident response planning by identifying potential threats and vulnerabilities, the primary outcome of a risk assessment is the identification and prioritization of risks, rather than the development of incident response procedures. Incident response procedures typically involve separate planning and preparation efforts aimed at effectively responding to and mitigating security incidents when they occur. Option C, creation of security policies and guidelines, is incorrect. While a risk assessment may inform the development or refinement of security policies and guidelines by identifying areas of vulnerability or weakness, its primary outcome is the identification and prioritization of risks, rather than the creation of policies and guidelines. Security policies and guidelines are typically developed as part of broader information security management efforts and may draw on insights from risk assessments to ensure alignment with organizational risk tolerance and objectives. Option D, the implementation of security controls, is incorrect. While a risk assessment may inform the selection and prioritization of security controls based on identified risks, its primary outcome is the identification and prioritization of risks rather than the implementation of security controls. Security controls are measures implemented to mitigate identified risks and reduce the likelihood or impact of security incidents. The implementation of security controls is a separate step that follows the risk assessment process and is guided by the identified risks and organizational security objectives. Next question. Which access control principle prohibits an individual from both generating a new user account and granting that account superuser privileges on the same system? Option A, security through obscurity. Option B, job rotation. Option C, least privilege. Option D, separation of duties. The correct answer is Option D, separation of duties. The principle of separation of duties is a fundamental concept in access control, especially in ensuring security and preventing unauthorized actions. It involves dividing tasks and responsibilities among multiple individuals or roles to prevent a single person from having the ability to perform all aspects of a critical or sensitive function. In the context of the given question, the principle of separation of duties prevents an individual from having both the capability to create new user accounts and assign superuser privileges to those accounts on the same system. By separating these responsibilities, it adds an extra layer of security, reducing the risk of unauthorized access or misuse of privileges. Option A, a security through obscurity, is incorrect. Security through obscurity is not a recommended access control principle. It involves relying on the secrecy or complexity of a system's design or implementation to provide security, rather than implementing robust access control measures. Prohibiting an individual from both generating a new user account and granting superuser privileges is more aligned with the principle of separating duties than with relying on obscurity for security. Option B, job rotation, is incorrect. Job rotation is a practice where employees are periodically assigned to different roles or tasks within an organization. While job rotation can help prevent fraud or errors by providing cross-training and exposing employees to different aspects of the organization's operations, it is not directly related to the scenario described. prohibiting an individual from performing specific tasks related to user account management and privilege assignment is more about enforcing access control principles than about rotating job responsibilities. Option C, least privilege, is incorrect. The principle of least privilege states that individuals should only be granted the minimum level of access or permissions necessary to perform their job functions. While it is important for ensuring that users have access only to the resources and capabilities required to fulfill their roles, it does not specifically address the scenario described where tasks are divided to prevent conflicts of interest or misuse of privileges. Separation of duties focuses on dividing tasks and responsibilities to reduce the risk of errors or fraud, which is more applicable to the scenario described. Next question. What are the two classifications of non-repudiation? Option A, digital non-repudiation and physical non-repudiation. Option B, electronic non-repudiation and manual non-repudiation. Option C, hardware non-repudiation and software non-repudiation. Option D, technical non-repudiation and legal non-repudiation. The correct answer is Option D, technical non-repudiation and legal non-repudiation. Technical non-repudiation. This classification refers to non-repudiation mechanisms that rely on technical means such as cryptographic techniques and digital signatures to ensure that the parties involved in a transaction cannot deny their involvement or the integrity of the transaction. Technical non-repudiation mechanisms provide evidence that a specific action or transaction occurred and that it cannot be refuted. Legal non-repudiation. This classification involves non-repudiation mechanisms that are supported by legal frameworks and regulations. Legal non-repudiation mechanisms establish the legal validity and enforceability of electronic transactions and digital signatures in a court of law. They provide legal assurance that the parties involved in a transaction cannot later deny their actions or obligations. Option A, digital non-repudiation and physical non-repudiation. This is partially correct. Digital non-repudiation falls under technical non-repudiation. Physical non-repudiation isn't a standard term in this context. Physical evidence like a signed document can contribute to legal non-repudiation, but it's not a separate classification. Option B, electronic non-repudiation and manual non-repudiation, is incorrect. Similar to option A, electronic non-repudiation falls under technical non-repudiation. Manual non-repudiation isn't a standard term either. Here, manual processes might be involved in legal non-repudiation, example, witness signatures, but it's not a separate classification. Option C, hardware non-repudiation and software non-repudiation, is incorrect. Non-repudiation is achieved through a combination of cryptographic algorithms and secure mechanisms, not necessarily hardware or software. Both hardware, like secure key storage, and software, like digital signature applications, can be involved, but they are not separate classifications for non-repudiation itself. Next question. Bob has been assigned the responsibility of ensuring business continuity for his company. He's evaluating strategies to enable the resumption of operations within a week after a major incident. Considering budget constraints, he's reluctant to establish a fully operational duplicate data center. Which solution aligns most effectively with Bob's needs? Option A, mobile site. Option B, warm site. Option C, cold site. Option D, active-active replication. The correct answer is Option B, warm site. Bob's reluctance to establish a fully operational duplicate data center due to budget constraints, a warm site offers a pragmatic solution. It provides a balance between cost-effectiveness and readiness, allowing Bob's company to resume operations within a week after a major incident, while minimizing upfront investment and ongoing operational costs. A warm site is a business continuity solution that falls between a hot site and a cold site. It's essentially a compromise between the two extremes, offering a balance of cost-effectiveness and readiness for rapid deployment in the event of a disaster. Option: a mobile site is incorrect. While a mobile site might offer some operational capability, it's likely to have limited functionality compared to a full data center. It might be a suitable addition to a warm site strategy, but on its own, it wouldn't effectively meet Bob's need for resuming full operations within a week. Option C: cold site is incorrect. A cold site is a bare-bones facility with minimal infrastructure. Setting up hardware, software, and data can take a significant amount of time, making it unsuitable for Bob's timeframe requirement. Option D: active replication is incorrect. This involves maintaining two data centers with continuous data synchronization. While offering high availability, it's typically an expensive solution. Considering Bob's budget constraints, a warm site provides a more cost-effective approach. Next question. What process should the company undertake to verify that an employee has the necessary privileges, considering their roles in HR, payroll, and customer service? Option A: account revocation. Option B: privilege creep. Option C: reprovisioning. Option D: account review. The correct answer is Option D: account review. Considering the roles in HR, payroll, and customer service, conducting regular account reviews ensures that employees have the necessary privileges aligned with their responsibilities, while minimizing the risk of privilege misuse or unauthorized access. Therefore, account review is the most appropriate process for verifying employee privileges in this scenario. Account review involves periodically assessing and validating the access privileges assigned to employees based on their roles and responsibilities. This process ensures that employees have access only to the resources and data necessary for their job functions. For employees in roles such as HR, payroll, and customer service, account reviews are crucial to verify that they have appropriate access to sensitive information while minimizing the risk of unauthorized access. Option A: account revocation is incorrect. Account revocation refers to the process of removing or revoking access privileges from an individual's account. While account revocation may be necessary in some cases, such as when an employee leaves the company or changes roles, it does not specifically address the need to verify or validate access privileges based on employees' roles in HR, payroll, and customer service. Option B: privilege creep is incorrect. Privilege creep occurs when users gradually accumulate more access privileges than necessary over time, often due to changes in job roles or responsibilities. While privilege creep is a concern in access management, it does not describe the specific process of verifying employee privileges based on their roles in HR, payroll, and customer service. Privilege creep may be identified as part of an account review process, but is not the primary focus of verifying necessary privileges. Option C: reprovisioning is incorrect. Reprovisioning involves reallocating or reassigning access privileges to users based on changes in their roles or responsibilities within the organization. While reprovisioning may be part of the broader access management process, it does not specifically address the need to verify employee privileges based on their roles in HR, payroll, and customer service. Reprovisioning focuses on adjusting access privileges in response to changes rather than validating existing privileges against job roles. Next question. What type of malware is demonstrated when a user opens an attachment in an email, thinking it's from someone they know, but ends up with malicious software installed on their computer? Option A, ransomware. Option B, Trojan. Option C, worm. Option D, virus. The correct answer is option B, Trojan. A Trojan, short for Trojan horse, is a type of malware that disguises itself as legitimate software or files to trick users into installing it. This deception often involves social engineering tactics, such as sending emails with attachments that appear to come from a trusted source, like a friend or colleague. When a user opens an attachment in an email, believing it's from someone they know, but it actually contains malicious software, this scenario fits the typical behavior of a Trojan. Once the user executes the Trojan by opening the attachment, it can perform various malicious actions on the user's computer, such as stealing sensitive information, compromising system security, or providing unauthorized access to the attacker. Option A, ransomware, is incorrect. Ransomware is a type of malware that encrypts the victim's files or locks their computer, demanding a ransom payment in exchange for restoring access. While ransomware attacks can occur through various means, such as malicious email attachments, the primary goal of ransomware is to extort money from victims by denying them access to their files or systems, rather than disguising itself as legitimate software like a Trojan. Option C, worm, is incorrect. A worm is a type of malware that spreads independently across networks and systems, typically exploiting security vulnerabilities to propagate. Unlike Trojans, worms do not rely on user interaction to spread. While worms can also be delivered through email attachments, the scenario described, where the user opens an attachment, thinking it's from someone they know, is more indicative of a Trojan than a worm. Option D, virus, is incorrect. A virus is a type of malware that infects files or programs and spreads by attaching itself to other files or executing code when the infected file is opened or executed. While viruses can also be transmitted through email attachments, they differ from Trojans in that they require the execution of infected files to propagate, rather than relying solely on user deception to spread. Next question. What is the main goal of the risk management process? Option A, to identify potential risks, invest and only in reactive countermeasures. Option B, to identify, assess, and prioritize risks and implement appropriate controls to minimize their potential impact. Option C, to eliminate all risks associated with an organization's information and assets. Option D, to minimize the implementation cost of security controls and countermeasures. The correct answer is Option B, to identify, assess, and prioritize risks and implement appropriate controls to minimize their potential impact. The first step in any risk management process is to proactively identify potential threats to the organization's information assets and overall operations. Once risks are identified, they need to be evaluated based on their likelihood of occurring and the potential severity of their impact. By understanding the relative risk of different threats, organizations can prioritize their resources and efforts on mitigating the most critical risks. Risk management isn't just about identifying threats. It's about taking action to address them. This involves implementing appropriate security controls to minimize the potential impact of identified risks. Option A is incorrect. This option inaccurately suggests that the risk management process is solely focused on identifying risks and implementing reactive countermeasures after incidents occur. However, the risk management process encompasses proactive measures to identify, assess, and prioritize risks before they materialize, and to implement preventive controls as well as reactive ones. Option C is incorrect. This option presents an unrealistic and unattainable goal. It is practically impossible to eliminate all risks associated with an organization's information and assets completely. Risk management aims to mitigate or manage risks to an acceptable level rather than eliminating them entirely. Option D is incorrect. While cost considerations are important in the risk management process, the primary goal is not solely to minimize implementation costs. Instead, the focus is on effectively managing risks to the organization within acceptable cost and resource constraints. This involves prioritizing risks and implementing controls that provide the most value in mitigating risks while optimizing resource allocation. Next question. Which security principle emphasizes the deployment of multiple security measures to defend information and information systems, ensuring that if one measure fails, others are ready to address potential threats? Option A, least privilege. Option B, non-repudiation. Option C, segregation of duties. Option D, defense in depth. The correct answer is Option D, defense in depth. Defense in depth is a security principle that emphasizes the deployment of multiple layers of security measures to protect information and information systems. The idea behind defense in depth is to create redundancy and resilience in security by implementing various security controls at different layers of the IT infrastructure. When one security measure fails or is bypassed, other layers of security are still in place to detect, prevent, or mitigate potential threats. This approach reduces the likelihood of a successful attack and minimizes the impact if one layer is compromised. Option A, least privilege, is incorrect. Least privilege is a security principle that advocates granting individuals or systems only the minimum level of access or permissions necessary to perform their job functions or tasks. While least privilege is an important security principle for reducing the potential impact of security breaches, it does not specifically address the concept of deploying multiple layers of security measures to address potential threats. Option B, non-repudiation, is incorrect. Non-repudiation is a security principle that ensures that individuals or entities cannot deny the authenticity or validity of their actions or commitments. While non-repudiation is important for establishing accountability and trustworthiness in digital transactions, it does not directly relate to the concept of defense in depth, which focuses on deploying multiple security measures to address potential threats. Option C, segregation of duties, is incorrect. Segregation of duties is a security principle that involves dividing tasks and responsibilities among multiple individuals or roles to prevent conflicts of interest and reduce the risk of errors or fraud. While segregation of duties is an important control for enforcing checks and balances within an organization, it does not specifically address the concept of deploying multiple layers of security measures to defend information and information systems, as emphasized by defense in depth. Next question. What type of control is utilized to prevent unauthorized entry by assigning guards to inspect identification at the facility's entrance? Option A, corrective control. Option B, preventative control. Option C, recovery control. Option D, detective control. The correct answer is Option B, preventative control. This type of control aims to stop unwanted events from happening in the first place. Assigning guards to check IDs at the entrance falls under this category. By verifying identification, security personnel can prevent unauthorized individuals from gaining access and potentially causing harm or theft. Option A, corrective control, is incorrect. Corrective controls are implemented to mitigate the impact of security incidents after they have occurred. These controls aim to correct any damage caused and restore systems to their normal operation. Assigning guards to inspect identification at the facility's entrance is a proactive measure aimed at preventing unauthorized entry before it happens, rather than correcting it after it has occurred. Option C, recovery control, is incorrect. Recovery controls are focused on restoring systems and operations to normalcy after a security incident has occurred. These controls involve actions such as data recovery, system restoration, and business continuity planning. Assigning guards to inspect identification is a preventative measure aimed at stopping unauthorized entry before it happens, rather than recovering from it after it has occurred. Option D, detective control, is incorrect. Detective controls are designed to identify and respond to security incidents after they have occurred. These controls include activities such as security monitoring, logging, and intrusion detection systems. Assigning guards to inspect identification is a preventive measure aimed at thwarting unauthorized entry before it occurs, rather than detecting it after the fact. Next question. What is the purpose of trunk ports on enterprise-level switches in a VLAN configuration? Option A, to connect to external internet sources. Option B, to segregate VLAN traffic from regular traffic. Option C, to provide high-speed connections between switches. Option D, to connect end-user devices like PCs and phones. The correct answer is Option C, to provide high-speed connections between switches. Trunk ports are used to provide high-speed connections between switches within a network infrastructure. They allow for the efficient transmission of traffic between switches, carrying data for multiple VLANs over a single physical link. By utilizing trunk ports, switches can exchange VLAN information and ensure that traffic is correctly routed between VLANs across the network. Option A, to connect to external internet sources, is incorrect. Trunk ports are not specifically designed for connecting to external internet sources. Instead, they are used to facilitate communication between switches, typically within the same network or VLAN. Trunk ports carry traffic from multiple VLANs over a single physical link. While internet connectivity may be provided through the network infrastructure, trunk ports themselves are not directly related to connecting to external internet sources. Option B, to segregate VLAN traffic from regular traffic, is incorrect. Trunk ports do carry VLAN traffic, but their primary purpose is not to segregate VLAN traffic from regular traffic. Instead, they are used to efficiently transport multiple VLANs traffic between switches while maintaining the VLAN tagging information. The segregation of VLAN traffic from regular traffic is typically achieved through access ports and VLAN configuration, not trunk ports. Option D, to connect end-user devices like PCs and phones, is incorrect. Trunk ports are not typically used to connect end-user devices like PCs and phones. End-user devices are usually connected to access ports on switches, which are configured to belong to a specific VLAN. Trunk ports, on the other hand, are used to interconnect switches and carry traffic for multiple VLANs simultaneously. Next question. Which term describes the combination of the likelihood of a threat and the potential impact of the threat? Option A, 0-day. Option B, vulnerability. Option C, risk. Option D, breach. The correct answer is Option C, risk. Risk is the correct term for describing the combination of the likelihood of a threat and the potential impact of the threat. In cybersecurity, risk assessment involves evaluating the potential risks to a system or organization based on the likelihood of threats, exploiting vulnerabilities, and the potential impact on the organization's operations, assets, and objectives. Option A, 0 day is incorrect. A 0 day refers to a software vulnerability that is exploited by attackers before the software developer releases a fix or patch. It does not describe the combination of the likelihood of a threat and the potential impact of the threat, so it's incorrect in this context. Option B, vulnerability, is incorrect. A vulnerability refers to a weakness in a system, application, or network that can be exploited by attackers to compromise the security of the system. While vulnerabilities are often a component of risk assessment, they alone do not encompass the combination of the likelihood of a threat and the potential impact of the threat. Option D, breach, is incorrect. A breach refers to a security incident where an unauthorized party gains access to confidential information, systems, or networks. While breaches are a consequence of security risks, they are not the term used to describe the combination of likelihood and potential impact. Next question. What role does an IPS play in cybersecurity? Option A, a network security tool that is used to prevent unauthorized access to a network. Option B, a network-based intrusion prevention system that is used to prevent attacks on a network. Option C, a network security tool that is used to monitor network traffic. Option D, a network security tool that is used to prevent unauthorized access to a network. The correct answer is Option B, a network-based intrusion prevention system that is used to prevent attacks on a network. An IPS plays a critical role in cybersecurity by actively monitoring network traffic, detecting potential threats, and taking preventive measures to block or mitigate attacks before they can cause damage to the network or its assets. Unlike an intrusion detection system, which passively monitors traffic and alerts administrators about suspicious behavior, an IPS actively prevents potential attacks by taking action to block or mitigate threats in real time. Option A is incorrect. This option describes a firewall rather than an intrusion prevention system. Firewalls are indeed used to prevent unauthorized access to a network by controlling incoming and outgoing traffic based on predetermined security rules. However, IPS specifically focuses on detecting and preventing intrusion attempts or malicious activities within the network, which goes beyond the scope of unauthorized access prevention. Option C is incorrect. While an intrusion prevention system does monitor network traffic, its primary function is not solely to observe, but also to actively prevent and respond to security threats. Unlike pure network monitoring tools, an IPS analyzes traffic in real time, identifies potentially malicious activity, and takes proactive measures to block or mitigate the threat, making option C incomplete. Option D is incorrect. This option repeats option A, describing the function of a firewall rather than an IPS. Like a firewall, an IPS contributes to network security, but its primary focus is on detecting and preventing intrusion attempts or malicious activities within the network rather than solely preventing unauthorized access. Next question. What is the core purpose of confidentiality within the context of information assurance? Option A, ensuring data is reliably stored. Option B, ensuring data is protected from unauthorized access. Option C, ensuring data is not altered or tampered with. Option D, ensuring data is always available. The correct answer is Option B, ensuring data is protected from unauthorized access. Confidentiality, within the context of information assurance, primarily focuses on ensuring that data is protected from unauthorized access. This means that only authorized individuals or entities should be able to access sensitive information, while unauthorized users should be prevented from viewing, modifying, or disclosing it. The core purpose of confidentiality within the context of information assurance is to ensure that data is protected from unauthorized access, thereby safeguarding privacy, complying with regulations, and preserving trust and integrity. Option A is incorrect. While data reliability is important, especially in terms of data integrity, confidentiality primarily concerns preventing unauthorized access to sensitive information. Confidentiality focuses on ensuring that only authorized individuals or entities have access to certain data, regardless of where it is stored. Option C is incorrect. This describes the concept of data integrity rather than confidentiality. Data integrity ensures that information remains accurate and unaltered during storage, transmission, or processing. While data integrity is another critical aspect of information assurance, it is distinct from confidentiality, which primarily focuses on controlling access to sensitive data. Option D is incorrect. This describes the concept of availability rather than confidentiality. Availability ensures that data and resources are accessible and usable by authorized users when needed. While availability is essential for maintaining operational continuity, it is not the core purpose of confidentiality. Confidentiality is primarily concerned with restricting access to sensitive information to prevent unauthorized disclosure. Next question. What is an exclusive security aspect of IPv6 that is not present in IPv4? Option A, lower overhead. Option B, built-in IPsec. Option C, longer addresses. Option D, improved routing. The correct answer is Option B, built-in IPsec. IPv6 mandates support for IPsec, whereas in IPv4, IPsec is optional and needs to be implemented separately, as an extension. IPsec in IPv6 offers end-to-end security features, including encryption, authentication, and data integrity protection. This helps to secure communication between network devices and ensures the confidentiality and integrity of transmitted data. IPv6 includes native support for IPsec, which provides encryption, authentication, and integrity protection for IP packets at the network layer. This integration of IPsec into IPv6 is a fundamental difference between IPv6 and IPv4 in terms of security capabilities. Option A, lower overhead, is incorrect. While IPv6 does offer some improvements in terms of header efficiency and lower overhead compared to IPv4, this is not an exclusive security aspect. Lower overhead is a technical advantage of IPv6, primarily addressing issues such as header simplification and better support for quality of service, but it's not a unique security feature. Option C, longer addresses, is incorrect. IPv6 does indeed feature longer addresses compared to IPv4, which allows for a significantly larger address space. However, longer addresses do not inherently provide exclusive security benefits. They primarily address the scalability limitations of IPv4, enabling a more extensive range of available addresses. Therefore, while longer addresses are a distinctive characteristic of IPv6, they are not an exclusive security aspect. Option D, improved routing, is incorrect. IPv6 does introduce improvements in routing functionality, such as hierarchical addressing and route aggregation, which can enhance routing efficiency and scalability compared to IPv4. However, improved routing is not an exclusive security aspect of IPv6. While efficient routing can indirectly contribute to network security by improving network performance and resilience, it does not provide unique security features. Next question. Which of the subsequent options does not represent an advantage of upholding an accurate inventory of information assets? Option A, improved risk management. Option B, improved employee productivity. Option C, improved compliance with regulations and standards. Option D, improved incident response and recovery. The correct answer is Option B, improved employee productivity. While maintaining an accurate inventory indirectly supports various aspects of organizational operations, it does not directly enhance employee productivity. Employee productivity is typically influenced by factors such as workload management, resource availability, and organizational culture, rather than the presence of an information asset inventory. While an accurate inventory of information assets provides several advantages related to risk management, compliance, and incident response, it does not directly impact employee productivity. Therefore, improved employee productivity is the correct option, as it does not represent an advantage of maintaining an accurate inventory of information assets. Option A, improved risk management, is incorrect. Maintaining an accurate inventory of information assets allows organizations to have a comprehensive understanding of their digital resources. This understanding aids in identifying vulnerabilities, assessing threats, and implementing appropriate controls, thereby enhancing risk management practices. By knowing what assets they have and their associated risks, organizations can prioritize resources effectively to mitigate potential threats. Option C, improved compliance with regulations and standards, is incorrect. Many regulations and standards, such as GDPR, HIPAA, or ISO 27001, require organizations to maintain an accurate inventory of information assets as part of their compliance obligations. By adhering to these requirements, organizations can demonstrate due diligence in managing their data, which helps improve compliance with relevant regulations and standards. Option D, improved incident response and recovery, is incorrect. Having an accurate inventory of information assets is essential for effective incident response and recovery efforts. It allows organizations to quickly identify affected assets during security incidents, assess the impact, and implement appropriate remediation measures. By knowing what assets are at risk, organizations can streamline their incident response processes, reduce downtime, and minimize the potential damage caused by security breaches. Next question. What type of document is commonly shaped by external influences, such as industry norms or regulatory mandates? Option A, policies. Option B, regulations. Option C, procedures. Option D, financial statements. The correct answer is Option B, regulations. Regulations are external mandates imposed by governmental or regulatory authorities to govern specific industries, sectors, or activities. Regulatory requirements are shaped by legal statutes, industry standards, public policy objectives, and societal needs. Regulatory agencies establish rules and standards that organizations must adhere to in order to ensure compliance with legal and regulatory obligations. Regulations are directly influenced by external factors such as legislative bodies, regulatory authorities, industry standard-setting organizations, and public stakeholders. Option A, policies, is incorrect. Policies are internal guidelines established by organizations to define rules, expectations, and procedures for employees and stakeholders. While policies may be influenced by external factors such as industry standards or regulatory requirements, they are primarily shaped by the organization's internal needs, goals, and values. Policies are crafted to align with the organization's mission, objectives, and operational practices. Option C, procedures, is incorrect. Procedures are detailed instructions outlining the steps and methods for performing specific tasks or processes within an organization. While procedures may incorporate best practices or industry standards, they are primarily developed to streamline internal workflows, ensure consistency, and optimize operational efficiency. Procedures are tailored to the organization's unique requirements, resources, and objectives, rather than being exclusively shaped by external influences. Option D, financial statements, is incorrect. Financial statements, such as balance sheets, income statements, and cash flow statements, are comprehensive reports that provide insights into an organization's financial performance, position, and activities. While financial reporting standards and regulations dictate the format and content of financial statements, these standards are developed by regulatory bodies and standard-setting organizations, rather than being influenced solely by external factors. Financial statements primarily reflect the organization's financial transactions, operations, and economic conditions. Next question. When our sensitive data is tampered by an attacker, leading to concerns regarding its accuracy or completeness, which element of the CIA triad would be most compromised? Option A, confidentiality. Option B, availability. Option C, integrity. Option D, authentication. The correct answer is Option C, integrity. When sensitive data is tampered by an attacker, leading to concerns regarding its accuracy or completeness, the element of the CIA triad that is most compromised is integrity. Integrity ensures that data remains unchanged and trustworthy. When an attacker modifies sensitive data, it violates its integrity, as the data can no longer be considered accurate or reliable. This can have serious implications, especially in contexts where data integrity is critical, such as financial records, medical records, or legal documents. Option A, confidentiality. Confidentiality refers to the protection of data from unauthorized access or disclosure. If sensitive data is tampered by an attacker, it doesn't necessarily compromise its confidentiality unless the tampering results in unauthorized access or exposure of the data. While confidentiality could be compromised if the tampering leads to unauthorized access, the primary concern in this scenario is not the unauthorized access itself, but rather the alteration of the data's accuracy or completeness. Option B, availability, is incorrect. Availability refers to ensuring that data and resources are accessible and usable by authorized users when needed. While tampering with data may impact its availability in certain cases, such as through denial of service attacks or data corruption, the primary concern in this scenario is not the unavailability of the data, but rather the compromise of its accuracy or completeness due to tampering. Option D, authentication, is incorrect. Authentication refers to verifying the identity of users or entities attempting to access resources or data. While authentication is crucial for ensuring that only authorized users can access sensitive data, it does not directly address concerns regarding data tampering. Authentication mechanisms may help prevent unauthorized access, but they do not prevent or address data tampering incidents. Next question. What type of data is the PCI DSS most focused on safeguarding? Option A, health records of patients. Option B, credit card and payment card information. Option C, employee performance reviews. Option D, intellectual property. The correct answer is Option B, credit card and payment card information. The PCI DSS is focused on safeguarding credit card and payment card information due to its sensitivity, regulatory mandates, and the potential consequences of unauthorized access or data breaches. PCI DSS is a set of security standards designed to ensure that organizations that process, store, or transmit payment card data, maintain a secure environment to protect cardholder information from theft or unauthorized access. PCI DSS is mandated by major credit card brands such as Visa, MasterCard, American Express, Discover, and JCB International to ensure the security of cardholder data. Credit card and payment card information, including card numbers, expiration dates, and cardholder names, are highly sensitive and valuable targets for cybercriminals. PCI DSS outlines specific security requirements and best practices for securing payment card data, including encryption, access controls, network segmentation, vulnerability management, and regular security testing. Option A, health records of patients, is incorrect. Health records of patients fall under the jurisdiction of HIPAA rather than PCI DSS. HIPAA regulates the protection and privacy of individually identifiable health information and applies to healthcare providers, health plans, and healthcare clearinghouses. While the protection of health records is important for patient privacy and confidentiality, it is not the primary focus of PCI DSS. Option C, employee performance reviews, is incorrect. Employee performance reviews are confidential HR data but are not specifically addressed by PCI DSS. PCI DSS primarily focuses on the security and protection of credit card and payment card information to prevent unauthorized access, theft, or fraud. While safeguarding employee data is important for privacy and compliance with labor laws, it is not the main concern of PCI DSS. Option D, intellectual property, is incorrect. Intellectual property includes proprietary information, trade secrets, patents, and copyrights owned by organizations. While protecting intellectual property is crucial for maintaining competitiveness and innovation, it is not the primary focus of PCI DSS. PCI DSS is specifically concerned with safeguarding credit card and payment card information to prevent security breaches, fraud, and unauthorized access. Intellectual property protection is typically addressed through other security frameworks, legal protections, and corporate policies. Next question. Suppose an organization wishes to fortify its detective access controls. Which tool should be part of their implementation strategy? Option A, IDS. Option B, security awareness training. Option C, patches. Option D, encryption. The correct answer is Option A, IDS. In the context of fortifying detective access controls, implementing an intrusion detection system would be an appropriate choice. An IDS is a security tool designed to monitor network or system activities for malicious activities or policy violations and produce alerts when suspicious behavior is detected. An IDS specifically falls under the category of detective controls as it monitors network or system activities to detect potential security breaches or unauthorized access attempts. By monitoring for unusual or anomalous behavior, an IDS helps organizations identify and respond to security incidents in a timely manner. When suspicious activity is detected, an IDS generates alerts or notifications to alert security personnel or administrators. By implementing an IDS as part of their security strategy, organizations can enhance their ability to detect and respond to security threats effectively. Option B, security awareness training, is incorrect. While security awareness training is crucial for educating employees about security best practices and policies, it primarily focuses on preventive measures rather than detective access controls. Security awareness training aims to mitigate risks associated with social engineering attacks, phishing attempts, and human errors. While it can help prevent unauthorized access by educating employees, on how to recognize and report suspicious activities, it does not actively detect or alert on access attempts or security breaches, which is the primary function of detective access controls. Option C, patches, is incorrect. Patches are updates or fixes released by software vendors to address vulnerabilities, bugs, or security flaws in software or systems. While keeping systems up to date with security patches is essential for maintaining security, patches are primarily preventive controls rather than detective controls. They aim to mitigate the risk of exploitation by addressing known vulnerabilities before they are exploited. While patch management is an integral part of an organization's security strategy, it does not directly contribute to detective access controls. Option D, encryption, is incorrect. Encryption is a security measure used to protect data by converting it into a ciphertext format that can only be decrypted with the appropriate decryption key. While encryption helps protect data confidentiality and integrity, it is primarily a preventive control rather than a detective control. Encryption prevents unauthorized access by rendering data unreadable to unauthorized parties who do not possess the decryption key. While encryption can help mitigate the risk of unauthorized access, it does not actively detect or alert on access attempts, which is the focus of detective access controls. Next question. What strategy should Bob's company employ to minimize security risks related to his access privileges while he is managing a critical system? Option A, permanent full access rights to the database for convenience and efficiency. Option B, share Bob's login credentials among her team to distribute responsibility. Option C, regular user privileges without any administrative rights. Option D, just-in-time privileged access management to grant necessary privileges only when needed. The correct answer is Option D, just-in-time privileged access management to grant necessary privileges only when needed. JIT privileged access management is the recommended strategy for Bob's company to minimize security risks related to his access privileges while he is managing a critical system. It provides the necessary access rights only when needed, reducing the attack surface, enhancing security, and ensuring accountability. Instead of providing permanent full access rights, which pose a higher security risk, JIT privileged access management ensures that users have the minimum level of access necessary to fulfill their duties. JIT privileged access management allows organizations to enforce granular access controls based on the principle of least privilege. By implementing JIT privileged access management, Bob's company can enhance security by limiting the exposure of sensitive systems and data to potential security risks. Option A is incorrect. Granting permanent full access rights to Bob for convenience and efficiency poses a significant security risk. It provides Bob with continuous access to critical systems, increasing the potential for unauthorized access, misuse, or data breaches. Permanent full access rights do not adhere to the principle of least privilege, which recommends granting users only the minimum permissions required to perform their tasks. This approach lacks granularity and increases the attack surface, making it susceptible to insider threats or external attacks. Option B is incorrect. Sharing Bob's login credentials among the team is a security risk and violates security best practices. It undermines accountability and traceability by making it difficult to attribute actions or changes to specific users. Shared credentials increase the likelihood of unauthorized access as it becomes challenging to enforce user accountability and track individual user activities. Additionally, sharing credentials compromises security controls such as authentication and auditing, making it difficult to maintain compliance with regulatory requirements. Option C is incorrect. Providing Bob with regular user privileges without administrative rights is a step in the right direction compared to permanent full access rights. However, it may limit Bob's ability to perform essential administrative tasks required for managing critical systems effectively. While regular user privileges reduce the risk of accidental or intentional misuse, they may hinder Bob's productivity and efficiency in executing administrative tasks. Moreover, it does not address the issue of granting excessive privileges when not needed. Next question. Which option below represents a method for securely destroying data? Option A, shredding. Option B, deleting. Option C, archiving. Option D, backing up. The correct answer is Option A, shredding. Shredding involves physically or digitally destroying data to the extent that it cannot be reconstructed or recovered. In the physical context, shredding typically involves using specialized equipment to cut paper documents into small, unreadable pieces. In the digital context, data shredding involves overwriting the data multiple times with random patterns or using cryptographic methods to render it unrecoverable. Shredding ensures that the data is securely destroyed, making it one of the most effective methods for preventing unauthorized access to sensitive information. Option B, deleting, is incorrect. While deleting data may remove it from immediate view, it often does not securely destroy the data. Deleted files can often be recovered using specialized software unless additional measures are taken, such as overwriting the data multiple times or using secure deletion tools. Option C, archiving, is incorrect. Archiving involves storing data for long-term retention or historical purposes. Archiving does not involve securely destroying data. Instead, it preserves it for potential future use. Archiving may involve compressing and storing data in a structured manner for efficient retrieval, but it does not ensure that the data is irreversibly destroyed. Option D, backing up, is incorrect. Backing up data involves creating copies of data for the purpose of restoring it in case of data loss or corruption. While backups are essential for data recovery and continuity purposes, they do not involve securely destroying data. In fact, backups are designed to preserve data, making it available for restoration when needed. Next question. Which recovery site type has most infrastructure intact but lacks the essential data required for assuming operations? Option A, a warm site. Option B, a cloud site. Option C, a cold site. Option D, a hot site. The correct answer is Option A, a warm site. A warm site is an intermediate solution between a hot site and a cold site. It typically includes pre-configured IT infrastructure such as servers, network equipment, and other hardware components. Unlike a hot site, which has fully replicated data and systems, a warm site lacks up-to-date data backups or real-time synchronization with the primary site. A warm site is a recovery site type that has most of the infrastructure intact but lacks the essential data required for assuming operations. It offers a balance between cost-effectiveness and recovery speed, making it a suitable option for organizations with moderate RTO requirements. Option B, a cloud site, is incorrect. A cloud site typically refers to a cloud-based infrastructure provided by a third-party service provider offering scalable and on-demand computing resources. Cloud sites are often designed to be highly available and redundant, with infrastructure and data replication across multiple geographic locations. Therefore, a cloud site is unlikely to lack essential data required for assuming operations, as cloud providers typically offer comprehensive data storage and backup solutions. Option C, a cold site, is incorrect. A cold site refers to a recovery site that lacks most infrastructure and resources, including hardware, software, and data. Cold sites are essentially empty facilities that require significant setup and provisioning before they can be operational. Therefore, while a cold site may lack the infrastructure needed for assuming operations, it would also lack the essential data required, making it less likely to be the correct answer. Option D, a hot site, is incorrect. A hot site is a recovery site that is fully equipped with infrastructure, hardware, software, and data replication to assume operations immediately after a disaster or disruption. Hot sites are designed to be fully operational within a short time frame, often within minutes or hours. Therefore, a hot site would not lack the essential data required for assuming operations, as it is configured to be a mirror image of the primary production environment, including data replication and synchronization. Next question. What method of authentication is employed when unlocking your phone using facial recognition? Option A, knowledge-based authentication. Option B, multi-factor authentication. Option C, biometric authentication. Option D, token-based authentication. The correct answer is Option C, biometric authentication. When unlocking a phone using facial recognition, the method of authentication employed is biometric authentication. This approach relies on analyzing unique facial features to verify the user's identity, offering both convenience and security for accessing the device. Facial recognition technology analyzes and identifies distinct facial features, such as the arrangement of eyes, nose, and mouth to authenticate the user's identity. When unlocking a phone using facial recognition, the device captures an image of the user's face and compares it to stored biometric data to confirm their identity. Biometric authentication relies on unique physical characteristics or behavioral traits that are specific to each individual. Facial recognition offers a balance of convenience and security for user authentication. At the same time, it offers robust security by leveraging unique biometric identifiers that are difficult to replicate or spoof. Option A, knowledge-based authentication, is incorrect. Knowledge-based authentication involves verifying a user's identity based on something they know, such as a password, PIN, or security question. Unlocking a phone using facial recognition does not rely on knowledge-based factors. Instead, it relies on biometric characteristics unique to the individual's facial features. Therefore, knowledge-based authentication is incorrect in this context. Option B, multi-factor authentication, is incorrect. Multi-factor authentication involves using multiple factors to verify a user's identity, typically combining two or more of the following categories: something you know, something you have, and something you are. While facial recognition can be part of a multi-factor authentication system, unlocking a phone using facial recognition alone is considered single-factor authentication based solely on biometric characteristics. Therefore, multi-factor authentication is not the most accurate description for unlocking a phone using facial recognition. Option D, token-based authentication, is incorrect. Token-based authentication involves using a physical or digital token to authenticate a user's identity. This could include hardware tokens, software tokens, or cryptographic keys. Unlocking a phone using facial recognition does not involve token-based authentication. Instead, it relies on analyzing biometric characteristics captured by the device's camera. Therefore, token-based authentication is not the appropriate description for unlocking a phone using facial recognition. Next question. Could you list some examples of physical access control methods? Option A, fences, locks, security guards, badges, and alarms. Option B, passwords and pins. Option C, employee training programs and background checks. Option D, encrypted data and firewalls. The correct answer is Option A, fences, locks, security guards, badges, and alarms. Physical access control methods are measures implemented to restrict access to physical spaces or assets. The examples are fences, locks, security guards, badges, and alarms are all examples of physical access control methods. Fences physically demarcate boundaries and deter unauthorized access by creating a barrier around a premises or sensitive area. Locks are physical mechanisms used to secure doors, windows, cabinets, or other entry points. Security guards are personnel stationed at entry points or patrolling premises to monitor and control access, respond to incidents, and enforce security policies. Access control badges or ID cards are issued to authorized personnel and contain identifying information such as a photo, name, and access permissions. Alarms are security devices that detect unauthorized entry, tampering, or other security breaches and emit audible or visual alerts to notify security personnel or occupants of a potential threat. Option B, passwords and pins, is incorrect. Passwords and pins are examples of logical access control methods rather than physical ones. They authenticate users based on something they know, rather than physically restricting access to a physical space or asset. While passwords and pins are essential for securing digital resources, they do not directly control physical access to facilities or assets. Option C, employee training programs and background checks, is incorrect. Employee training programs and background checks are measures designed to enhance security awareness and vet individuals' trustworthiness. While they are essential for maintaining a secure environment, they are not physical access control methods. Instead, they focus on educating employees and assessing their suitability for specific roles or responsibilities. Option D, encrypted data and firewalls, is incorrect. Encrypted data and firewalls are examples of technical security controls used to protect digital assets and network infrastructure. They are designed to prevent unauthorized access, interception, or tampering of data during transmission and storage. However, they are not physical access control methods, as they do not directly restrict physical access to facilities or assets. Next question. What is the principal goal of executing a distributed denial of service attack? Option A, to exploit software vulnerabilities. Option B, to steal sensitive information. Option C, to overload a server or network, causing it to be unavailable. Option D, to gain unauthorized access to a system. The correct answer is Option C, to overload a server or network, causing it to be unavailable. The principal goal of executing a distributed denial of service attack is to overwhelm a targeted server, network, or service with a flood of illegitimate traffic, rendering it unable to function properly and causing it to become unavailable to legitimate users. In a DDoS attack, the attackers use a network of compromised devices, often referred to as botnets, to generate a massive volume of traffic directed towards the target. By causing the target server or network to become unavailable, the attackers disrupt the normal operations of the organization or service hosted on that system. The ultimate objective of a DDoS attack is to achieve a denial of service, meaning that legitimate users are unable to access the targeted system or service. Unlike other types of cyber attacks such as hacking or data breaches, the primary focus of a DDoS attack is not to gain unauthorized access to a system or steal sensitive information. Instead, the goal is to disrupt or interrupt the availability of services provided by the target. Option A, to exploit software vulnerabilities is incorrect. While exploiting software vulnerabilities can be a goal of some cyber attacks, it is not the primary objective of a distributed denial of service attack. DDoS attacks aim to overwhelm a target server, network, or service with a flood of traffic or requests, rather than exploiting vulnerabilities within software or systems. Option B, to steal sensitive information, is incorrect. Stealing sensitive information is typically the goal of data breaches or cyber attacks such as phishing or malware attacks. While a DDoS attack may be used as a distraction or precursor to a data breach, its primary goal is not to steal sensitive information directly. Instead, the primary objective of a DDoS attack is to disrupt or deny access to a target service or resource. Option D, to gain unauthorized access to a system, is incorrect. Gaining unauthorized access to a system is typically the goal of hacking or intrusion attempts, rather than DDoS attacks. While DDoS attacks can sometimes be used as a distraction or smokescreen for other malicious activities, such as data exfiltration or unauthorized access attempts, their primary objective is not to gain direct access to a system. Instead, DDoS attacks focus on disrupting or denying access to a target service or resource. Next question. What represents an instance of biometric authentication among the options provided? Option A, a physical key and a password. Option B, an email address and password. Option C, OTP and PIN. Option D, VoReSprint. The correct answer is Option D, VoReSprint. It is the only example of biometric authentication because it relies on unique physiological traits associated with an individual's voice for identity verification. VoReSprint authentication analyzes unique characteristics of an individual's voice, such as pitch, tone, and speech patterns, to verify their identity. This method is considered a form of biometric authentication because it relies on physiological traits that are unique to each individual. Option A, a physical key and a password, is incorrect. A physical key and a password represent a combination of something you have and something you know. This combination does not constitute biometric authentication, which relies on unique physical or behavioral characteristics of an individual. Option B, an email address and password, is incorrect. An email address and password are examples of credential-based authentication, where users authenticate themselves with something they know and something they have. This method does not involve biometric authentication. Option C, OTP and PIN, is incorrect. OTP and PIN are examples of two-factor authentication, combining something the user knows with something the user has. While two-factor authentication enhances security, it does not utilize biometric characteristics for authentication. Next question. What is the relationship between policies and procedures within the governance structure of an organization? Option A, procedures provide detailed instructions for policy enforcement. Option B, procedures are broader guidelines, while policies are specific instructions. Option C, policies outline security controls, while procedures enforce them. Option D, policies focus on security, while procedures address privacy concerns. The correct answer is Option A, procedures provide detailed instructions for policy enforcement. Policies define the rules, principles, and guidelines that dictate the organization's stance or approach on various matters, such as security, privacy, or operations. Procedures, on the other hand, are step-by-step instructions or methods that outline how policies are implemented, executed, and enforced within the organization. While policies establish the overarching framework and principles, procedures provide the specific actions or processes that employees must follow to adhere to those policies. Therefore, procedures play a crucial role in operationalizing and enforcing policies within the governance structure of an organization. Option B is incorrect. This option incorrectly characterizes the relationship between policies and procedures. Policies typically provide high-level guidelines and directives outlining the organization's goals, values, and rules. Procedures, on the other hand, translate these policies into detailed step-by-step instructions for carrying out specific tasks or processes. Therefore, procedures are more detailed and specific, while policies are broader and provide overarching guidelines. Option C is incorrect. While policies may include security controls, they are not limited to outlining controls. Policies define the organization's stance on various matters, including security, but they do not necessarily provide detailed enforcement mechanisms. Procedures, on the other hand, detail how policies are implemented and enforced, including the specific steps, processes, and actions required to adhere to the policies. Option D is incorrect. While policies and procedures may cover both security and privacy concerns, they are not limited to these specific areas. Policies can address various aspects of organizational governance, including security, privacy, compliance, and ethical standards. Similarly, procedures can encompass a wide range of operational activities, not just privacy concerns. Therefore, this option does not accurately describe the relationship between policies and procedures. Next question. Which option below does not provide an effective defense mechanism against side-channel attacks? Option A, using randomized delay techniques. Option B, implementing hardware-based encryption. Option C, disabling all logging and debugging functionality. Option D, implementing secure boot protocols. The correct answer is Option C, disabling all logging and debugging functionality. While implementing hardware-based encryption, secure boot protocols, and using randomized delay techniques are effective countermeasures against side-channel attacks, disabling all logging and debugging functionality does not directly address this specific type of attack and may hinder overall system security and incident response capabilities. Disabling all logging and debugging functionality may seem like a way to limit information exposure and potential attack vectors. However, it does not directly address side-channel attacks. Logging and debugging functionality are essential for monitoring system activities, diagnosing issues, and identifying security incidents. Disabling these features could hinder incident response efforts and make it more challenging to detect and mitigate attacks. Therefore, disabling all logging and debugging functionality is the correct option, as it does not provide an effective defense mechanism against side-channel attacks. Option A, using randomized delay techniques, is incorrect. Randomized delay techniques introduce variations in processing time, making it harder for attackers to deduce sensitive information from timing-based side-channel attacks. By adding random delays to operations, it becomes more challenging for attackers to precisely time their attacks to exploit timing variations. Therefore, randomized delay techniques can be an effective defense mechanism against side-channel attacks. Option B, implementing hardware-based encryption, is incorrect. Hardware-based encryption utilizes dedicated cryptographic hardware to perform encryption and decryption operations, reducing the risk of side-channel attacks compared to software-based implementations. Hardware-based encryption can provide stronger protection for sensitive data by isolating cryptographic operations and minimizing exposure to side-channel vulnerabilities present in software implementations. Option D, implementing secure boot protocols, is incorrect. Secure boot protocols ensure that only trusted software components are loaded and executed during the system boot process, preventing unauthorized or malicious code from compromising system integrity. While secure boot protocols enhance system security and integrity, they are not specifically designed to mitigate side-channel attacks. Secure boot focuses on verifying the authenticity and integrity of software components rather than addressing side-channel vulnerabilities associated with physical implementation or execution characteristics. Next question. Which rules are legally imposed on organizations regarding security and privacy? Option A, policies. Option B, procedures. Option C, standards. Option D, regulations and laws. The correct answer is Option D, regulations and laws. It is the correct option, as it refers to legally binding rules established by governmental authorities that organizations must comply with regarding security and privacy. These regulations and laws carry legal obligations and consequences for non-compliance. Regulations and laws are legally binding rules and statutes established by governmental authorities to govern various aspects of society, including security and privacy. These rules are enforceable by law and typically prescribe specific requirements, obligations, or prohibitions that organizations must comply with to protect the security and privacy of individuals' data and information. Examples of regulations and laws related to security and privacy include the General Data Protection Regulation (GDPR) in the European Union, the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act in the United States, and the Personal Data Protection Act in Singapore. Option A, policies, is incorrect. Policies are internal guidelines and rules established by organizations to govern their operations, including security and privacy practices. While organizations may have policies related to security and privacy, these policies are not legally imposed, but rather internally developed and enforced by the organization itself. Option B, procedures, is incorrect. Procedures are detailed instructions or steps for carrying out specific tasks or processes within an organization. Like policies, procedures are internal documents developed by organizations to standardize operations and ensure consistency. While procedures may support compliance with regulations and laws, they are not legally imposed on organizations themselves. Option C, standards, is incorrect. Standards are established guidelines or criteria used to ensure consistency, interoperability, and quality in various processes or products. While adherence to standards may be required in certain industries or contexts, they are typically not legally imposed on organizations regarding security and privacy. Next question. Within the cybersecurity domain, what is the central purpose of having a warm site? Option A, storing backup copies of critical data. Option B, minimizing the downtime and impact of a disaster on business operations. Option C, reducing costs associated with disaster recovery. Option D, providing a balance between rapid recovery and cost effectiveness. The correct answer is Option D, providing a balance between rapid recovery and cost effectiveness. This option accurately describes the central purpose of having a warm site in the cybersecurity domain. A warm site is a disaster recovery solution that strikes a balance between rapid recovery and cost effectiveness. Unlike hot sites, which are fully operational with real-time data replication, that offer the fastest recovery but are expensive to maintain, and cold sites, which are empty facilities without infrastructure or data, that are cost-effective but require extensive setup time. A warm site has some infrastructure in place and preloaded data, but may require additional time to become fully operational. By providing a balance between rapid recovery and cost effectiveness, a warm site allows organizations to resume critical operations with minimal downtime and financial impact in the event of a disaster. Option A is incorrect. While storing backup copies of critical data is an essential aspect of disaster recovery, it is not the central purpose of having a warm site. Warm sites typically store backup infrastructure and resources, rather than just data, with the goal of rapidly restoring operations in the event of a disaster. Option B is incorrect. While minimizing downtime and mitigating the impact of disasters on business operations is a crucial objective of disaster recovery, warm sites specifically aim to strike a balance between rapid recovery and cost effectiveness. Warm sites provide a level of preparedness that allows for faster recovery compared to cold sites, while still being more cost-effective than hot sites. Option C is incorrect. While warm sites may offer some cost savings compared to hot sites, their primary purpose is not solely to reduce costs associated with disaster recovery. Warm sites prioritize preparedness and rapid recovery while still being cost-effective, making them an optimal choice for many organizations seeking a balance between recovery speed and affordability. Next question. What security control involves both firewalls and encryption? Option A, administrative controls. Option B, administrative controls. Option C, legal controls. Option D, technical controls. The correct answer is Option D, technical controls. Technical controls encompass security measures implemented through technology to protect systems, networks, and data. This category includes tools, mechanisms, and technologies such as firewalls and encryption, which are deployed to prevent unauthorized access, secure communications, and protect data integrity and confidentiality. Firewalls are network security devices that monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules, while encryption is a cryptographic technique used to secure data by encoding it into an unreadable format that can only be decrypted with the appropriate cryptographic key. Therefore, technical controls involve the implementation of firewalls and encryption technologies as part of the organization's security infrastructure to protect against various threats and vulnerabilities. Option A, administrative controls, is incorrect. Administrative controls involve policies, procedures, guidelines, and training implemented by management to manage risk, ensure compliance, and govern the organization's security posture. While administrative controls may include policies related to the use of firewalls and encryption, they do not directly involve the implementation of these security technologies. Option B, administrative controls, is incorrect. Administrative controls involve policies, procedures, guidelines, and training implemented by management to manage risk, ensure compliance, and govern the organization's security posture. While administrative controls may include policies related to the use of firewalls and encryption, they do not directly involve the implementation of these security technologies. Option C, legal controls, is incorrect. Legal controls refer to laws, regulations, contractual agreements, and other legal measures that govern an organization's security practices and obligations. While legal controls may mandate the use of firewalls and encryption in certain contexts, they do not involve the implementation of these security technologies themselves. Next question. What accurately distinguishes between an IDS and an IPS regarding their roles within a network? Option A, IDS and IPS both actively block malicious traffic without any notifications. Option B, IDS detects and notifies about potential intrusions, while IPS actively prevents them. Option C, IDS encrypts network traffic, while IPS monitors the decrypted data. Option D. IDS actively blocks malicious traffic, while IPS only monitors and alerts. The correct answer is Option B. IDS detects and notifies about potential intrusions, while IPS actively prevents them. Intrusion detection systems are designed to passively monitor network traffic and detect suspicious or potentially malicious activity. When an IDS identifies suspicious activity, it generates alerts or notifications to alert administrators or security personnel, allowing them to investigate and respond to potential threats. Intrusion prevention systems, on the other hand, not only detect but also actively prevent unauthorized access or malicious activity by blocking or filtering network traffic in real time. Therefore, the primary distinction between an IDS and an IPS is that an IDS detects and alerts about potential intrusions, while an IPS actively prevents them by blocking or mitigating threats in real time. Option A is incorrect. While both IDS and IPS aim to enhance network security, they do so differently. IDS monitors network traffic for suspicious activities and alerts administrators when potential intrusions are detected, but it does not actively block or prevent the detected threats. On the other hand, IPS actively prevents or blocks malicious traffic based on predefined rules or signatures, in addition to detecting and alerting about potential intrusions. Option C is incorrect. Neither IDS nor IPS are responsible for encrypting network traffic. Their primary role is to analyze network traffic for signs of suspicious behavior or known attack patterns, regardless of whether the data is encrypted or decrypted. Option D is incorrect. The roles of IDS and IPS are the opposite of what is described. IDS detects and alerts about potential intrusions, but does not actively block malicious traffic. Conversely, IPS actively prevents or blocks malicious traffic based on predefined rules or signatures, in addition to detecting and alerting about potential intrusions. Next question. What is the primary objective of phishing within the realm of cybersecurity? Option A. Unauthorized physical access to facilities. Option B. Network traffic patterns. Option C. Technical vulnerabilities in software. Option D. Sensitive user information through deceptive means. The correct answer is Option D. Sensitive user information through deceptive means. This option accurately describes the primary objective of phishing attacks within the realm of cybersecurity. Phishing attacks aim to trick individuals into revealing sensitive information, such as login credentials, financial details, or personal information, by impersonating legitimate entities or using deceptive tactics, such as fake websites, emails, or messages. Option A, unauthorized physical access to facilities, is incorrect. Phishing does not primarily aim to achieve unauthorized physical access to facilities. Instead, phishing attacks typically occur in digital environments, such as email or websites, and are designed to trick individuals into revealing sensitive information or credentials. Option B, network traffic patterns, is incorrect. Phishing attacks are not primarily focused on network traffic patterns. While some phishing attacks may involve tactics like link manipulation or redirection to malicious websites, the primary objective is to deceive individuals into divulging sensitive information rather than manipulating network traffic patterns. Option C, technical vulnerabilities in software, is incorrect. Phishing attacks do not primarily target technical vulnerabilities in software. Unlike other types of cyber attacks such as exploits or malware, phishing relies on social engineering tactics to manipulate human behavior rather than exploiting technical weaknesses in software systems. Next question. Among the options provided, which security tool is most effective for identifying malicious behavior on a device like your personal computer? Option A, firewall. Option B, NIDS. Option C, DLP. Option D, HIDS. The correct answer is Option D, HIDS. A host-based intrusion detection system, HIDS, is specifically designed to monitor and analyze activity on individual devices or hosts, such as personal computers. HIDS solutions run directly on the host system and analyze logs, files, and system events to detect suspicious or malicious behavior. By monitoring system-level activity, including file changes, process execution, and user activity, HIDS can effectively identify unauthorized access, malware infections, or other forms of malicious behavior on a device like your personal computer. Option A, firewall, is incorrect. Firewalls are network security devices that monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. While firewalls can help prevent unauthorized access to a network or device, they are not primarily designed to identify malicious behavior on a device like a personal computer. Firewalls focus on network-level traffic filtering rather than monitoring the activities or behavior of individual devices. Option B, NIDS, is incorrect. NIDS monitors network traffic for suspicious patterns or known attack signatures to detect and alert about potential threats. However, NIDS operates at the network level and is designed to detect malicious activity across a network rather than on individual devices like personal computers. NIDS may complement HIDS by providing network-level threat detection, but it is not the most effective tool for identifying malicious behavior, specifically on a device. Option C, DLP, is incorrect. DLP solutions focus on preventing the unauthorized transmission or leakage of sensitive data from an organization's network. While DLP can help protect against data breaches and data exfiltration, it is not primarily designed to identify malicious behavior on individual devices like personal computers. DLP solutions typically operate at the network or endpoint level to monitor and control data flows rather than analyzing the behavior of individual devices. Next question. What is the term used to describe the software or firmware responsible for generating and overseeing virtual machines within a virtualized environment? Option A, load balancer. Option B, virtual switch. Option C, hypervisor. Option D, router. The correct answer is Option C, hypervisor. A hypervisor, also known as a virtual machine monitor, VMM, is software or firmware that creates and manages virtual machines on physical hardware. The hypervisor abstracts physical hardware resources, such as CPU, memory, and storage, and allocates them to virtual machines, allowing multiple virtualized operating systems to run concurrently on a single physical host. Hypervisors come in two primary types. Type 1, bare metal hypervisors, which run directly on physical hardware without the need for an underlying operating system, and Type 2, hosted hypervisors, which run on top of a conventional operating system. Hypervisors are fundamental to virtualization technology and serve as the foundation for building and managing virtualized environments. Option A, load balancer, is incorrect. A load balancer is a network device or software application that distributes incoming network traffic across multiple servers or resources to ensure efficient utilization, maximize throughput, and minimize response time. While load balancers play a crucial role in optimizing resource allocation and improving system performance, they are not responsible for generating or overseeing virtual machines within a virtualized environment. Option B, Virtual switch is incorrect. A virtual switch is a software-based networking device that operates within a virtualized environment to facilitate communication between virtual machines and external networks. Virtual switches function similarly to physical network switches, but operate at the virtualization layer, allowing VMs to communicate with each other and with external networks. However, virtual switches are not responsible for generating or overseeing virtual machines within the virtualized environment. Option D, router, is incorrect. A router is a networking device that forwards data packets between computer networks, typically using routing protocols to determine the best path for packet transmission. Routers operate at the network layer of the OSI model and play a critical role in interconnecting networks and facilitating communication between devices across different network segments. However, routers are not responsible for generating or overseeing virtual machines within a virtualized environment. Next question. Which cloud computing service model enables users to procure virtualized hardware resources like servers and storage through online rental? Option A, infrastructure as a service. Option B, platform as a service. Option C, function as a service. Option D, software as a service. The correct answer is Option A, infrastructure as a service. IaaS, infrastructure as a service, provides virtualized computing resources over the Internet. Users can rent servers, storage, networking, and other fundamental computing resources. They have control over the operating systems, applications, and development frameworks. Examples include Amazon Web Services EC2, Microsoft Azure Virtual Machines, and Google Compute Engine. This option fits the description in the question as it allows users to procure virtualized hardware resources through online rental. Option B, platform as a service, PaaS, is incorrect. PaaS provides a platform that includes infrastructure, runtime environments, development tools, and middleware to facilitate the building, testing, deploying, and managing of applications. While PaaS abstracts much of the underlying infrastructure complexity, it does not primarily focus on renting virtualized hardware resources like servers and storage. Instead, PaaS enables developers to focus on application development without worrying about managing the underlying infrastructure. Option C, function as a service, is incorrect. FOS, also known as serverless computing, allows developers to deploy individual functions or pieces of code to run in response to specific events or triggers. While FOS abstracts infrastructure management to a significant extent, it is not primarily focused on renting virtualized hardware resources like servers and storage. Instead, FOS enables developers to focus on writing and deploying functions without managing server infrastructure. Option D, software as a service, SaaS, is incorrect. SaaS delivers software applications over the Internet on a subscription basis, eliminating the need for users to install, maintain, or manage the applications locally. While SaaS abstracts infrastructure and platform layers from users, it does not provide users with direct access to virtualized hardware resources like servers and storage. Instead, SaaS users consume fully functional software applications, hosted and managed by the cloud provider. Next question. Which of the following scenarios illustrates a social engineering attack? Option A, an attacker guessing a weak password to gain unauthorized access. Option B, an attacker exploiting a software vulnerability to install a backdoor. Option C, an attacker using a botnet to launch a DDoS attack. Option D, an attacker sending a seemingly legitimate email to trick a user into revealing their login credentials. The correct answer is Option D, an attacker sending a seemingly legitimate email to trick a user into revealing their login credentials. This type of attack relies on exploiting human psychology and trust to obtain sensitive information. This scenario exemplifies social engineering. It involves psychological manipulation to deceive a user into divulging their login credentials by posing as a trustworthy entity. This type of attack is commonly referred to as phishing. Option A is incorrect. This scenario does not represent a social engineering attack. Instead, it describes a brute force or password guessing attack where the attacker attempts to gain unauthorized access by systematically trying different combinations of passwords. While password guessing attacks can be a form of unauthorized access, they do not involve manipulation or deception of individuals, which is characteristic of social engineering attacks. Option B is incorrect. This scenario describes a software exploit rather than a social engineering attack. Exploiting software vulnerabilities to install backdoors or malware involves technical manipulation of software weaknesses rather than manipulation of human psychology or behavior, which is characteristic of social engineering attacks. Option C is incorrect. This scenario describes a distributed denial of service attack, which is a form of cyber attack that aims to overwhelm a target system or network with a flood of traffic. While DDoS attacks can involve the use of botnets to coordinate and amplify the attack traffic, they are not social engineering attacks. DDoS attacks focus on disrupting or denying access to a target service rather than manipulating individuals to disclose sensitive information. Next question. Choose true or false. The primary purpose of a rootkit, a subtype of malware, is to obscure its presence and operations from both the user and the security software running on the system. Option A, false. Option B, true. The correct answer is Option B, true. A rootkit is a malicious software program or collection of software tools designed to gain unauthorized access and control over a computer system or network while remaining undetected by users and security software. Rootkits are among the most insidious and dangerous forms of malware because they operate stealthily, allowing attackers to maintain persistent access to compromised systems and carry out malicious activities without detection. Next question. Which social engineering method leveraged the promise of something valuable, such as a freebie or a contest entry, to manipulate people into providing confidential information or system access? Option A, persuasion. Option B, baiting. Option C, pretexting. Option D, elicitation. The correct answer is Option B, baiting. Baiting is the social engineering method that leverages the promise of something valuable, such as a freebie or a contest entry, to manipulate people into providing confidential information or system access. Baiting involves the promise of something desirable, like a freebie, a contest entry, or a download, to lure individuals into providing confidential information or granting system access. For instance, baiting might involve offering a free USB drive containing malware in the hopes that someone will plug it into their computer, unknowingly infecting their system. The promise of something valuable acts as the bait to manipulate individuals into taking the desired action. Option A, persuasion, is incorrect. Persuasion involves convincing individuals to perform certain actions or disclose information through reasoning, flattery, or manipulation of emotions. While persuasion is a common tactic used in social engineering attacks, it does not specifically leverage the promise of something valuable, such as a freebie or a contest entry, to manipulate people into providing confidential information or system access. Option C, pretexting, is incorrect. Pretexting involves creating a fabricated scenario or pretext to trick individuals into disclosing sensitive information or performing actions they would not typically do. While pretexting may involve creating false offers or incentives to manipulate individuals, it does not specifically focus on leveraging the promise of something valuable, as in the case of baiting. Option D, elicitation, is incorrect. Elicitation involves extracting information from individuals through strategic questioning or conversation. While elicitation may be used as part of a social engineering attack to gather information, it does not specifically rely on offering something valuable to manipulate individuals into providing confidential information or system access. Next question. To ensure we comply with data privacy regulations, which law grants individuals the right to access the healthcare information we hold about them? Option A, ECPA, Electronics Communication Privacy Act. Option B, PCI DSS, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. Option C, HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Option D, GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation. The correct answer is Option C, HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, is a United States federal law that includes provisions to protect the privacy and security of individuals' healthcare information. HIPAA grants individuals the right to access their protected health information, PHI, held by covered entities such as healthcare providers, health plans, and healthcare clearinghouses. Under HIPAA, individuals have the right to request access to their medical records and other health information maintained by covered entities, subject to certain limitations and requirements outlined in the law. Option A, ECPA, Electronics Communication Privacy Act, is incorrect. The Electronic Communications Privacy Act, ECPA, is a United States federal law that regulates the interception of electronic communications and the protection of privacy rights in electronic communications. However, ECPA primarily focuses on protecting the privacy of electronic communications, such as email, wiretapping, and stored electronic communications, rather than granting individuals access to their healthcare information. Option B, PCI DSS, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, is incorrect. The Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS, is a set of security standards designed to ensure that companies that process, store, or transmit credit card information maintain a secure environment. PCI DSS does not grant individuals the right to access their healthcare information. Its focus is on securing payment card data. Option D, GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, is incorrect. The General Data Protection Regulation is a European Union regulation that governs data protection and privacy for individuals within the EU and the European Economic Area. While GDPR grants individuals various rights related to the protection of their personal data, including the right of access to their personal data, it does not specifically address access to healthcare information. GDPR focuses on broader data protection principles and applies to a wide range of personal data processing activities across various sectors, not just healthcare. Next question. What is the primary objective of implementing a badge system in a cybersecurity environment? Option A, to monitor employee attendance. Option B, to track inventory levels. Option C, to enforce dress code regulations. Option D, to prevent unauthorized access to secure areas. The correct answer is Option D, to prevent unauthorized access to secure areas. The primary objective of implementing a badge system in a cybersecurity environment is to control and restrict access to secure areas, such as server rooms, data centers, or other sensitive locations, to authorized personnel only. Badge systems typically utilize credentials encoded in badges to grant access privileges based on roles and permissions, thereby preventing unauthorized individuals from entering secure areas and enhancing overall security measures. Option A, to monitor employee attendance, is incorrect. While badge systems can be used to track when employees enter or leave a building, their primary purpose in a cybersecurity environment is typically not to monitor attendance. Rather, badge systems are more commonly used for access control and security purposes. Option B, to track inventory levels, is incorrect. Tracking inventory levels is typically unrelated to cybersecurity environments. Badge systems are more commonly used to control access to physical areas within a facility rather than to track inventory. Option C, to enforce dress code regulations, is incorrect. Badge systems are not typically used to enforce dress code regulations in cybersecurity environments. They are primarily used for access control and security purposes rather than enforcing dress code policies. Next question. What are the fundamental principles of CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design? Option A, surveillance, access control, territoriality, and maintenance. Option B, access control, territoriality, lighting, and maintenance. Option C, surveillance, access control, lighting, and maintenance. Option D, surveillance, territoriality, lighting, and maintenance. The correct answer is Option A, surveillance, access control, territoriality, and maintenance. Surveillance principle involves designing spaces to maximize visibility and observation, thereby making it easier for people to see and monitor their surroundings. Access control principle focuses on regulating and controlling entry to spaces to prevent unauthorized individuals from gaining access. Territoriality refers to the creation of clearly defined spaces and boundaries that promote a sense of ownership and responsibility among residents or users. Maintenance involves ensuring that the physical environment is well maintained and kept in good condition. Option B, access control, territoriality, lighting, and maintenance, is incorrect. While access control, territoriality, lighting, and maintenance are important elements of CPTED, surveillance is also a crucial principle that focuses on maximizing visibility and natural surveillance to deter criminal activity. Option C, surveillance, access control, lighting, and maintenance, is incorrect. While surveillance, access control, lighting, and maintenance are all important aspects of CPTED, territoriality is another fundamental principle that emphasizes creating a sense of ownership and responsibility for spaces to deter crime. Option D, surveillance, territoriality, lighting, and maintenance, is incorrect. While surveillance, territoriality, lighting, and maintenance are all key principles of CPTED, access control is another fundamental aspect that involves managing and controlling access to spaces to regulate movement and prevent unauthorized entry. Next question. What characterizes a serverless cloud, and what are a few advantages associated with its utilization? Option A, serverless clouds require extensive IT resources to maintain. Option B, serverless clouds are only suitable for small applications. Option C, a serverless cloud is a cloud computing model where the cloud provider manages the infrastructure and automatically allocates resources to the application. Option D, benefits of using a serverless cloud include reduced costs and increased scalability. The correct answer is Option C, a serverless cloud is a cloud computing model where the cloud provider manages the infrastructure and automatically allocates resources to the application. In a serverless cloud computing model, users do not need to provision or manage servers explicitly. Instead, the cloud provider dynamically allocates computing resources based on demand, automatically scaling up or down to handle application workloads. Users only pay for the resources consumed by their applications, typically on a per-execution or per-use basis. This approach allows developers to focus on writing code without worrying about infrastructure management, leading to increased development productivity and reduced operational overhead. Option A is incorrect. Serverless clouds, by definition, shift the responsibility of managing infrastructure from the user to the cloud provider. Therefore, users do not need extensive IT resources to maintain serverless environments. Option B is incorrect. Serverless computing can be used for applications of various sizes, from small-scale to large-scale deployments. The suitability of a serverless approach depends on factors such as application architecture, workload characteristics, and business requirements, rather than solely on the size of the application. Option D is incorrect. Serverless computing often offers cost advantages because users only pay for the resources consumed by their applications rather than paying for idle server capacity. Additionally, serverless architectures can provide scalability benefits by automatically scaling resources in response to changes in workload demand. However, while these benefits are common in serverless environments, they are not the only advantages associated with serverless computing. Other benefits may include faster time to market, simplified deployment and operations, and improved resource utilization. Next question. What purpose does employee training serve in the execution of a data handling policy? Option A, to ensure that all employees have access to all data. Option B, to prevent employees from accessing data. Option C, to ensure that all employees understand the guidelines for data handling. Option D, to delegate responsibility for data handling to a third-party provider. The correct answer is Option C, to ensure that all employees understand the guidelines for data handling. Employee training plays a crucial role in ensuring that all staff members understand the organization's data handling policies, procedures, and best practices. By providing training, employees learn how to handle data securely, follow data protection guidelines, recognize potential risks, and respond appropriately to data breaches or incidents. This knowledge helps to mitigate the risk of data breaches, compliance violations, and other security incidents that could harm the organization's reputation and financial well-being. Therefore, ensuring that all employees understand the guidelines for data handling is a key purpose of employee training in the execution of a data handling policy. Option A is incorrect. The goal of employee training regarding data handling is not to ensure that all employees have access to all data. In fact, access to data should be carefully controlled and restricted based on job roles, responsibilities, and the principle of least privilege to minimize the risk of unauthorized access and data breaches. Option B is incorrect. Employee training is not aimed at preventing employees from accessing data altogether. Instead, it focuses on educating employees about proper data handling practices, including access control mechanisms, data security protocols, and compliance requirements to ensure that they handle data responsibly and securely. Option D is incorrect. Employee training is not about delegating responsibility for data handling to third-party providers. While organizations may engage third-party providers for certain data handling tasks or services, it is still essential for employees to understand their responsibilities and obligations regarding data handling to ensure compliance, security, and accountability. Employee training helps foster a culture of data protection and privacy within the organization, regardless of whether certain tasks are outsourced to third parties. Next question. What is a firewall? Option A, a device used to encrypt and decrypt network traffic. Option B, a network security device that monitors and filters incoming and outgoing traffic based on a set of rules. Option C, a device used to filter spam emails. Option D, a tool used to detect and prevent intrusions on a network. The correct answer is Option B, a network security device that monitors and filters incoming and outgoing traffic based on a set of rules. A firewall acts as a barrier between a trusted internal network and untrusted external networks, such as the Internet. It examines packets of data passing through it, comparing them against a set of predefined rules to determine whether to allow or block the traffic. Firewalls can enforce rules based on factors such as source and destination IP addresses, port numbers, protocols, and application types. By filtering traffic in this manner, firewalls help protect networks from unauthorized access, malware, and other security threats. Option A is incorrect. While encryption and decryption are important functions in network security, a firewall's primary purpose is not to perform these tasks. Instead, a firewall is designed to monitor and control the flow of network traffic based on predefined rules, allowing or blocking traffic based on security policies. Option C is incorrect. While email filtering devices or software can help combat spam emails, they are not typically referred to as firewalls. Firewalls primarily focus on network traffic filtering and do not directly address email filtering. Option D is incorrect. While intrusion detection and prevention systems are designed to detect and prevent unauthorized access and malicious activities on a network, they are not synonymous with firewalls. Firewalls primarily focus on filtering and controlling network traffic based on predetermined rules, whereas intrusion prevention systems monitor network and system activities for signs of intrusion or malicious behavior and take action accordingly. Next question. Can you explain the significance of security awareness training? Option A, to evaluate employees' job performance. Option B, to teach employees how to use new software. Option C, to educate employees about security risks. Option D, none of the above. The correct answer is Option C, to educate employees about security risks. The significance of security awareness training lies in its ability to educate employees about security risks, thereby empowering them to recognize and mitigate potential threats to the organization's security. Security awareness training is designed to educate employees about various security risks, threats, and best practices to help them recognize and mitigate potential security threats. By raising awareness about cybersecurity issues, employees can better understand their role in safeguarding sensitive information and protecting the organization from cyber attacks. Option A, to evaluate employees' job performance, is incorrect. Security awareness training is not primarily conducted to evaluate employees' job performance. Instead, its focus is on educating employees about security best practices, policies, and procedures to enhance their awareness of potential security risks and threats. Option B, to teach employees how to use new software, is incorrect. While training programs may include instructions on how to use new software, the primary purpose of security awareness training is not to teach employees about specific software applications. Instead, it aims to raise employees' awareness of cybersecurity issues, such as phishing attacks, social engineering tactics, data breaches, and the importance of protecting sensitive information. Next question. Which option below represents a security control implemented to mitigate phishing attacks? Option A, Intrusion Detection System. Option B, Two-Factor Authentication. Option C, Physical Security Controls. Option D, Firewall. The correct answer is Option B, Two-Factor Authentication. Two-factor authentication is a security control that adds an extra layer of protection to user accounts by requiring users to provide two different authentication factors to verify their identity. Typically, this involves something the user knows and something the user has. By requiring attackers to have both the victim's password and access to a second factor, two-factor authentication significantly reduces the risk of successful phishing attacks, even if the attacker manages to steal the victim's password. Option A, Intrusion Detection System (IDS), is incorrect. An intrusion detection system is a security tool designed to monitor network or system activities for malicious activities or policy violations. While IDS can help detect various types of attacks, including phishing attempts that involve network traffic, it does not directly mitigate phishing attacks. Option C, Physical Security Controls, is incorrect. Physical security controls, such as locks, access badges, and surveillance cameras, are designed to protect physical assets and premises from unauthorized access, theft, or damage. While physical security measures are important for overall security, they do not directly mitigate phishing attacks, which primarily target information systems and online accounts. Option D, Firewall, is incorrect. A firewall is a network security device that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. While firewalls can help block access to malicious websites or phishing URLs, they are not specifically designed to mitigate phishing attacks. Phishing attacks often involve social engineering tactics that trick users into disclosing sensitive information rather than exploiting vulnerabilities in network infrastructure, which is the primary focus of firewalls. Next question. What action does the ISC Square Code of Ethics prescribe for a security professional when encountering a conflict of interest between their employer's interests and the greater good of society? Option A, prioritize the employer's interests. Option B, seek legal advice. Option C, prioritize the interests of society. Option D, resign from the position. The correct answer is Option C, prioritize the interests of society. According to the ISC Square Code of Ethics, security professionals should prioritize the interests of society over those of their employer when faced with a conflict of interest. This principle reflects the ethical responsibility of security professionals to contribute to the well-being and safety of the broader community, even if it means taking actions that may not align with the immediate interests of their employer. Option A, prioritize the employer's interests, is incorrect. The ISC Square Code of Ethics encourages security professionals to prioritize the greater good of society over the interests of their employer when a conflict arises. Prioritizing the employer's interests in such situations may compromise ethical principles and undermine the integrity of the profession. Option B, seek legal advice, is incorrect. While seeking legal advice may be necessary in some situations, it does not directly address the ethical conflict described in the question. The ISC Square Code of Ethics emphasizes ethical behavior and professional responsibility, and seeking legal advice may not necessarily resolve conflicts of interest between the employer's interests and the greater good of society. Option D, resign from the position, is incorrect. While resigning from the position may be a drastic option, in extreme cases, where ethical conflicts cannot be resolved, it is not the primary course of action prescribed by the ISC Square Code of Ethics. Instead, the code encourages security professionals to prioritize the interests of society and uphold ethical principles while working within their organizations to address conflicts of interest and promote ethical behavior. Next question. Why is it essential to perform regular risk assessments in the context of disaster recovery? Option A, to identify potential vulnerabilities in the IT infrastructure. Option B, to define the recovery time objectives for critical functions. Option C, to assess the financial impact of cyber incidents. Option D, to eliminate the need for a disaster recovery plan. The correct answer is Option A, to identify potential vulnerabilities in the IT infrastructure. Regular risk assessments are essential in the context of disaster recovery because they help organizations identify potential vulnerabilities in their IT infrastructure, allowing them to take proactive measures to mitigate risks and enhance their overall resilience to disasters and cyber incidents. Regular risk assessments are crucial for identifying vulnerabilities and weaknesses in the IT infrastructure that could pose risks to the organization's operations and data. By conducting risk assessments regularly, organizations can proactively identify and prioritize vulnerabilities, allowing them to take appropriate measures to mitigate risks and enhance the resilience of their systems. Option B is incorrect. While defining recovery time objectives is an important aspect of disaster recovery planning, it is not the primary purpose of performing regular risk assessments. RTOs specify the maximum acceptable downtime for critical functions or systems after a disaster occurs and help organizations prioritize recovery efforts. Risk assessments, on the other hand, focus on identifying potential vulnerabilities and evaluating the overall risk landscape to inform disaster recovery strategies and priorities. Option C is incorrect. Assessing the financial impact of cyber incidents is an important consideration in disaster recovery planning, but it is not the primary purpose of performing regular risk assessments. While risk assessments may provide insights into potential financial impacts by identifying vulnerabilities and assessing the likelihood and potential consequences of cyber incidents, their primary goal is to identify and prioritize risks to the IT infrastructure and overall business operations. Option D is incorrect. Performing regular risk assessments does not eliminate the need for a disaster recovery plan, rather, it informs and strengthens the planning process. Risk assessments help organizations identify and prioritize risks, which in turn informs the development and refinement of effective disaster recovery plans. A comprehensive disaster recovery plan includes risk assessments as a foundational component to ensure that potential vulnerabilities and threats are addressed proactively. Next question. Choose true or false. A honeypot represents a deceptive setup intended to identify, deflect, or counteract unauthorized usage of information systems. Option A, false. Option B, true. The correct answer is Option B, true. A honeypot is indeed a deceptive setup designed to identify, deflect, or counteract unauthorized usage of information systems. A honeypot is intentionally designed to appear as a valuable target to attackers, enticing them to interact with it. It mimics legitimate systems or services to attract malicious activity. By monitoring interactions with the honeypot, security professionals can gather valuable information about attackers' tactics, techniques, and procedures. This information can be used to enhance overall security measures and protect the actual systems and data. Honeypots can also serve to divert attackers' attention away from critical systems or to slow down their progress by presenting them with a less valuable target. Additionally, some honeypots are designed to disrupt or hinder attackers' activities, such as by providing fake or limited access to resources. Next question. What is the primary constraint associated with using magnetic stripe cards for access control purposes? Option A, they provide high security. Option B, they use advanced encryption. Option C, they are resistant to physical wear. Option D, they can be easily copied. The correct answer is Option D, they can be easily copied. The primary constraint associated with using magnetic stripe cards for access control purposes is their susceptibility to being easily copied, which poses a significant security risk for access control systems. One of the primary constraints associated with using magnetic stripe cards for access control is their susceptibility to cloning or copying. Magnetic stripe cards store data in a static, unencrypted format, making it relatively easy for unauthorized individuals to clone or counterfeit them. This poses a significant security risk as cloned cards can be used to gain unauthorized access to secured areas or sensitive information. Option A, they provide high security, is incorrect. Magnetic stripe cards do not provide high security compared to other access control methods like smart cards or biometric authentication. Magnetic stripe cards store data in a static format, making them vulnerable to unauthorized duplication and cloning. Option B, they use advanced encryption, is incorrect. Magnetic stripe cards do not use advanced encryption. The data stored on magnetic stripes is typically encoded in a simple, unencrypted format, making it susceptible to interception and copying. Option C, they are resistant to physical wear, is incorrect. While magnetic stripe cards are relatively durable, they are not immune to physical wear and tear. Over time, the magnetic stripes on cards can degrade or become damaged, leading to read errors and potential access issues. Next question. What are the various origins from which classifications are derived? Option A, consumer feedback. Option B, employee preferences. Option C, the organization's financial performance. Option D, laws, regulations, contract-specified standards, or other business expectations. The correct answer is Option D, laws, regulations, contract-specified standards, or other business expectations. Classifications are frequently derived from laws, regulations, contractual obligations, industry standards, or other business expectations. These sources provide guidelines and requirements that organizations must adhere to in their operations, products, or services. Compliance with legal and regulatory frameworks often necessitates specific classifications to ensure alignment with legal and industry standards. Option A, consumer feedback, is incorrect. Consumer feedback is not typically a direct origin for classifications in the context presented. While consumer feedback may influence certain business decisions, such as product improvements or marketing strategies, it is not a primary source for determining classifications related to data, security, or compliance. Option B, employee preferences, is incorrect. Employee preferences also do not serve as a primary origin for classifications. While employee input may be valuable in some decision-making processes within an organization, such as selecting software or office amenities, it is not typically the basis for determining data classifications or compliance standards. Option C, the organization's financial performance, is incorrect. The organization's financial performance may impact strategic decisions and resource allocation, but it is not directly related to the origins of classifications. Financial performance metrics are not typically used as sources for determining data classifications or compliance standards. Next question. Which disaster recovery solution entails the establishment of a fully functional off-site data center that replicates the primary site, permitting rapid transition in the event of a disaster? Option A, hot site. Option B, cold site. Option C, warm site. Option D, mirror site. The correct answer is Option A, hot site. A hot site is a disaster recovery solution where an organization maintains a fully operational and equipped off-site data center that replicates the primary site's infrastructure, applications, and data in real time or near real time. In the event of a disaster, the hot site allows for rapid transition and continuity of operations with minimal downtime, as all critical systems and data are readily available and accessible. Option B, cold site, is incorrect. A cold site is a disaster recovery solution where an organization maintains an off-site facility that provides space, power, and basic telecommunications infrastructure, but lacks the necessary equipment, applications, and data. In the event of a disaster, the organization must install and configure the required hardware and software manually, resulting in a longer recovery time compared to hot sites. Option C, warm site, is incorrect. A warm site is a disaster recovery solution that falls between hot and cold sites. It is a partially equipped off-site facility that may have some pre-configured systems, infrastructure, and data backups, but requires additional setup and configuration to become fully operational. Warm sites typically have a shorter recovery time compared to cold sites, but longer than hot sites. Option D, mirror site, is incorrect. A mirror site refers to an exact replica of the primary site, typically used for load balancing or redundancy purposes rather than disaster recovery. While a mirror site may contain duplicate data and services, it may not be actively maintained or equipped for rapid disaster recovery. Next question. When dealing with a large-scale network featuring multiple routers, which routing protocol would you select to enable centralized management of routing configurations across all routers? Option A, SNMP. Option B, Dynamic DNS. Option C, NetFlow. Option D, BGP. The correct answer is Option A, SNMP. SNMP is a protocol used for network management and monitoring. It allows centralized management of routing configurations across multiple routers by providing network administrators with the capability to monitor and modify device configurations remotely. SNMP enables the collection of routing information and the adjustment of routing parameters on routers, making it suitable for centralized management in large-scale networks. Option B, Dynamic DNS, Domain Name System, is incorrect. Dynamic DNS is a method used to automatically update the DNS records of a domain name in real time when the IP address associated with the domain changes. While DNS plays a crucial role in mapping domain names to IP addresses, it is not a routing protocol and does not enable centralized management of routing configurations across routers. Option C, NetFlow, is incorrect. NetFlow is a network protocol used for collecting and analyzing network traffic data, particularly for traffic monitoring, analysis, and troubleshooting purposes. While NetFlow can provide insights into network traffic patterns, it does not inherently manage routing configurations across routers. NetFlow primarily focuses on traffic analysis rather than routing protocol management. Option D, BGP, Border Gateway Protocol, is incorrect. BGP is an interdomain routing protocol used for routing between different autonomous systems on the Internet. While BGP is widely used for interdomain routing, it is not typically used for centralized management of routing configurations within a single large-scale network. BGP focuses on policy-based routing decisions between autonomous systems rather than managing routing configurations across routers within the same network. Next question. What are some reasons why numerous businesses overlook disaster recovery and business continuity planning? Option A, lack of awareness about potential disasters. Option B, strong confidence in avoiding all disasters. Option C, belief that disaster recovery is too expensive. Option D, inability to identify critical assets. The correct answer is Option C, belief that disaster recovery is too expensive. One common reason why many businesses overlook disaster recovery and business continuity planning is the misconception that it is too costly to implement. Some organizations may perceive the upfront costs of disaster recovery solutions and planning efforts as prohibitive, leading them to deprioritize or neglect investing in these essential measures to safeguard their operations. Option A, lack of awareness about potential disasters, is incorrect. While lack of awareness can be a factor, it's less common for businesses to completely overlook disaster recovery and business continuity planning solely due to lack of awareness. Most businesses are aware of potential disasters, but they may underestimate the severity or likelihood of such events. Option B, strong confidence in avoiding all disasters, is incorrect. While some businesses may have confidence in their ability to avoid disasters, it's unlikely to be the primary reason for overlooking disaster recovery planning. Most organizations recognize that disasters, whether natural or man-made, are unpredictable and cannot always be avoided entirely. Option D, inability to identify critical assets, is incorrect. While identifying critical assets is essential for effective disaster recovery planning, it's less likely to be a primary reason for overlooking disaster recovery. Many businesses understand the importance of identifying critical assets, but may still fail to prioritize disaster recovery planning due to other factors such as cost concerns or competing priorities. Next question. What type of wireless technology utilizes light waves, including visible light, infrared, and ultraviolet, to transfer data? Option A, Wi-Fi. Option B, Li-Fi. Option C, Bluetooth. Option D, Zigbee. The correct answer is Option B, Li-Fi. Li-Fi, or light fidelity, is the wireless technology that utilizes light waves, including visible light, infrared, and ultraviolet, to transfer data. It uses light-emitting diodes, LEDs, to transmit data through modulating light signals. Li-Fi offers high-speed data transmission and has advantages such as immunity to radio interference and higher security due to the inability of light to penetrate through walls, making it suitable for specific applications like secure indoor communications and environments where radio frequencies are restricted, such as hospitals or aircraft. Option A, Wi-Fi, is incorrect. While Wi-Fi is a widely used wireless technology for transferring data using radio waves, it does not utilize light waves for data transmission. Wi-Fi operates in the radio frequency RF range, typically 2.4 GHz or 5 GHz bands. Option C, Bluetooth, is incorrect. Bluetooth is another wireless technology commonly used for short-range communication between devices. Like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth uses radio waves for data transmission, typically in the 2.4 GHz frequency band. It does not use light waves. Option D, Zigbee, is incorrect. ZigBee is a low-power wireless communication protocol often used for short-range communication in applications like home automation, sensor networks, and industrial control. Similar to Bluetooth, ZigBee operates in the 2.4 GHz frequency band and does not utilize light waves for data transmission. Next question. What is the primary goal of performing degaussing? Option A, reducing noisy data on a disk. Option B, to enhance the reception of a radio antenna. Option C, retaining the data on a disk. Option D, erasing the data on a disk. The correct answer is Option D, erasing the data on a disk. Degaussing is primarily used to erase data from magnetic storage media such as hard drives, tapes, or floppy disks. It achieves this by demagnetizing the storage medium, effectively scrambling or removing the magnetic fields that represent the stored data. This process renders the data irretrievable and ensures that sensitive information cannot be recovered, even by sophisticated methods. Therefore, the primary objective of degaussing is to erase the data on a disk securely. Option A, reducing noisy data on a disk, is incorrect. While degaussing can potentially affect data stored on a magnetic medium, its primary purpose is not to reduce noisy data. Noise reduction typically refers to techniques used in signal processing to improve signal-to-noise ratio, which is not the primary goal of degaussing. Option B, to enhance the reception of a radio antenna, is incorrect. Degaussing does not enhance the reception of a radio antenna. Degaussing primarily deals with magnetic storage media, not radio antennas. Antenna performance enhancement usually involves optimizing antenna design, positioning, or using signal amplifiers, not degaussing. Option C, retaining the data on a disk, is incorrect. This option is the opposite of what degaussing does. Degaussing actually erases the data stored on a magnetic disk by exposing it to a strong magnetic field. Therefore, retaining data is not the primary goal of degaussing. Next question. What is the key advantage of IPv6 auto-configuration? Option A, it reduces the need for DHCP servers. Option B, it improves network latency. Option C, it requires less network bandwidth. Option D, it provides better security than manual configuration. The correct answer is Option A, it reduces the need for DHCP servers. IPv6 auto-configuration is a feature that allows devices to automatically configure their IPv6 addresses without manual intervention or the need for DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol servers. With IPv6 auto-configuration, devices can generate their unique IPv6 addresses based on network prefixes and other parameters received from routers or through stateless address auto-configuration, SLAC messages. This reduces the reliance on DHCP servers for address assignment. In traditional IPv4 networks, DHCP servers are commonly used to assign IP addresses dynamically. Option B, it improves network latency, is incorrect. IPv6 auto-configuration does not inherently improve network latency. Network latency is influenced by factors such as network topology, distance, congestion, and hardware performance. While IPv6 may offer some improvements over IPv4 in terms of routing efficiency and header processing, these benefits are not directly tied to auto-configuration. Option C, it requires less network bandwidth, is incorrect. IPv6 auto-configuration itself does not directly affect the amount of network bandwidth required. Bandwidth consumption depends on factors such as the volume of data being transmitted, network protocols used, and network congestion. While IPv6 has more efficient header structures compared to IPv4, which may slightly reduce overhead, this is not specifically related to auto-configuration. Option D. It provides better security than manual configuration is incorrect. IPv6 auto-configuration does not inherently provide better security than manual configuration. Security in IPv6 networks relies on various mechanisms such as IPsec, firewalls, intrusion detection systems, and proper network design. While auto-configuration can simplify network management, it does not directly address security concerns. Next question. Which type of network security attack focuses on compromising DNS servers? Option A, DDoS attack. Option B, DNS poisoning. Option C, SQL injection. Option D, man-in-the-middle attack. The correct answer is Option B, DNS poisoning. It is also known as DNS spoofing or DNS cache poisoning, is a type of network security attack that aims to corrupt the DNS data stored in the cache of a DNS resolver. Attackers achieve this by providing false information to the DNS resolver, redirecting legitimate traffic to malicious websites, or hijacking communication between users and legitimate servers. DNS poisoning can lead to various security threats, including phishing attacks, malware distribution, and data theft. Option A, DDoS attack, is incorrect. A distributed denial of service (DDoS) attack floods a network or server with an overwhelming amount of traffic, causing it to become unavailable to legitimate users. While DNS servers can be targeted in DDoS attacks to disrupt services, the primary focus of a DDoS attack is not specifically on compromising DNS servers. Option C, SQL injection, is incorrect. SQL injection is a type of attack that targets databases by inserting malicious SQL code into input fields on web pages or applications. It is not directly related to compromising DNS servers, as it primarily targets the database layer of web applications. Option D, man-in-the-middle attack, is incorrect. A man-in-the-middle attack occurs when an attacker intercepts communication between two parties without their knowledge. While DNS servers can be targeted in MITM attacks to redirect traffic to malicious servers, the primary focus of a MITM attack is not specifically on compromising DNS servers themselves. Next question. What method should Bob, the network administrator, employ to segregate network traffic between the accounting and marketing departments on the same physical switch? Option A, VPN, Virtual Private Network. Option B, DMZ, Demilitarized Zone. Option C, VLAN, Virtual Local Area Network. Option D, NAT, Network Address Translation. The correct answer is Option C, VLAN, Virtual Local Area Network. VLAN is a method of logically segmenting a physical network into multiple virtual networks. By assigning ports on the switch to specific VLANs, Bob can segregate network traffic between the accounting and marketing departments effectively. VLANs provide isolation between departments, allowing each department to have its broadcast domain and security policies while using the same physical infrastructure. Option A, VPN, Virtual Private Network, is incorrect. VPNs are used to create secure connections over a public network, typically the Internet, to connect remote users or branch offices to a central network. While VPNs provide secure communication channels, they do not segregate network traffic within a local network. Option B, DMZ, Demilitarized Zone, is incorrect. A DMZ is a network segment that sits between an internal network and an external network, such as the Internet. It is used to host services accessible from both networks, while providing an additional layer of security. However, it does not directly segregate traffic between different departments on the same physical switch. Option D, NAT, Network Address Translation, is incorrect. NAT is a technique used to modify network address information in packet headers while they are in transit across a router. It allows multiple devices within a private network to share a single public IP address for Internet access. While NAT can provide a level of security by hiding internal IP addresses from external networks, it does not segregate network traffic between different departments on the same physical switch. Next question. Which policy outlines the criteria for classifying, labeling, and safeguarding data based on its level of sensitivity? Option A, Privacy Policy. Option B, Password Policy. Option C, Data Handling Policy. Option D, Acceptable Use Policy, AUP. The correct answer is Option C, Data Handling Policy. The Data Handling Policy is the correct option. This policy outlines the criteria and procedures for classifying, labeling, and safeguarding data based on its sensitivity level. It typically includes guidelines for identifying different data classifications, determining appropriate security measures for each classification, specifying data labeling requirements, and defining roles and responsibilities for data protection. Option A, Privacy Policy, is incorrect. A privacy policy typically focuses on how an organization collects, uses, stores, and protects personal information of individuals. While it may include some provisions related to data classification and protection, its primary focus is on personal data and privacy regulations compliance, rather than classifying and safeguarding data based on sensitivity. Option B, Password Policy, is incorrect. A password policy provides guidelines for creating, managing, and securing passwords used to access systems, applications, and data. While password policies are essential for maintaining security, they do not specifically address data classification, labeling, or safeguarding based on sensitivity levels. Option D, Acceptable Use Policy, AUP, is incorrect. An acceptable use policy, AUP, outlines the acceptable and unacceptable uses of an organization's IT resources by its employees or users. While an AUP may include provisions related to data security and confidentiality, it does not specifically address the criteria for classifying, labeling, and safeguarding data based on its sensitivity level. Next question. What does the term breach signify in the context of cybersecurity? Option A, a deliberate security incident. Option B, a previously unknown system vulnerability. Option C, any observable occurrence in a network or system. Option D, an unauthorized access to a system or system resource. The correct answer is Option D, an unauthorized access to a system or system resource. In the context of cybersecurity, a breach refers to unauthorized access to a system, network, or system resource. This could involve an attacker gaining access to sensitive data, compromising user accounts, or infiltrating a network without proper authorization. Option A is incorrect. While breaches can sometimes be the result of deliberate actions, such as hacking or insider threats, not all breaches are necessarily deliberate. Some breaches may occur due to accidental actions or negligence. Option B is incorrect. This definition aligns more closely with the concept of a zero-day vulnerability rather than a breach. A zero-day vulnerability refers to a previously unknown security vulnerability in a software application or system that can be exploited by attackers before the vendor releases a patch or fix. Option C is incorrect. While breaches are indeed observable occurrences in a network or system, this definition is overly broad and does not specifically capture the essence of what a breach entails. Not all observable occurrences in a network or system constitute breaches. Next question. What is the objective of logging and monitoring security events? Option A, to increase network bandwidth and performance. Option B, to identify security vulnerabilities in an organization's systems and networks. Option C, to directly preventing security breaches. Option D, to provide a record of security events for auditing and forensic purposes. The correct answer is Option D, to provide a record of security events for auditing and forensic purposes. Logging and monitoring security events involve capturing and recording various activities and incidents occurring within an organization's systems and networks. These logs serve as valuable records for auditing to ensure compliance with regulations and standards, as well as for forensic investigations to analyze security incidents after they have occurred. Option A is incorrect. Logging and monitoring security events typically involve capturing and recording data related to network activities, system events, and security incidents. While efficient logging practices can help optimize resource usage, the primary goal is not to increase network bandwidth and performance. Option B is incorrect. While logging and monitoring can help detect security incidents and anomalies, their primary objective is not to identify security vulnerabilities. Vulnerability assessment and penetration testing are more suitable for identifying vulnerabilities within systems and networks. Option C is incorrect. While logging and monitoring can help detect security incidents and suspicious activities, their primary purpose is not to directly prevent security breaches. Instead, they provide visibility into potential threats and allow for timely responses to mitigate risks and prevent further damage. Next question. What is an example of a logical access control mechanism among the following choices? Option A, role-based access control. Option B, a security guard. Option C, a security camera. Option D, a biometric authentication system. The correct answer is Option A, role-based access control. RBAC is an example of a logical access control mechanism. It involves granting permissions to users based on their roles within an organization. Users are assigned specific roles, and permissions are associated with these roles. This approach simplifies access management, enhances security, and ensures that users have access only to the resources and information necessary for their roles. Option B, a security guard, is incorrect. A security guard is an example of a physical access control mechanism rather than a logical one. Physical access control involves controlling access to physical spaces, such as buildings, rooms, or data centers, through measures like security guards, locks, and access cards. Option C, a security camera, is incorrect. Similarly, a security camera is a physical security measure used for surveillance and monitoring of physical spaces. It does not directly regulate logical access to computer systems or data. Option D, a biometric authentication system, is incorrect. While biometric authentication systems verify a user's identity based on unique biological characteristics like fingerprints or iris patterns, they are typically part of a broader authentication mechanism rather than a standalone logical access control mechanism. Biometric systems can be used within the context of RBAC or other logical access control frameworks to authenticate users before granting access to resources. Next question. Among the options provided, what type of control is frequently symbolized by dogs, guards, and fences. Option A, administrative. Option B, detective. Option C, recovery. Option D, physical. The correct answer is option D, physical. Dogs, guards, and fences are physical security measures commonly used to control access to premises or protect physical assets. They physically restrict or deter unauthorized access to a location or resource. For example, fences create a physical barrier, guards physically patrol and monitor, and dogs provide a physical deterrent and detection capability. Therefore, the category of control frequently symbolized by dogs, guards, and fences is physical control. Option A, administrative, is incorrect. Administrative controls involve policies, procedures, and guidelines implemented by an organization to manage security risks. While administrative controls may include security policies related to physical security measures, such as access control policies or security awareness training, they are not directly symbolized by dogs, guards, and fences. Option B, detective, is incorrect. Detective controls are security measures designed to detect or identify security incidents or breaches after they have occurred. Examples include intrusion detection systems, IDS, security cameras, and audit logs. While security cameras may be used in conjunction with physical controls, detective controls are not symbolized by dogs, guards, and fences themselves. Option C, recovery, is incorrect. Recovery controls focus on restoring systems, data, and operations to a normal state after a security incident or disaster. Examples include backup and disaster recovery plans. Dogs, guards, and fences are not typically associated with recovery controls as they primarily focus on preventing unauthorized access rather than recovering from security incidents. Next question. What is the meaning of the term LAN? Option A, a network on a building or limited geographical area. Option B, a tool to manage and control network traffic, as well as to protect a network. Option C, a device that connects multiple other devices in a network. Option D, a long-distance connection between geographically distant networks. The correct answer is Option A, a network on a building or limited geographical area. A LAN is a network that spans a relatively small area, such as a building, office, or campus. It typically connects computers, printers, servers, and other devices within the same physical location, allowing them to communicate and share resources efficiently. LANs are characterized by high data transfer rates and low latency, making them suitable for local communication and resource sharing. Option B is incorrect. This definition does not accurately describe what a LAN is. While LANs may include network management and security tools, they are not defined by these functionalities. LANs primarily refer to the physical and logical infrastructure connecting devices within a limited geographical area. Option C is incorrect. This definition is closer to describing a network switch or router, which are devices used to connect multiple devices within a network. However, a LAN encompasses more than just the devices used to connect others. It refers to the entire network infrastructure within a specific geographical area. Option D is incorrect. This definition describes a wide area network, WAN, not a LAN. WANs connect networks across large geographical distances, such as between different cities or countries. LANs, on the other hand, are localized networks covering smaller areas. Next question. Choose true or false. A firewall is a hardware device used for safeguarding a network from unauthorized access. Option A, true. Option B, false. The correct answer is option A, true. A firewall is indeed a hardware device used for safeguarding a network from unauthorized access. Firewalls can also be implemented in software or as a combination of hardware and software, but the statement specifically mentions the hardware aspect of firewalls. Firewalls monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules, helping to prevent unauthorized access to or from private networks. They act as a barrier between a trusted internal network and untrusted external networks, such as the Internet, ensuring that only authorized traffic is allowed to pass through. Therefore, the statement accurately describes the role of firewalls as hardware devices for network security. Next question. What type of fire suppression system is commonly suggested for server rooms? Option A, gas-based. Option B, water-based. Option C, powder-based. Option D, foam-based. The correct answer is option A, gas-based. Gas-based fire suppression systems, such as clean agents like FM200 or inert gases like nitrogen or argon, are commonly suggested for server rooms. These systems release gas agents that displace oxygen, effectively extinguishing fires without causing damage to electronic equipment. Gas-based systems are preferred for server rooms because they provide rapid fire suppression without leaving residues or causing secondary damage to sensitive hardware. Therefore, the type of fire suppression system commonly suggested for server rooms is gas-based. Option B, water-based, is incorrect. Water-based fire suppression systems, such as sprinkler systems or water mist systems, are not typically recommended for server rooms because water can cause significant damage to electronic equipment and may lead to data loss or downtime. Option C, powder-based, is incorrect. Powder-based fire suppression systems, such as dry chemical extinguishers, are effective against certain types of fires, but they can create a mess and may damage sensitive equipment. They are not commonly suggested for server rooms due to these limitations. Option D, foam-based, is incorrect. Foam-based fire suppression systems are effective for certain types of fires, particularly those involving flammable liquids. However, they are not commonly recommended for server rooms because foam can be difficult to clean up and may damage electronic equipment. Next question. Which of the following elements is not considered as part of a password policy? Option A, password length. Option B, password expiration. Option C, password complexity. Option D, password encryption. The correct answer is option D, password encryption. Password encryption is not typically considered as part of a password policy itself. Instead, it is a security measure implemented by systems or applications to protect stored passwords. Encryption techniques are used to transform passwords into an unreadable format to prevent unauthorized access if the password database is compromised. While password encryption is vital for safeguarding stored passwords, it is not typically listed as a requirement in a password policy. Option A, password length, is incorrect. Password length is an essential component of a password policy. It specifies the minimum and maximum number of characters required for passwords, which helps ensure that passwords are sufficiently complex and resistant to brute force attacks. Option B, password expiration, is incorrect. Password expiration is another crucial element of a password policy. It defines the maximum duration for which a password is valid before users are required to change it. Regular password changes help mitigate the risk of unauthorized access due to compromised passwords. Option C, Password complexity is incorrect. Password complexity requirements specify rules for creating passwords that include a combination of different character types, for example, uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. Password complexity helps enhance the strength of passwords and reduces the likelihood of successful password guessing or cracking attacks. Next question. What is the objective of implementing access controls in cybersecurity? Option A, to ensure that only authorized individuals are able to access specific resources, systems, or data. Option B, to improve system performance. Option C, to limit the number of users in a system. Option D, to prevent software attacks. The correct answer is Option A, to ensure that only authorized individuals are able to access specific resources, systems, or data. Access controls are designed to enforce security policies and restrictions, ensuring that only authorized users or entities can access certain resources, systems, or data. By controlling access, organizations can minimize the risk of unauthorized access, data breaches, and other security incidents. Option B, to improve system performance, is incorrect. While access controls indirectly contribute to system performance by managing resource allocation and preventing unauthorized access that could potentially degrade performance, improving system performance is not the primary objective of implementing access controls. Option C, to limit the number of users in a system, is incorrect. Access controls are concerned with controlling what actions users can perform within a system rather than limiting the number of users who can access it. While access controls may include features such as user authentication and authorization, their primary focus is on regulating user access to resources, not limiting the number of users. Option D, to prevent software attacks, is incorrect. While access controls can help mitigate the risk of software attacks by limiting unauthorized access to systems and data, their primary objective is not to prevent software attacks outright. Other cybersecurity measures, such as patch management, intrusion detection systems, and network segmentation, are typically used to prevent and mitigate software attacks. Next question. How do an information asset inventory and an information asset catalog differ from each other? Option A, an inventory is used for risk assessment, while a catalog is used for incident response. Option B, an inventory is a list of all information assets, while a catalog provides detailed information about each asset. Option C, an inventory tracks the physical location of each asset, while a catalog tracks the logical location of each asset. Option D, there is no difference between an inventory and a catalog. The correct answer is Option B, an inventory is a list of all information assets, while a catalog provides detailed information about each asset. An inventory typically comprises a comprehensive list of all information assets within an organization, providing a high-level overview. On the other hand, a catalog contains more detailed information about each individual asset, such as its attributes, classification, ownership, and usage, allowing for more in-depth management and analysis. Option A is incorrect. While both an inventory and a catalog can contribute to risk assessment and incident response activities, their primary purposes are different. An inventory provides a list of assets, which can be used to assess risks associated with those assets, while a catalog provides detailed information to facilitate incident response by aiding in the identification and management of affected assets. Option C is incorrect. Both an inventory and a catalog primarily focus on tracking and managing information assets at a conceptual level rather than their physical or logical locations. While location information may be included in either, it is not their primary distinguishing characteristic. Option D is incorrect. An inventory and a catalog serve different purposes and contain different levels of detail. An inventory provides a list of assets, while a catalog provides detailed information about each individual asset. Next question. Which plan is activated when both the incident response and business continuity plans are unable to address the situation? Option A, Incident Response Plan. Option B, Business Continuity Plan. Option C, none of the above. Option D, Disaster Recovery Plan. The correct answer is Option D, Disaster Recovery Plan. The Disaster Recovery Plan outlines the procedures and processes for recovering IT systems, applications, and data following a disaster or disruptive event. It is activated when both the incident response and business continuity plans are unable to adequately address the situation, focusing specifically on restoring IT operations to minimize downtime and resume business operations as quickly as possible after a disaster. Option A, Incident Response Plan, is incorrect. The Incident Response Plan is activated when an incident occurs, typically involving a security breach or other disruptive event. It focuses on containing and mitigating the incident to minimize its impact on operations. If the situation escalates beyond the capabilities of the Incident Response Plan, it may necessitate the activation of the Disaster Recovery Plan. Option B, Business Continuity Plan, is incorrect. The Business Continuity Plan addresses the continuity of critical business operations in the event of a disruption, such as a natural disaster, power outage, or other unforeseen event. It focuses on maintaining essential functions and services during and after the incident. If the disruption exceeds the capabilities of the Business Continuity Plan, the organization may need to transition to the Disaster Recovery Plan to restore full functionality. Option C, none of the above, is incorrect. In situations where both the incident response and business continuity plans are insufficient to address the severity of a disruption, the organization would typically activate the Disaster Recovery Plan as the next step in its response and recovery efforts. Next question. What is a sample of a technical security control among the following choices? Option A, conducting user security awareness training. Option B, using CCTV cameras to monitor unauthorized access. Option C, establishing a BYOD policy. Option D, establishing an acceptable usage policy. The correct answer is Option B, using CCTV cameras to monitor unauthorized access. Using closed-circuit television, CCTV, cameras is an example of a technical security control. CCTV cameras are deployed to monitor physical spaces, such as entry points, corridors, and server rooms, to detect and deter unauthorized access and intrusions. By providing surveillance footage, CCTV cameras help to enhance the physical security of premises and assets, making them a vital component of a comprehensive security strategy. Option A, conducting user security awareness training, is incorrect. User security awareness training is an example of an administrative security control. While it's crucial for educating employees about security best practices, it's not a technical control implemented through technology. Option C, establishing a BYOD, bring your own device policy, is incorrect. A BYOD policy is a set of rules governing the use of personal devices in the workplace. While it's an important security measure, it's not a technical control itself. Rather, it's a policy that may include technical controls, such as device encryption or mobile device management, MDM software. Option D, establishing an acceptable usage policy, is incorrect. An acceptable usage policy defines acceptable behavior regarding the use of an organization's IT resources. Like the BYOD policy, it's a policy rather than a technical control. It may include guidelines for acceptable use, but doesn't directly implement technical measures. Next question. What is the objective of conducting a security audit? Option A, reviewing marketing strategies or customer satisfaction. Option B, legal compliance unrelated to security. Option C, to assess the effectiveness of security controls. Option D, assessing employee performance or productivity. The correct answer is Option C, to assess the effectiveness of security controls. Security audits are conducted to evaluate the adequacy and effectiveness of security controls implemented within an organization. This includes assessing technical controls, policies, procedures, and other security measures to identify weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and areas for improvement. By assessing security controls, organizations can strengthen their security posture and mitigate risks associated with potential security threats and breaches. Option A, reviewing marketing strategies or customer satisfaction, is incorrect. Security audits are not conducted to review marketing strategies or assess customer satisfaction. Their focus is specifically on evaluating the organization's security practices, policies, and controls. Option B, legal compliance unrelated to security, is incorrect. While legal compliance may be a consideration within a security audit, the primary objective is to evaluate security measures rather than compliance with unrelated legal requirements. Option D, assessing employee performance or productivity, is incorrect. Security audits are not conducted to assess employee performance or productivity. Instead, they focus on evaluating the adequacy and effectiveness of security controls, policies, and procedures. Next question. What is the meaning of vulnerability? Option A, a type of attack that floods a network with traffic in order to overwhelm it and make it unavailable. Option B, a weakness or flaw in software or hardware that can be exploited by an attacker. Option C, a type of malware that spreads rapidly through a network and damages or destroys data. Option D, a type of attack that involves stealing sensitive data from a network. The correct answer is Option B, a weakness or flaw in software or hardware that can be exploited by an attacker. A vulnerability refers to a weakness or flaw in software, hardware, or system configurations that can be exploited by an attacker to compromise the integrity, confidentiality, or availability of the system or its data. Vulnerabilities can exist at various levels, including operating systems, applications, network devices, and configurations, and they provide potential entry points for attackers to launch attacks such as unauthorized access, data breaches, or service disruptions. Option A is incorrect. This describes a distributed denial of service, DDoS attack, not a vulnerability. A vulnerability is a characteristic of a system or software that attackers exploit to launch such attacks. Option C is incorrect. This describes a computer worm or a type of malware, not a vulnerability. Vulnerabilities are weaknesses or flaws within systems that malware can exploit to spread or cause damage. Option D is incorrect. This describes a data breach or a specific type of cyber attack, not a vulnerability. Vulnerabilities are weaknesses within systems that attackers can exploit to carry out such attacks. Next question. Which layers in the OSI model align with the application layer of the TCP/IP model? Option A, application, presentation, and session. Option B, presentation, session, and transport. Option C, application, presentation, and transport. Option D, there is not a direct match. The correct answer is Option A, Application, Presentation, and Session. It accurately lists the OSI layers, Application, Presentation, and Session that align with the application layer in the TCP/IP model. These layers in the OSI model handle functions such as application interfaces, data formatting, and session management, which closely correspond to the TCP/IP application layer's responsibilities. Option B, Presentation, Session, and Transport, is incorrect. This option includes the presentation, session, and transport layers of the OSI model. However, the application layer is missing. The application layer in the OSI model is where network applications and end-user processes reside, such as web browsers, email clients, and file transfer applications. These functions are most closely mapped to the application layer in the TCP/IP model. Option C, Application, Presentation, and Transport, is incorrect. This option includes the application, presentation, and transport layers of the OSI model. It correctly identifies the application layer but misses the session layer. The session layer in the OSI model manages sessions between applications, including session establishment, maintenance, and termination, which are functions not directly represented in the TCP/IP model. Option D, there is not a direct match, is incorrect. This option suggests that there is no direct alignment between the OSI model and the TCP/IP model because TCP/IP predates OSI. While it's true that TCP/IP was widely implemented before the OSI model was fully standardized, the OSI model is still useful for understanding network protocols and has layers that can be correlated with TCP/IP layers. Therefore, this option is incorrect as it dismisses the conceptual mapping that has been established between the two models. Next question. Which of the following options represents a corrective security control? Option A, Encryption. Option B, Firewall. Option C, Intrusion Detection System. Option D, Antivirus software. The correct answer is Option D, Antivirus software. Antivirus software is designed to detect, prevent, and remove malicious software infections on computers and networks. When malware is detected, antivirus software takes corrective actions, such as quarantining or deleting the malicious files, thereby mitigating the impact of a security incident that involves malware. This makes it a corrective security control. Option A, Encryption, is incorrect. Encryption is a preventive security control rather than a corrective one. It helps protect data by encoding it and ensuring that unauthorized parties cannot access it. However, it does not correct or mitigate the effects of a security incident after it has occurred. Option B, Firewall, is incorrect. A firewall is also a preventive security control. It monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. While firewalls can prevent unauthorized access to a network, they do not correct security incidents after they have occurred. Option C, Intrusion Detection System, is incorrect. An IDS is a detective security control. It monitors network traffic for suspicious activity or potential security breaches. When it detects such activity, it generates alerts for further investigation or action. Like firewalls, IDS helps detect incidents but does not correct them. Next question. What is the significance of data labeling when classifying data? Option A, to determine the geographical location of the data. Option B, to assign descriptive tags or labels to categorize and organize the data. Option C, to ensure data integrity and accuracy. Option D, to encrypt the data for secure transmission. The correct answer is Option B, to assign descriptive tags or labels to categorize and organize the data. Data labeling plays a crucial role in data classification by organizing data into categories or classes based on attributes such as sensitivity, confidentiality levels, or data type. This helps in effectively managing and securing data according to its importance and usage requirements. Option A, to determine the geographical location of the data, is incorrect. This option describes geolocation or geotagging, which is a different concept from data labeling in data classification. Geolocation is about identifying the physical location associated with data, such as where it was created or stored, rather than categorizing it based on attributes or sensitivity. Option C, to ensure data integrity and accuracy, is incorrect. Data integrity and accuracy are critical aspects of data quality management, but they do not directly relate to data labeling in the context of classification. Data integrity ensures that data is accurate, complete, and reliable, while data labeling focuses on organizing and categorizing data for management and security purposes. Option D, to encrypt the data for secure transmission, is incorrect. Encryption is a security measure that protects data by converting it into a form that is unreadable without a decryption key. It is used to secure data during transmission or storage and is not directly related to data labeling. While encryption can be part of data security strategies, it is not about categorizing or organizing data through labeling. Next question. What is the main benefit of role-based access control, RBAC? Option A, provides fine-grained access control based on user attributes. Option B, simplifies access management by assigning permissions to roles. Option C, ensures that users have access only to the resources they need. Option D, enforces access control based on predefined rules and labels. The correct answer is Option B, simplifies access management by assigning permissions to roles. Role-based access control, RBAC, streamlines access control by grouping users into roles based on their job functions or responsibilities and then assigning permissions to these roles. This approach simplifies access administration, reduces administrative overhead, and enhances security by ensuring that users have appropriate access based on their roles within the organization. Option A, provides fine-grained access control based on user attributes, is incorrect. This option describes attribute-based access control, ABAC, where access decisions are based on various attributes of users and resources. While ABAC provides detailed control over access permissions, it is different from RBAC, which focuses on organizing permissions into roles and assigning roles to users for easier management. Option C, ensures that users have access only to the resources they need, is incorrect. This statement describes the principle of least privilege rather than the main benefit of RBAC. While RBAC can contribute to implementing the principle of least privilege by assigning roles with specific permissions, its primary benefit lies in simplifying access management through role assignments. Option D, enforces access control based on predefined rules and labels, is incorrect. This option describes rule-based access control, also known as policy-based access control, where access decisions are made based on rules or policies defined by administrators. While RBAC does involve predefined roles and permissions, its main benefit is more about organizing and managing access through roles rather than enforcing rules or labels. Next question. What is the purpose of evaluating risks in business continuity planning? Option A, to identify the most likely risks and then completely ignore them to focus on unexpected events. Option B, identify potential threats and vulnerabilities. Option C, determine the maximum tolerable downtime, MTD. Option D, it's mainly used to assign blame to specific individuals or departments in case a disruption occurs. The correct answer is Option B, identify potential threats and vulnerabilities. Evaluating risks in BCP is essential for identifying potential threats, such as natural disasters, cyber attacks, supply chain disruptions, and vulnerabilities, weaknesses in systems, processes, or infrastructure that could impact business operations. This identification forms the basis for developing effective strategies to mitigate risks and ensure continuity of critical business functions in the face of disruptions. Option A is incorrect. Effective risk evaluation in BCP aims to assess all potential risks, both likely and unexpected. Ignoring likely risks would undermine the purpose of BCP, which is to prepare for all plausible scenarios to ensure continuity of operations. Option C is incorrect. While determining the MTD is an important aspect of BCP, it is not the sole purpose of evaluating risks. Risk evaluation involves identifying a wide range of potential threats and vulnerabilities, assessing their impact on business operations, and developing strategies to mitigate these risks, not just focusing on downtime considerations. Option D is incorrect. This option misrepresents the purpose of risk evaluation in BCP. BCP is about proactive planning and preparedness to ensure business continuity, not assigning blame. It focuses on identifying risks, developing strategies to minimize their impact, and enhancing organizational resilience. Next question. Which option represents a form of detective access control? Option A, firewalls. Option B, movement sensors. Option C, encryption. Option D, bollards. The correct answer is Option B, movement sensors. Movement sensors are designed to detect physical movement or activity within a specified area. In the context of access control, movement sensors can detect unauthorized access attempts or movements in restricted areas, triggering alerts or alarms to notify security personnel or systems. This makes movement sensors a form of detective access control as they detect and respond to unauthorized access or activities after they have occurred, enhancing security monitoring and incident response capabilities. Option A, firewalls, is incorrect. Firewalls are preventive access controls that monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. They are designed to prevent unauthorized access rather than detect unauthorized access after it occurs. Option C, encryption, is incorrect. Encryption is a preventive security control that protects data by encoding it, making it unreadable without the correct decryption key. It focuses on securing data during transmission or storage and does not detect unauthorized access after encryption has been bypassed. Option D, bollards, is incorrect. Bollards are physical barriers used to control or restrict vehicle access to certain areas. They are not typically associated with access control in the context of detecting unauthorized access or activities. Next question. What is the sizing criterion for backup generators used in data centers? Option A, the HVAC system and supporting infrastructure. Option B, the network and supporting infrastructure. Option C, the fire suppression system and supporting infrastructure. Option D, the critical load and supporting infrastructure. The correct answer is Option D, the critical load and supporting infrastructure. It accurately reflects the primary criterion used in data centers to determine the sizing of backup generators. Ensuring that backup generators can adequately support the critical load is essential for maintaining continuous operations and preventing disruptions in data center environments. Option A, the HVAC system and supporting infrastructure, is incorrect. The HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system is crucial for maintaining optimal environmental conditions in data centers but does not directly dictate the sizing of backup generators. While HVAC systems require power, they are not the primary factor in determining the capacity of backup generators. Option B, the network and supporting infrastructure, is incorrect. Network equipment and supporting infrastructure, such as switches, routers, and cabling, also require reliable power in data centers. However, they do not define the sizing criterion for backup generators. Network equipment typically has a lesser impact on generator sizing compared to critical loads like servers and storage devices. Option C, the fire suppression system and supporting infrastructure, is incorrect. Fire suppression systems are critical for protecting data center facilities, but they are not directly related to determining the sizing of backup generators. These systems usually have their own independent power sources or backup arrangements but do not influence the capacity needed for generators to support critical loads. Next question. How do physical security controls support access control strategies? Option A, methods to secure access to data. Option B, methods to authorize access to data. Option C, methods to encrypt data. Option D, methods to physically secure facilities. The correct answer is Option D, methods to physically secure facilities. Physical security controls directly contribute to access control strategies by ensuring that only authorized individuals have physical access to secure areas, assets, and resources within facilities. These controls are essential for protecting against physical threats, theft, vandalism, and unauthorized entry, thereby safeguarding organizational assets and maintaining operational continuity. Option A, methods to secure access to data, is incorrect. This option refers to logical or technical controls rather than physical security controls. Securing access to data typically involves measures such as authentication, authorization, and encryption to protect data from unauthorized access, manipulation, or theft. Option B, methods to authorize access to data, is incorrect. Authorizing access to data is part of access control mechanisms, but it primarily involves granting or denying permissions based on user credentials and policies. It does not specifically relate to physical security controls, which focus on securing physical entry points and facilities. Option C, methods to encrypt data, is incorrect. Encrypting data is a security measure that protects data confidentiality during storage, transmission, or processing. It is a form of technical control and does not directly relate to physical security controls, which are concerned with securing physical assets and environments. Next question. Which ISC Square Code of Ethics principle focuses on the well-being and trust of the general public? Option A, protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. Option B, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. Option C, provide diligent and competent service to principals. Option D, advance and protect the profession. The correct answer is Option A, protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure. This principle specifically focuses on ensuring the well-being and trust of the general public by safeguarding societal interests, promoting public confidence in information security practices and protecting critical infrastructure. It emphasizes the broader impact of information security professionals' actions on society and the public trust placed in them. Option B. Act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally is incorrect. This principle emphasizes personal conduct and professional integrity rather than specifically focusing on the welfare and trust of the general public. While acting honorably and legally is crucial, it does not directly address the broader societal impact and public trust as Option A does. Option C, provide diligent and competent service to principals, is incorrect. This principle relates to the professional responsibility of information security professionals to provide effective and competent service to their clients or employers. It emphasizes the quality of service rather than the societal impact or public trust. Option D, advance and protect the profession, is incorrect. This principle focuses on promoting the information security profession's advancement and protecting its reputation and standards. While important for the profession's integrity, it does not specifically address the protection of society, public trust, and the common good as outlined in Option A. Next question. What steps should be taken regarding impacted systems during the recovery phase of incident response? Option A, ignoring the impacted systems and focusing on restoring user access as quickly as possible. Option B, simply rebooting the impacted systems. Option C, isolate or segment them from the network. Option D, disclosing the details of the incident and system recovery procedures to the public. The correct answer is Option C, isolate or segment them from the network. Isolating or segmenting impacted systems from the network helps prevent the spread of the incident and protects unaffected systems from potential contamination. It allows the organization to focus on restoring the affected systems without exposing the rest of the network to ongoing risks. Option A is incorrect. Ignoring impacted systems is not a recommended approach during the recovery phase. The organization should address all affected systems to ensure they are restored securely and do not pose ongoing risks to the environment or users. Option B is incorrect. While rebooting may resolve some issues, it is often insufficient during the recovery phase, especially if systems have been compromised. More comprehensive actions are typically required, such as restoring from backups or applying patches, depending on the nature of the incident. Option D is incorrect. Disclosing incident details and recovery procedures to the public is typically managed through a separate communications plan and is not directly related to the technical actions taken during the recovery phase. Public disclosure should be carefully planned and coordinated to minimize panic or further exploitation of vulnerabilities. Next question. How should an organization securely dispose of old servers containing confidential data? Option A, deleting files. Option B, degaussing. Option C, physical destruction. Option D, formatting hard drives. The correct answer is Option C, physical destruction. Physically destroying old servers ensures that data stored on them cannot be accessed or recovered. Methods include shredding, crushing, or melting the storage devices beyond recognition. This approach mitigates the risk of data breaches or unauthorized access effectively. Option A, deleting files, is incorrect. Deleting files is not sufficient for securely disposing of confidential data on old servers. Deleted files can often be recovered using data recovery tools, especially if proper data wiping procedures are not followed. Option B, degaussing, is incorrect. Degaussing is a method used to erase data from magnetic storage media, such as hard drives, by applying a strong magnetic field. While effective for magnetic media, not all servers use magnetic storage, and degaussing may not be applicable to all types of server storage technologies, example, SSDs. Option D, formatting hard drives, is incorrect. Formatting hard drives erases the file system and makes data inaccessible through standard operating system commands. However, formatted data can still be recovered using specialized tools unless followed by more thorough data wiping or destruction methods. Next question. You suspect a user account might be compromised in your cloud IAM environment. Which security measure can help detect such a breach? Option A, adaptive authentication. Option B, multi-factor authentication. Option C, risk-based authentication. Option D, checking usernames for typos. The correct answer is Option C, risk-based authentication. Risk-based authentication analyzes various factors associated with login attempts, example, IP address, geolocation, behavior patterns, to assess the likelihood of an account compromise. It can detect suspicious activities that deviate from normal usage patterns, such as unexpected login times or unusual access attempts, prompting additional security measures or alerts. Option A, adaptive authentication, is incorrect. Adaptive authentication adjusts the level of authentication required based on risk factors such as user behavior, location, and device. While it can enhance security by requiring additional verification for high-risk activities, it primarily focuses on preventing unauthorized access rather than detecting compromised accounts that have already been breached. Option B, multi-factor authentication, is incorrect. MFA requires users to provide multiple forms of verification, example, password, OTP, biometric, to access their accounts. While effective in preventing unauthorized access, MFA primarily addresses the initial access attempt and does not specifically detect compromises that may already be ongoing. Option D, checking usernames for typos, is incorrect. This option is incorrect because checking for username typos does not contribute to detecting a compromised account. It focuses on preventing simple user errors rather than identifying security breaches or unauthorized access attempts. Next question. What factors should you prioritize when determining whether to deploy biometric scanners on all organization doors, or just select ones? Option A, availability of technical support. Option B, the results of a site assessment. Option C, the popularity of biometric scanners. Option D, the number of doors in the building. The correct answer is Option B, the results of a site assessment. A site assessment evaluates the specific security needs and vulnerabilities of different areas within the organization. The assessment considers factors like access requirements, traffic flow, and the sensitivity of the areas behind the doors. Based on these findings, decisions can be made about where biometric scanners are most needed to enhance security effectively. Option A, availability of technical support, is incorrect. While technical support is crucial for maintaining and troubleshooting biometric scanners, it is not a primary factor in deciding where to deploy them. Technical support can be organized irrespective of whether scanners are deployed universally or selectively. Option C, the popularity of biometric scanners, is incorrect. Popularity does not necessarily correlate with security requirements. The decision to deploy biometric scanners should be based on the organization's unique security needs identified through a site assessment rather than market trends or popularity. Option D, the number of doors in the building is incorrect. The total number of doors provides context, but does not directly influence whether biometric scanners should be deployed universally or selectively. The focus should be on the security implications and operational benefits identified through a thorough site assessment. Next question. Which security measure primarily uses architectural elements of buildings and facilities for security purposes? Option A, technical controls. Option B, managerial controls. Option C, physical controls. Option D, administrative controls. The correct answer is Option C, physical controls. Physical controls utilize architectural elements, such as fences, locks, lighting, and physical barriers, to prevent unauthorized access, protect assets, and deter threats. These controls are visible and tangible aspects of security infrastructure within buildings and facilities. Option A, technical controls, is incorrect. Technical controls involve the use of technology, such as firewalls, encryption, and intrusion detection systems, to manage and enforce security policies. They do not primarily rely on architectural elements of buildings and facilities for their implementation. Option B, managerial controls, is incorrect. Managerial controls, also known as administrative controls, include policies, procedures, and guidelines that govern behavior and actions within an organization. They are implemented through management decisions and do not depend on architectural features of buildings and facilities. Option D, administrative controls, is incorrect. Administrative controls are policies and procedures that define the framework for managing security, including roles, responsibilities, and compliance measures. They are not directly related to architectural elements, rather to organizational governance and oversight. Next question. What is the main contrast between qualitative and quantitative risk analysis? Option A, qualitative risk analysis is based on numerical data, while quantitative risk analysis is based on objective data. Option B, qualitative risk analysis is based on subjective data, while quantitative risk analysis is based on numerical data. Option C, qualitative risk analysis is based on numerical data, while quantitative risk analysis is based on subjective data. Option D, qualitative risk analysis is based on objective data, while quantitative risk analysis is based on numerical data. The correct answer is Option B, qualitative risk analysis is based on subjective data, while quantitative risk analysis is based on numerical data. Qualitative risk analysis relies on qualitative assessments, subjective judgments, and expert opinions to evaluate risks based on factors like likelihood and impact. Quantitative risk analysis, on the other hand, involves numerical data, statistical methods, and objective measurements to quantify risks in terms of probabilities and financial impacts. Option A is incorrect. Quantitative risk analysis typically involves numerical data and calculations to assess risk probabilities and impacts objectively. Qualitative risk analysis, however, focuses on qualitative descriptions and subjective judgments rather than numerical data. Option C is incorrect. Qualitative risk analysis uses subjective data such as expert opinions and qualitative assessments, rather than numerical data. Quantitative risk analysis uses numerical data and objective measurements to quantify risks. Option D is incorrect. Qualitative risk analysis involves subjective judgments and qualitative assessments, not objective data. Quantitative risk analysis uses numerical data and objective measurements to quantify risks. Next question. What is the term used to describe a sophisticated and prolonged cyber attack, where an attacker quietly explores a company's network and steals sensitive data. Option A, man-in-the-middle attack. Option B, advanced persistent threat, APT. Option C, SQL injection attack. Option D, brute force attack. The correct answer is Option B, advanced persistent threat, APT. An APT refers to a sophisticated targeted cyber attack where an intruder gains unauthorized access to a network and remains undetected for an extended period. APT attackers stealthily explore the network, gather sensitive data, and maintain a low profile to avoid detection, while exploiting vulnerabilities over time. Option A, man-in-the-middle attack, is incorrect. A man-in-the-middle attack is where an attacker intercepts communication between two parties without their knowledge. It does not necessarily involve a prolonged exploration of a network to steal data. Option C, SQL injection attack, is incorrect. SQL injection attacks target databases by injecting malicious SQL code. While they can result in data theft, they are typically not characterized by prolonged exploration of a network, as described in the question. Option D, brute force attack, is incorrect. A brute force attack involves trying many possible passwords or keys with the hope of eventually guessing correctly. It is not focused on quietly exploring a network over an extended period to steal sensitive data. Next question. Which cloud deployment option would be the most appropriate for a media company aiming to store and provide access to extensive video and image content globally, lacking internal IT staff, and prioritizing cost-effectiveness? Option A, community cloud. Option B, public cloud. Option C, private cloud. Option D, hybrid cloud. The correct answer is Option B, public cloud. Public clouds are hosted and managed by third-party providers, offering scalability, accessibility, and cost-effectiveness. They are ideal for organizations without dedicated IT staff because the provider manages infrastructure maintenance, security, and updates. Public clouds also provide global accessibility, enabling users worldwide to access stored video and image data efficiently. Option A, community cloud, is incorrect. A community cloud is shared by several organizations with shared concerns, which may not align with the scenario of a single media company needing to store and access its own video and image data globally. Option C, private cloud, is incorrect. A private cloud is dedicated solely to one organization, providing control and security benefits but typically at a higher cost and requiring internal IT management, which contradicts the requirement of lacking internal IT staff and prioritizing cost-effectiveness. Option D, hybrid cloud, is incorrect. A hybrid cloud integrates both public and private cloud services, allowing data and applications to be shared between them. While it offers flexibility, it may involve more complexity and management than necessary for a scenario where simplicity and cost-effectiveness are key priorities. Next question. Which control type is implemented to diminish the impact of an attack and promptly restore operational normalcy? Option A, corrective control. Option B, detective control. Option C, compensatory control. Option D, recovery control. The correct answer is Option D, recovery control. Recovery controls are specifically implemented to minimize the impact of an attack by facilitating the restoration of normal operations as quickly as possible. These controls include backup systems, disaster recovery plans, and contingency measures designed to ensure business continuity after an incident. Option A, corrective control, is incorrect. Corrective controls are implemented to correct or mitigate the effects of a detected security incident or issue after it has occurred. They focus on fixing the root cause to prevent recurrence, but are not necessarily geared towards promptly restoring operations after an attack. Option B, detective control, is incorrect. Detective controls are designed to detect and alert to the occurrence of security incidents or unauthorized activities. While they help in identifying an attack, they do not directly address restoring operational normalcy after an attack. Option C, compensatory control, is incorrect. Compensatory controls are used to provide an alternative method of achieving a control objective when the primary control is not feasible or effective. They do not specifically focus on minimizing the impact of an attack and restoring normal operations promptly. Next question. What advantage does a post-incident review offer in incident response? Option A, identifying potential vulnerabilities in the IT infrastructure. Option B, improving incident response processes and procedures. Option C, assigning blame and responsibility for the incident. Option D, assessing the financial impact of security incidents. The correct answer is Option B, improving incident response processes and procedures. Post-incident reviews help organizations identify what worked well during the incident response and where improvements can be made. By analyzing the incident handling process, organizations can refine procedures, update response plans, and enhance coordination among teams. This leads to more effective incident response in the future, reducing the likelihood and impact of similar incidents. Option A is incorrect. While post-incident reviews may reveal vulnerabilities that were exploited during the incident, their primary focus is on assessing the response to the incident rather than solely identifying vulnerabilities. Option C is incorrect. Post-incident reviews should focus on identifying improvements to prevent future incidents and enhance response capabilities, rather than assigning blame. Blame assignment can often hinder a productive review process. Option D is incorrect. While assessing financial impact is important for understanding the cost implications of incidents, it is not the primary benefit of conducting a post-incident review. The main purpose is to learn from the incident and improve future incident response efforts. Next question. Which network security method can recognize potential security breaches by scrutinizing network traffic patterns? Option A, Network Access Control, NAC. Option B, Firewall. Option C, Antivirus Software. Option D, Intrusion Detection System, IDS. The correct answer is Option D, Intrusion Detection System, IDS. IDS is specifically designed to analyze network traffic patterns and detect suspicious activities or potential security breaches. IDS monitors network traffic in real time, looking for anomalies, known attack patterns, or unauthorized access attempts. When suspicious activity is detected, IDS can generate alerts for further investigation or automatically respond to mitigate the threat. Option A, Network Access Control, is incorrect. NAC is used to control access to the network based on policies and authentication, ensuring that only authorized devices and users can connect. It does not primarily analyze network traffic patterns to detect potential security breaches. Option B, Firewall, is incorrect. Firewalls are used to monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. While they can prevent unauthorized access, they are not typically designed to analyze traffic patterns comprehensively for breach detection. Option C, Antivirus Software, is incorrect. Antivirus software is used to detect and remove known malware, and viruses from systems. It primarily focuses on scanning files and applications for malicious signatures and behaviors rather than analyzing network traffic patterns. Next question. Which authentication category depends on the subject's memory and often involves elements such as passwords or PINs? Option A, a biometric factor. Option B, a possession factor. Option C, a location factor. Option D, a knowledge factor. The correct answer is Option D, a knowledge factor. These are authentication factors that depend on something the user knows. This includes passwords, personal identification numbers, passphrases, answers to security questions. In the context of the question, the category that relies on the subject's memory and involves elements such as passwords or PINs fits perfectly under knowledge factors. Option A, a biometric factor, is incorrect. Biometric factors rely on unique physical characteristics of the user, such as fingerprints or facial features. They do not depend on the user's memory. Option B, a possession factor, is incorrect. Possession factors rely on something the user possesses, like a token or a mobile device. While possession factors can sometimes involve entering a PIN or password along with the possession, the primary factor itself is not based on the user's memory. Option C, a location factor, is incorrect. Location factors verify the user's physical location using GPS or IP address. They do not depend on the user's memory like passwords or PINs do. Next question. Which of the following best describes the primary function of a host-based intrusion detection system? Option A, a network security tool that is used to prevent unauthorized access to a network. Option B, a network-based intrusion detection system that is used to monitor system activity. Option C, a network security tool that is used to monitor network traffic. Option D, a host-based intrusion detection system that is used to monitor system activity. The correct answer is Option D, a host-based intrusion detection system that is used to monitor system activity. There are two main types of intrusion detection systems: network-based intrusion detection system (NIDS) and host-based intrusion detection system (HIDS). Network-based intrusion detection system monitors network traffic in real time and identifies suspicious patterns or signatures indicative of an attack or unauthorized activity. NIDS are placed at strategic points within the network to inspect traffic passing through. Host-based intrusion detection system operates on individual hosts or devices, monitoring events occurring on the host itself. HIDS analyze logs and audit trails generated by the operating system and applications running on the host to detect potential security incidents. Option A is incorrect. This describes a network access control (NAC) system, not an IDS. NAC systems enforce security policies and controls access based on device and user identity before granting access to the network. Option B is incorrect. This describes a confusion between NIDS and HIDS. NIDS monitors network traffic, not system activity. It focuses on detecting attacks based on network-level indicators rather than host-level activity. Option C is incorrect. This is a general description that could apply to both NIDS and some types of network monitoring tools, but it does not specifically describe the function of an IDS, which is to detect and respond to potential intrusions based on predefined signatures or anomalous behavior. Next question. What is the significance of a backup power supply in disaster recovery plans? Option A, provide power to critical systems and equipment during a power outage. Option B, prevent equipment damage during a power outage. Option C, protect against data loss during a power outage. Option D, all of the above. The correct answer is Option A, provide power to critical systems and equipment during a power outage. This is the core function of a backup power supply in disaster recovery. When the main power grid fails, critical systems like servers, communication equipment, and even life-saving devices in hospitals can continue to operate thanks to the backup power. This minimizes downtime and allows for continued operation or safe shutdown procedures. Option B, prevent equipment damage, is incorrect. While power fluctuations can damage equipment, a backup power supply's primary purpose isn't complete prevention. It provides clean and stable power, but some sensitive equipment might still be susceptible to damage depending on the type of outage and the backup system itself. Option C, protect against data loss, is incorrect. Data loss can occur during power outages, but it's not the direct responsibility of the backup power supply. Data protection relies heavily on proper data backups and redundancy strategies. A backup power supply ensures systems remain operational, allowing for orderly shutdowns and data backups to complete successfully, but it doesn't directly prevent data loss itself. Next question. What are the consequences of an IPsec replay attack? Option A, modification of network traffic. Option B, unauthorized access to network resources. Option C, disruption of network communication. Option D, all of the above. The correct answer is Option D, all of the above. An IPsec replay attack exploits vulnerabilities in IPsec protocols to intercept, store, and maliciously resend encrypted data packets. By understanding how these attacks work and implementing appropriate security measures, organizations can effectively mitigate the risks and protect their network communications from unauthorized access, data modification, or disruption. Regular updates to security practices and technologies are essential to stay ahead of evolving threats in the realm of network security. Option D accurately reflects the potential consequences of an IPsec replay attack, encompassing both modification of network traffic and unauthorized access to network resources. Next question. What does a recovery time objective define in disaster recovery plans? Option A, define the maximum amount of data loss that can be tolerated. Option B, define the maximum amount of time that critical business operations can be offline. Option C, define the maximum amount of time it will take to recover critical business operations. Option D, all of the above. The correct answer is Option C, define the maximum amount of time it will take to recover critical business operations. It accurately reflects the purpose of a recovery time objective, RTO, in disaster recovery planning, which is to set a specific time frame for the restoration of critical business functions following a disruptive event. Option A is incorrect. This describes another important metric known as Recovery Point Objective, RPO, not RTO. RPO defines the acceptable amount of data loss measured in time before the disaster occurred. It focuses on how much data the organization is willing to lose during a disruption. Option D is incorrect. This option is closely related to RTO but is not precise. RTO focuses on the recovery time rather than the total downtime. RTO measures how long recovery efforts should take, whereas downtime might include both recovery time and the initial detection and response time to the incident. Next question. What kind of documentation is typically generated after resolving an incident? Option A, a document outlining the lessons learned. Option B, a checklist for mitigation measures. Option C, a risk assessment report. Option D, a press release about the incident. The correct answer is Option A, a document outlining the lessons learned. This is a crucial part of incident management. It includes insights gained from the incident, such as what worked well during the response, what could have been improved, and recommendations for enhancing future incident response efforts. This document helps organizations refine their incident response procedures and improve overall resilience. Option B, a checklist for mitigation measures, is incorrect. While a checklist for mitigation measures is an essential tool used during the incident response phase to guide actions taken to contain and mitigate the incident, it is typically part of operational documentation and is not specifically generated as a standalone document post-incident resolution. Option C, a risk assessment report, is incorrect. A risk assessment report evaluates risks and vulnerabilities within an organization's systems and processes. It may inform incident response strategies, but it is not typically generated immediately after an incident is resolved. Option D, a press release about the incident, is incorrect. A press release is typically issued during the initial stages of incident response to communicate with stakeholders and the public about the incident. It is not documentation generated after the incident is resolved and does not focus on internal lessons learned or incident response processes. Next question. Which protocol employs a three-way handshake to establish a connection? Option A, Transmission Control Protocol, TCP. Option B, Internet Message Access Protocol, IMAP. Option C, User Datagram Protocol, UDP. Option D, File Transfer Protocol, FTP. The correct answer is Option A, Transmission Control Protocol, TCP. TCP, Transmission Control Protocol, is a connection-oriented protocol that uses a three-way handshake to establish a reliable communication session between two devices over an IP network. The initiating device sends a SYN segment to the receiving device to initiate a connection. The receiving device responds with a SYN ACK segment, acknowledging the SYN and sending its own SYN segment. Finally, the initiating device responds with an ACK segment, acknowledging the SYN ACK from the receiving device. At this point, the connection is established and data transmission can begin. Option B, IMAP, is incorrect. IMAP, Internet Message Access Protocol, is an email retrieval protocol that does not use a three-way handshake for connection establishment. IMAP primarily uses TCP for transport, but the protocol itself does not dictate a three-step connection setup process. Option C, UDP, is incorrect. UDP, User Datagram Protocol, is a connectionless protocol that does not use a three-way handshake. UDP is used for applications where low latency and loss tolerance are more critical than guaranteed delivery and order of packets. Option D, FTP, is incorrect. FTP, File Transfer Protocol, is another protocol that does not use a three-way handshake for connection establishment. FTP uses a separate control connection, typically over TCP, and a data connection for actual file transfers, but it does not follow the TCP three-way handshake mechanism. Next question. What are the recommended methods for securing a wireless network, and how should they be put into action? Option A, use WEP encryption, enable SSID broadcast, and use default passwords. Option B, change default passwords, use encryption, disable SSID broadcast, and implement MAC filtering. Option C, use open Wi-Fi networks, disable encryption, and broadcast the SSID. Option D, none of the above. The correct answer is Option B, change default passwords, use encryption, disable SSID broadcast, and implement MAC filtering. Option B outlines several recommended methods for securing a wireless network, each of which enhances security in different ways. Change default passwords. Default passwords are often well known and easily exploited. Changing them to strong, unique passwords adds an essential layer of security. Use encryption. WPA2PSK or WPA3 scrambles data transmitted over the network, making it unreadable to unauthorized users who might intercept it. Disable SSID broadcast. Hiding the network's SSID, service set identifier, makes it less visible to casual snoopers and reduces the network's exposure to unauthorized access attempts. Implement MAC filtering. MAC, Media Access Control, filtering allows only specified devices with recognized MAC addresses to connect to the network, thereby restricting access to known devices. Option A is incorrect. WEP, Wired Equivalent Privacy, encryption is outdated and insecure, easily cracked by attackers. Enabling SSID broadcast does not significantly enhance security, and using default passwords is a poor practice. Option C is incorrect. Open Wi-Fi networks are highly insecure, allowing anyone to connect without authentication. Disabling encryption leaves data vulnerable to interception, and broadcasting the SSID does not improve security. Next question. What does a business continuity plan outline? Option A, instructions for sustaining business processes. Option B, business impact analysis, BIA. Option C, strategies for preparing for disasters. Option D, procedures for reporting adverse events. The correct answer is Option A, instructions for sustaining business processes. A BCP is primarily designed to ensure that essential business functions can continue or be quickly resumed in the event of a disruption. It provides detailed instructions, protocols, and workflows that guide employees and stakeholders on how to maintain operations under adverse conditions. Option B, business impact analysis, is incorrect. While a BIA is an important component of developing a BCP, it is not the same as the BCP itself. A BIA assesses the potential impacts of disruptions on business operations, identifies critical processes, and helps prioritize recovery efforts. It informs the development of the BCP, but is not the primary focus of the BCP document. Option C, strategies for preparing for disasters, is incorrect. While preparing for disasters is an essential aspect of business continuity planning, the BCP document specifically outlines actionable plans and procedures rather than strategies alone. Strategies may inform the development of the BCP but are not the core content of the document itself. Option D, procedures for reporting adverse events, is incorrect. Reporting adverse events is part of incident response procedures rather than the comprehensive scope of a BCP. While incident reporting may be included within the broader framework of a BCP, the document primarily focuses on continuity of operations and recovery plans. Next question. What term describes applying a standard security baseline with exceptions for certain systems? Option A, configuration tailoring. Option B, baseline adaptation. Option C, security optimization. Option D, configuration extension. The correct answer is Option A, configuration tailoring. This term accurately describes the practice of applying a standard security baseline and making specific adjustments or exceptions for certain systems based on their unique requirements or constraints. configuration tailoring ensures that, while a standard baseline provides a consistent level of security across systems, individual configurations can be adjusted to meet specific needs without compromising overall security posture. Option B, baseline adaptation, is incorrect. While closely related, baseline adaptation is a broader term that could imply modifying the baseline itself rather than making exceptions or adjustments to it for specific systems. It does not explicitly convey the idea of customizing configurations while maintaining a standard baseline. Option C, security optimization, is incorrect. This term refers to the process of enhancing security measures to achieve the best possible protection against threats and vulnerabilities. While optimization may involve configuring systems to improve security, it does not specifically address the concept of making exceptions to a standard baseline. Option D, configuration extension, is incorrect. This term suggests expanding or adding to an existing configuration rather than making exceptions or adjustments to a standard baseline. It does not specifically describe the practice of tailoring configurations for specific systems while adhering to a standard baseline. Next question. Which of the following options classified as a preventative control in information security? Option A, receiving alerts from an intrusion detection system, IDS. Option B, using strong, complex passwords and changing them regularly. Option C, reviewing logs to spot unauthorized access attempts. Option D, conducting a post-incident analysis after a security breach. The correct answer is Option B, using strong complex passwords and changing them regularly. This is a preventative control because it makes unauthorized access more difficult in the first place. Strong and complex passwords are a fundamental security measure to prevent brute force attacks and credential theft. Option A, IDS alerts, is incorrect. Intrusion detection systems, IDS, are considered detective controls. They identify and alert about suspicious activity that might indicate an ongoing attack, but they don't prevent the attack itself. Option C, reviewing logs, is incorrect. Reviewing logs is another detective control. While analyzing logs can help identify past intrusions, it doesn't prevent them from happening in the first place. Option D, post-incident analysis, is incorrect. This is a crucial step after a security breach, but it's a reactive measure. The focus is on understanding what happened and improving defenses, not preventing future incidents. Next question. Which method is employed to preserve data integrity within a database? Option A, disabling data encryption. Option B, data backup. Option C, increasing storage capacity. Option D, error correction. The correct answer is Option D, error correction. Error correction techniques are employed to ensure data integrity within a database. These techniques include checksums, parity bits, redundancy checks, and other mechanisms that detect and correct errors in data storage or transmission. By implementing error correction, databases can verify the accuracy and consistency of data, thereby preserving data integrity. Option A, disabling data encryption, is incorrect. Disabling data encryption does not preserve data integrity. In fact, it can compromise data security by exposing sensitive information to unauthorized access or tampering. Encryption, when enabled, protects data confidentiality rather than directly ensuring data integrity. Option B, data backup, is incorrect. While data backup is crucial for disaster recovery and availability, it is not primarily aimed at preserving data integrity within the database. Backup helps in restoring data after a loss but does not prevent unauthorized changes or guarantee the correctness of data. Option C, increasing storage capacity, is incorrect. Increasing storage capacity is unrelated to data integrity. While it may address storage needs, it does not contribute to ensuring the accuracy, consistency, or protection of data within the database. Next question. What is the significance of verification and audit in configuration management? Option A, a process to validate approved changes. Option B, a process to ensure all systems have the latest updates. Option C, a process to identify all components of a system. Option D, a process to request changes to a baseline. The correct answer is Option A, a process to validate approved changes. Verification and audit in configuration management primarily involve validating and ensuring that approved changes to the configuration of systems or software are implemented correctly and do not adversely impact the environment. Verification checks that the changes made align with approved configurations and requirements, while audit ensures compliance with policies and standards. Option B is incorrect. While ensuring systems have the latest updates is important, it is not the primary focus of verification and audit in configuration management. This task falls more under patch management or update management rather than configuration management. Option C is incorrect. While understanding and identifying components is part of configuration management, it is not specifically the role of verification and audit. Configuration management focuses more on managing and controlling changes to these components rather than initial identification. Option D is incorrect. Requesting changes to a baseline is typically part of the change management process rather than verification and audit. Verification and audit are more concerned with ensuring that changes are implemented correctly and compliantly rather than initiating change requests. Next question. Which role is usually excluded from the approval process for security policies in information security governance? Option A, Audit Committee. Option B, IT Administrators. Option C, Chief Information Security Officer, CISO. Option D, Legal Department. The correct answer is Option B, IT Administrators. IT administrators are typically not directly involved in the approval process for security policies in information security governance. Their role primarily focuses on implementing and enforcing security policies rather than authorizing or approving them. They are responsible for executing policies set by higher-level decision-makers. Option A, Audit Committee, is incorrect. The Audit Committee is often involved in overseeing and ensuring compliance with security policies rather than approving them. They play a role in auditing and monitoring adherence to policies but are not the primary approvers. Option C, Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, is incorrect. The CISO is usually responsible for developing, recommending, and sometimes approving security policies based on organizational policies and regulatory requirements. Their involvement is typically central to the approval process, rather than excluded from it. Option D, Legal Department, is incorrect. The legal department may be consulted regarding the legal implications of security policies and ensuring alignment with regulations, but they are not typically excluded from the approval process. Legal input is crucial in ensuring that policies comply with legal requirements and protecting the organization from legal risks. Next question. Who is responsible for receiving reports on breaches of a company's security policy? Option A, a court of law. Option B, company management. Option C, national authorities. Option D, the ISC Square Ethics Committee? The correct answer is option B, company management. Company management, typically including the Chief Information Security Officer, CISO, Chief Information Officer, CIO, or equivalent executives, is responsible for receiving reports on breaches of a company's security policy. They oversee the implementation of security policies and procedures within the organization and are accountable for addressing security incidents. Option A, a court of law, is incorrect. Courts of law are legal entities that adjudicate legal matters and disputes. They do not have a direct responsibility for receiving reports on breaches of a company's security policy unless a legal case arises related to a breach. Option C, national authorities, is incorrect. National authorities, such as government agencies or law enforcement, may be involved in handling serious security breaches that require legal or regulatory intervention. However, they are not typically responsible for receiving routine reports on breaches of a company's internal security policies. Option D, the ISC Square Ethics Committee, is incorrect. The ISC Square Ethics Committee focuses on ethical standards and practices in the field of information security. While they may address ethical concerns related to security breaches, they are not generally responsible for receiving reports on breaches of a company's specific security policies. Next question. What is a primary advantage of employing a UPS, uninterruptible power supply, in on-premises setups? Option A, it provides backup storage for the data. Option B, it provides physical security for the data center. Option C, it provides cooling for the servers. Option D, it provides backup power during a power outage. The correct answer is option D, it provides backup power during a power outage. The primary advantage of employing a UPS in on-premises setups is to provide backup power to critical equipment such as servers, networking devices, and other IT infrastructure during power outages or fluctuations. UPS systems are designed to supply uninterrupted power to prevent downtime, data loss, or damage to hardware due to sudden power interruptions. Option A, it provides backup storage for the data, is incorrect. UPS systems do not provide backup storage for data. Their primary function is to maintain continuous power supply to equipment, ensuring operational continuity during power disruptions. Option B, it provides physical security for the data center, is incorrect. Physical security refers to measures taken to protect data centers from unauthorized access, theft, or vandalism. While important, it is not the role of a UPS, which focuses on power supply. Option C, it provides cooling for the servers, is incorrect. Cooling systems, like HVAC, are responsible for regulating temperature and humidity levels within data centers to prevent overheating of servers and equipment. UPS systems do not provide cooling functions. Next question. Which method is used to irreversibly erase data from storage media? Option A, encryption. Option B, retention. Option C, destruction. Option D, labeling. The correct answer is option C, destruction. Destruction refers to the process of irreversibly erasing data from storage media by physically or electronically rendering the data unreadable and unrecoverable. This process ensures that the data cannot be reconstructed or retrieved, thereby achieving irreversible erasure. Option A, encryption, is incorrect. Encryption is a method of securing data by encoding it to prevent unauthorized access. While encryption protects data confidentiality, it does not irreversibly erase data. Encrypted data can be decrypted with the correct key, retaining the original data intact. Option B, retention, is incorrect. Retention refers to the practice of keeping data for a specific period according to legal or regulatory requirements. It involves preserving data rather than erasing it irreversibly. Option D, labeling, is incorrect. Labeling involves assigning identifiers or tags to data or storage media for organizational purposes. It does not relate to the irreversible erasure of data from storage media. Next question. Which of the following is a shortcoming of Mandatory Access Control, MAC? Option A, it can be easily circumvented by malicious users. Option B, it can result in users having too much access to resources. Option C, it can be too rigid and inflexible. Option D, it can be difficult to implement and manage. The correct answer is Option C, it can be too rigid and inflexible. Mandatory Access Control, MAC, imposes strict rules and policies that can be challenging to adjust or customize according to specific user needs or changing organizational requirements. The rigidity of MAC can lead to difficulties in accommodating dynamic environments or evolving security needs. Option A, it can be easily circumvented by malicious users, is incorrect. MAC is designed to enforce strict access controls based on predefined policies and rules, making it difficult for users to circumvent security measures without proper authorization. MAC enhances security by limiting user discretion rather than being easily circumvented. Option B, it can result in users having too much access to resources, is incorrect. MAC actually aims to restrict access based on the principle of least privilege, ensuring users only have access to resources necessary for their roles. It does not inherently lead to users having excessive access privileges. Option D, it can be difficult to implement and manage, is incorrect. While implementing and managing MAC requires careful planning and configuration, this is not necessarily a fundamental shortcoming of MAC itself. With proper design and implementation, MAC can effectively enhance security and access control in organizational environments. Next question. What is the term that defines a hacker gaining unauthorized access to an organization's system and pilfering confidential information? Option A, event. Option B, system crash. Option C, intrusion. Option D, exploit. The correct answer is Option C, intrusion. In cybersecurity terminology, an intrusion refers to the unauthorized access or entry into a computer system or network by an external or unauthorized party, such as a hacker. This term specifically denotes the act of gaining unauthorized access, which may lead to the theft or pilfering of confidential information. Option A, event, is incorrect. Event is a generic term that can refer to any occurrence or incident, including security-related incidents, but also encompasses a wide range of other occurrences. It does not specifically define the act of gaining unauthorized access and stealing confidential information. Option B, system crash, is incorrect. A system crash refers to an unexpected and sudden failure of a computer system or application, usually due to hardware or software issues. It does not relate to unauthorized access or the theft of confidential information. Option D, exploit, is incorrect. An exploit refers to a technique or method used by hackers to take advantage of vulnerabilities in software or systems to gain unauthorized access. While exploits can lead to intrusions and breaches, the term itself does not specifically define the act of unauthorized access and stealing confidential information. Next question. What is the term used for identifying analyzing, and evaluating security incidents. Option A, intrusion detection. Option B, risk assessment. Option C, incident response. Option D, business impact analysis. The correct answer is Option C, incident response. Incident response is the term used to describe the process of identifying, analyzing, and evaluating security incidents within an organization. It involves detecting and responding to incidents to minimize their impact and restore normal operations promptly. Option A, intrusion detection, is incorrect. Intrusion detection focuses on identifying unauthorized access or activities within a network or system, but does not encompass the broader scope of incident handling, including analysis and evaluation of incidents. Option B, risk assessment, is incorrect. Risk assessment involves evaluating potential risks and vulnerabilities within an organization's environment to determine their impact and likelihood. While incident response may involve risk assessment as part of its process, risk assessment itself does not specifically address incident identification, analysis, and evaluation. Option D, business impact analysis, is incorrect. Business impact analysis, BIA, is a process used to evaluate the potential effects of disruptions to business operations, focusing on identifying critical processes and their dependencies. It does not specifically address the identification, analysis, and evaluation of security incidents as incident response does. If you found these questions and answers helpful for your preparation, we'd really appreciate it if you could take a moment to hit that like button and subscribe to our channel. Your support helps us create more amazing content just for you. Thank you. Let's continue. Next question. What is the main objective of risk management? Option A, to accept all risks without mitigation. Option B, to increase risk tolerance. Option C, to eliminate all risks. Option D, to prioritize risks based on their impact. The correct answer is Option D, to prioritize risks based on their impact. Risk management involves assessing risks to determine their potential impact on objectives and prioritizing them based on their likelihood and impact. This prioritization helps organizations focus resources on managing the most significant risks first, thereby maximizing the effectiveness of risk management efforts. Option A, to accept all risks without mitigation, is incorrect. This option suggests a passive approach where risks are acknowledged but not managed. Risk management involves actively managing risks through mitigation, transfer, or acceptance with a plan in place. Option B, to increase risk tolerance, is incorrect. Risk tolerance refers to the level of risk an organization is willing to accept or retain after risk treatment. Risk management itself doesn't aim to increase risk tolerance. Instead, it helps define and manage risk within established tolerance levels. Option C, to eliminate all risks, is incorrect. It is practically impossible to eliminate all risks. Risk management seeks to identify and mitigate risks to an acceptable level, not to completely eradicate them, as some level of risk is inherent in any organization's activities. Next question. Which tool is crafted to discover, thwart, and potentially respond to direct menaces to IT systems? Option A, network firewall. Option B, VPN. Option C, intrusion prevention system, IPS. Option D, hashing. The correct answer is Option C, intrusion prevention system, IPS. An intrusion prevention system, IPS, is an advanced security tool that monitors network traffic in real time, identifies potentially malicious activity or threats, and takes action to block or prevent those threats from compromising IT systems. It goes beyond basic firewall capabilities by actively inspecting traffic, detecting anomalies, and responding to threats through various means such as blocking malicious IP addresses, dropping malicious packets, or alerting administrators for further action. Option A, network firewall, is incorrect. While network firewalls are essential for filtering and controlling network traffic based on predetermined security rules, their primary function is to monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. They are not specifically designed to actively detect and respond to threats in real time as an IPS does. Option B, VPN, Virtual Private Network, is incorrect. VPNs are used to establish secure connections over a public network, typically for remote access or secure communications. They encrypt data and ensure privacy, but do not actively monitor, detect, or respond to threats targeting IT systems. Option D, hashing, is incorrect. Hashing is a cryptographic technique used to convert data into a fixed-size string of characters known as a hash value, which is typically used for data integrity and authentication purposes. Hashing is not a tool designed to discover, thwart, or respond to threats to IT systems. It is a method used to verify data integrity and ensure authentication. Next question. What term is applied in incident classification to describe an event endangering life or property, necessitating urgent response? Option A, alert. Option B, problem. Option C, incident. Option D, emergency. The correct answer is Option D, emergency. An emergency is defined as a serious, unexpected, and often dangerous situation requiring immediate action. In incident classification, an emergency specifically describes an event that endangers life or property and demands an urgent response to mitigate the situation and ensure safety and security. This term accurately captures the severity and urgency associated with incidents that pose imminent risk or harm. Option A, alert, is incorrect. An alert typically signifies a notification or warning about a potential issue or event. It doesn't necessarily imply an immediate danger or the need for urgent response as required in incidents endangering life or property. Option B, problem, is incorrect. A problem refers to a broader issue or challenge that needs to be addressed or resolved, but it doesn't specifically denote an event endangering life or property that necessitates an urgent response. Option C, incident, is incorrect. While an incident generally refers to any event or occurrence that disrupts normal operations and requires investigation or response, not all incidents necessarily involve immediate danger to life or property. Incident severity can vary widely, from minor disruptions to critical emergencies. Next question. Which of these demonstrates a log file? Option A, email message. Option B, user manual. Option C, spreadsheet. Option D, system event log. The correct answer is Option D, system event log. A system event log is specifically designed to record events, activities, errors, and other important information generated by a computer system or software application. It captures details such as system startups, shutdowns, errors, warnings, security-related events, and more. These logs are crucial for troubleshooting, monitoring system health, and analyzing performance. Option A, email message, is incorrect. An email message is a form of electronic communication exchanged between users. It does not serve the purpose of recording events or activities generated by a software application or system. Option B, user manual, is incorrect. A user manual is a document providing instructions or guidance on how to use a product or system. It is not a file that records events or activities, but rather serves as a reference guide for users. Option C, spreadsheet, is incorrect. A spreadsheet is a file used to organize and analyze data in rows and columns. It is not typically used to log events or activities generated by a software application or system. Next question. What is a prudent method for safeguarding BYOD, bring your own device, environments? Option A, requiring users to use a company-owned device. Option B, allowing users to install any app they want on their devices. Option C, enforcing security policies on user-owned devices. Option D, none of the above. The correct answer is Option C, enforcing security policies on user-owned devices. Enforcing security policies on user-owned devices is a prudent method for safeguarding BYOD environments. This involves implementing strict policies such as requiring device encryption, using strong passwords, enabling remote wipe capabilities, implementing multi-factor authentication, and restricting access to sensitive data based on user roles. By enforcing such policies, organizations can mitigate risks associated with BYOD, maintain data security, and ensure compliance with regulatory requirements. Option A, requiring users to use a company-owned device, is incorrect. While using company-owned devices can provide greater control and security, it contradicts the concept of BYOD, which specifically allows employees to use their own devices. Requiring company-owned devices would not be considered a method for safeguarding BYOD environments because it does not address the inherent risks associated with personal devices. Option B, allowing users to install any app they want on their devices, is incorrect. Allowing users unrestricted freedom to install any app on their personal devices poses significant security risks. It increases the likelihood of malware infections, data breaches, and compatibility issues, which undermine security efforts in a BYOD environment. Next question. How can organizations promote a culture of reporting security incidents among employees? Option A, punish them for not reporting. Option B, offer rewards for reporting. Option C, ignore incident reports. Option D, make reporting complicated. The correct answer is Option B, offer rewards for reporting. Offering rewards for reporting security incidents incentivizes employees to actively participate in the security process. Rewards can be in the form of recognition, bonuses, or other incentives that acknowledge and encourage responsible behavior. This approach fosters a positive culture where employees are motivated to report incidents promptly, contributing to improved security awareness and responsiveness within the organization. Option A, punish them for not reporting, is incorrect. Punishing employees for not reporting incidents can create a culture of fear and discourage open communication. It may lead to underreporting of incidents, as employees may hesitate to report due to fear of retribution or disciplinary action. Option C, ignore incident reports, is incorrect. Ignoring incident reports sends a message that security incidents are not taken seriously by the organization. This can undermine trust and discourage employees from reporting incidents in the future, as they may feel their efforts are disregarded or unimportant. Option D, make reporting complicated, is incorrect. Making the reporting process complicated or cumbersome can deter employees from reporting incidents. It may lead to frustration and delays in reporting, which can prevent timely mitigation of security threats. Next question. What is the main function of locks in physical security measures? Option A, to deter unauthorized access. Option B, to provide digital access control. Option C, to prevent cybersecurity threats. Option D, to detect intruders. The correct answer is Option A, to deter unauthorized access. The main function of locks in physical security is to act as a deterrent against unauthorized access. By securing doors, gates, cabinets, and other physical entry points, locks help prevent unauthorized individuals from gaining access to restricted areas or assets. They serve as a fundamental barrier that must be overcome to gain entry, thus discouraging potential intruders and enhancing overall security. Option B, to provide digital access control, is incorrect. Digital access control systems manage and restrict access electronically using mechanisms such as key cards, biometric scanners, or PIN codes. While locks can be part of such systems, the primary function of locks themselves is not to provide digital access control. Instead, they physically secure doors, gates, or containers. Option C, to prevent cybersecurity threats, is incorrect. Locks in physical security are not designed to prevent cybersecurity threats, which pertain to digital security measures such as firewalls, encryption, and antivirus software. Physical locks protect against unauthorized physical access, rather than cyber threats. Option D, to detect intruders, is incorrect. Locks themselves do not detect intruders, they prevent access to unauthorized individuals or entities. Detection of intruders typically involves security systems such as motion sensors, alarms, or surveillance cameras. Next question. What importance does incident response hold in incident management? Option A, protect life, health, and safety. Option B, protect the organization's mission and objectives. Option C, reduce the impact of the incident. Option D, resume interrupted operations as soon as possible. The correct answer is Option A, protect life, health, and safety. The primary importance of incident response in incident management is to protect life, health, and safety. Incident response protocols are designed to ensure that immediate actions are taken to safeguard individuals, prevent further harm, and provide necessary assistance during emergencies or incidents. This includes evacuation procedures, medical response, and containment of hazards to protect the health and safety of everyone involved. Option B, protect the organization's mission and objectives, is incorrect. While protecting the organization's mission and objectives is important, it is typically part of the broader goals of incident management. Incident response specifically prioritizes immediate actions to ensure the safety and well-being of individuals involved in the incident. Option C, reduce the impact of the incident, is incorrect. Reducing the impact of the incident is an important objective of incident response, but it is secondary to protecting life, health, and safety. The initial focus of incident response is to address immediate threats to individuals and mitigate risks to their well-being. Option D, resume interrupted operations as soon as possible, is incorrect. Resuming interrupted operations is a goal associated with the recovery phase of incident management, which comes after incident response. Incident response focuses on immediate actions to contain, assess, and mitigate the incident, rather than on restoring operations. Next question. Which security safeguard is suitable for addressing AI and ML vulnerabilities? Option A, model validation and testing. Option B, data governance policy. Option C, security monitoring and alerting. Option D, all of the above. The correct answer is Option D, all of the above. All three options, model validation and testing, data governance policy, and security monitoring and alerting are essential security safeguards for addressing vulnerabilities in AI and ML systems. Model validation and testing ensures the reliability and robustness of AI and ML models. Data governance policies ensure the integrity, privacy, and security of data used by AI and ML systems. Security monitoring and alerting enables proactive detection and response to security threats and vulnerabilities in AI and ML environments. Combining these safeguards helps organizations comprehensively manage risks associated with AI and ML technologies, ensuring they operate securely and effectively. Next question. Which logging method is appropriate for tracking temperature and humidity in a data center to mitigate equipment damage risks? Option A, time series data log. Option B, a security control that allows employees to perform multiple roles within an organization. Option C, surveillance logs. Option D, inventory logs. The correct answer is Option A, time series data log. A time series data log is specifically designed to record data points over time, making it ideal for tracking and monitoring changes in environmental conditions like temperature and humidity in a data center. By logging these variables at regular intervals, organizations can analyze trends, detect anomalies, and take proactive measures to maintain optimal conditions and prevent equipment damage. Option B is incorrect. This option describes role-based access control, RBAC, which is not related to logging environmental conditions such as temperature and humidity in a data center. RBAC focuses on managing permissions for employees based on their roles within an organization, not on monitoring physical conditions. Option C, surveillance logs, is incorrect. Surveillance logs are used to record security-related activities or incidents in a monitored area. They are not designed for logging environmental variables like temperature and humidity. Option D, inventory logs, is incorrect. Inventory logs track the movement, usage, or changes to physical assets or goods within an organization. They are not suitable for monitoring environmental factors such as temperature and humidity in a data center. Next question. What role does risk mitigation play in risk management? Option A, to implement controls and measures to reduce or eliminate risks. Option B, to determine the acceptable level of risk tolerance. Option C, to assign risk priorities to identified risks. Option D, to assess the potential impact of risks on the organization. The correct answer is Option A, to implement controls and measures to reduce or eliminate risks. Risk mitigation aims to reduce the probability and/or impact of risks by implementing controls, measures, or actions. This proactive approach helps organizations manage risks effectively by minimizing their potential negative consequences. By implementing appropriate controls and measures, organizations can prevent or mitigate the impact of risks before they occur or escalate. Option B is incorrect. Determining the acceptable level of risk tolerance refers to risk assessment rather than risk mitigation. It involves evaluating risks to decide which risks are acceptable and which require mitigation efforts. Option C is incorrect. Assigning risk priorities to identified risks is part of risk prioritization, which is typically done during risk assessment. It involves ranking risks based on their likelihood and impact to determine where mitigation efforts should be focused. Option D is incorrect. Assessing the potential impact of risks on the organization is also part of risk assessment rather than risk mitigation. It involves evaluating the consequences or effects that risks could have on the organization's objectives and operations. Next question. What is the primary function of detective controls? Option A, fixing vulnerabilities in the system. Option B, detecting and responding to security incidents. Option C, preventing security incidents. Option D, ensuring business continuity during an attack. The correct answer is Option B, detecting and responding to security incidents. Detective controls are reactive in nature and are implemented to detect unauthorized actions or incidents that have already occurred. They help organizations identify security breaches, unauthorized access, or other suspicious activities promptly so that they can respond effectively. By detecting incidents early, organizations can mitigate the impact, minimize losses, and take appropriate actions to prevent similar incidents in the future. Option A, fixing vulnerabilities in the system, is incorrect. Fixing vulnerabilities in the system is the role of preventive controls, not detective controls. Preventive controls aim to reduce vulnerabilities and prevent security incidents from occurring in the first place. Option C, preventing security incidents, is incorrect. Preventing security incidents is the role of preventive controls, which aim to mitigate risks and vulnerabilities proactively to prevent incidents from happening. Option D, ensuring business continuity during an attack, is incorrect. Ensuring business continuity during an attack relates to resilience controls, which focus on maintaining operations and minimizing disruptions during and after an incident. It is not the primary function of detective controls. Next question. What is the main objective of implementing network segmentation in cybersecurity? Option A, to reduce the attack surface by isolating critical assets and sensitive data. Option B, to create a single point of failure. Option C, to simplify network management. Option D, to increase the attack surface by expanding the network. The correct answer is Option A, to reduce the attack surface by isolating critical assets and sensitive data. The main objective of network segmentation in cybersecurity is to enhance security by reducing the attack surface. By isolating critical assets and sensitive data into separate segments or zones, organizations can implement stricter access controls, monitor traffic more effectively, and contain potential breaches within specific segments. This isolation helps mitigate the impact of security incidents and prevents lateral movement by attackers across the network. Option B, to create a single point of failure, is incorrect. Creating a single point of failure is contrary to the goal of network segmentation. The purpose of segmentation is to reduce the impact of a single point of failure by isolating critical assets and data into separate segments, thereby minimizing the risk of widespread disruption in case of a network issue. Option C, to simplify network management, is incorrect. While network segmentation can potentially lead to more manageable segments, its primary objective is security rather than simplification of management. Segmenting networks can sometimes add complexity to management tasks, but this is outweighed by the security benefits gained from isolating critical assets and data. Option D, to increase the attack surface by expanding the network, is incorrect. Increasing the attack surface goes against the fundamental purpose of network segmentation. Segmentation is implemented to reduce the attack surface by compartmentalizing and isolating critical assets and sensitive data, thereby minimizing the avenues through which an attacker can gain unauthorized access. Next question. Which device controls the movement of traffic across networks? Option A, router. Option B, hub. Option C, firewalls. Option D, switch. The correct answer is Option D, switch. A switch is a network device that connects devices on a single network. It learns the MAC addresses of devices connected to its ports and forwards traffic only to the intended recipient. This intelligent forwarding mechanism significantly reduces network congestion and improves overall performance. Option A, router, is incorrect. A router is responsible for directing traffic between different networks. It analyzes the destination address of a data packet and forwards it to the appropriate network based on a routing table. While routers play a crucial role in network traffic management, they don't directly control movement across individual networks. Option B, hub, is incorrect. A hub is a basic networking device that acts like a multi-port repeater. It receives data on one port and broadcasts it to all other connected devices. Hubs are generally not used in modern networks due to their inefficiency in handling network traffic. They don't offer any control over traffic movement. Option C, firewalls, is incorrect. Firewalls are security devices that monitor incoming and outgoing network traffic and enforce security policies. They can filter traffic based on predefined rules, but they don't directly control the flow of traffic within a network. Next question. What type of address is 01, B2, A1, 22, C2, 41? Option A, MAC address. Option B, IPv4. Option C, web address. Option D, IPv6. The correct answer is Option A, MAC address. A MAC address is a hardware address assigned to network interfaces, such as Ethernet or Wi-Fi adapters, by manufacturers. It consists of 6 pairs of hexadecimal digits separated by colons or hyphens, such as 01, B2, A1, 22, C2, 41. MAC addresses uniquely identify each device on a network and are used for communication at the data link layer of the OSI model. Option B, IPv4, is incorrect. IPv4, Internet Protocol version 4, addresses are numerical labels assigned to devices participating in a computer network that uses the Internet Protocol for communication. They are typically represented in decimal format with 4 numbers separated by dots, for example, 192.168.1.1. The given address 01, B2, A1, 22, C2, 41 does not conform to this format and is not an IPv4 address. Option C, web address, is incorrect. A web address refers to a Uniform Resource Locator, URL, or Uniform Resource Identifier, URI, used to access resources on the World Wide Web. It typically starts with HTTP or HTTPS. The given address 01, B2, A1, 22, C2, 41 does not resemble a typical web address format and is not used for accessing websites. Option D, IPv6, is incorrect. IPv6, Internet Protocol version 6, addresses are the most recent version of IP addresses designed to succeed IPv4. They are represented in hexadecimal notation with 8 groups of 4 hexadecimal digits separated by colons, for example, 2001, 0DB8, 85A3, 0000, 0000, 8A2E, 0370, 7334. The given address 01, B2, A1, 22, C2, 41 does not match the format of an IPv6 address. Next question. Which social engineering technique uses impersonation of trusted individuals to deceive victims? Option A, whaling attack. Option B, phishing attack. Option C, shoulder surfing attack. Option D, insider threat attack. The correct answer is Option A, whaling attack. A whaling attack is a form of phishing attack that specifically targets high-ranking individuals or executives who have privileged access to sensitive information or resources. Attackers impersonate trusted individuals such as CEOs or CFOs in order to deceive victims into divulging confidential information or performing actions that compromise security. This type of attack relies on exploiting trust in authoritative figures within an organization. Option B, phishing attack, is incorrect. Phishing attacks involve sending fraudulent emails or messages that appear to come from reputable sources in order to deceive recipients into revealing sensitive information or clicking on malicious links. While phishing attacks can sometimes involve impersonation, they are not specifically focused on impersonating trusted individuals to deceive victims. Option C, shoulder surfing attack, is incorrect. Shoulder surfing is a physical social engineering technique where attackers observe or eavesdrop on users to obtain sensitive information like passwords or PINs. It does not involve impersonation of trusted individuals, but rather relies on direct observation or surveillance. Option D, insider threat attack, is incorrect. Insider threat refers to the potential risk posed by individuals within an organization who may misuse their authorized access to data or systems for malicious purposes. It does not necessarily involve impersonation of trusted individuals, but rather encompasses a broad range of threats from within an organization. Next question. Which option demonstrates an exploit? Option A, a malware infection. Option B, a phishing attack. Option C, a SQL injection attack. Option D, a denial of service attack. The correct answer is Option C, a SQL injection attack. A SQL injection attack is a type of exploit where malicious SQL, structured query language, code is inserted into input fields of a web application, exploiting vulnerabilities in the application's database layer. This allows an attacker to execute unauthorized SQL commands, potentially gaining access to sensitive data, modifying data, or even executing administrative operations on the database server. SQL injection attacks directly exploit vulnerabilities in software systems, demonstrating a clear example of an exploit. Option A, a malware infection, is incorrect. A malware infection refers to the unauthorized installation and execution of malicious software on a computer system. While malware can be delivered through exploits, the infection itself is the consequence rather than the exploit. An exploit could be used to deliver malware, but the infection itself is not typically referred to as the exploit. Option B, a phishing attack, is incorrect. Phishing attacks involve tricking users into disclosing sensitive information such as passwords or credit card numbers. Phishing does not directly exploit vulnerabilities in software or systems. Instead, it exploits human behavior through deception. While phishing may lead to subsequent exploitation, the act of phishing itself is not an exploit. Option D, a denial of service (DOS) attack, is incorrect. A denial of service attack aims to disrupt the normal functioning of a network or web service by overwhelming it with a flood of illegitimate requests or traffic. While this attack can exploit vulnerabilities in network protocols or systems to achieve its goal, it is not typically referred to as an exploit. It is more accurately described as an attack or a technique rather than an exploit. Next question. What is the main contrast between cold sites and warm sites? Option A, warm sites are more cost-effective than cold sites. Option B. Cold sites require less configuration and preparation. Option C. Warm sites offer quicker recovery time compared to cold sites. Option D. Cold sites are fully equipped, while warm sites are partially equipped. The correct answer is Option C. Warm sites offer quicker recovery time compared to cold sites. Warm sites generally offer quicker recovery times compared to cold sites. Cold sites have no or minimal equipment installed and may require acquiring and setting up equipment, which can take longer compared to warm sites, where some equipment is already in place and operational readiness is higher. Option A. Warm sites are more cost-effective than cold sites is incorrect. This statement is not necessarily true. Cost-effectiveness depends on various factors such as the specific needs of the organization, the level of readiness required, and the cost of maintaining and preparing the site. Cold sites may be less expensive because they have minimal equipment, but the cost-effectiveness can vary based on the context and requirements. Option B. Cold sites require less configuration and preparation is incorrect. Cold sites require more configuration and preparation than warm sites. Cold sites typically have no or minimal equipment installed and need significant setup and configuration before they can become operational. Warm sites, on the other hand, have some infrastructure in place and require less time and effort to become fully operational. Option D. Cold sites are fully equipped, while warm sites are partially equipped, is incorrect. Cold sites are bare bones with minimal equipment, while warm sites have some pre-configured infrastructure to expedite recovery. Next question. Which option is not a recommended server hardening step for new servers in production? Option A. Configuring strong, unique passwords for all accounts. Option B. Leaving all default ports open. Option C. Disabling unnecessary services and protocols. Option D. Regularly patching and updating software. The correct answer is Option B. Leaving all default ports open. Leaving all default ports open is not a recommended server hardening practice. Default ports are often well known and targeted by attackers, so leaving them open increases the risk of unauthorized access and exploitation. Proper server hardening involves closing unnecessary ports, limiting access to essential services, and implementing firewall rules to control inbound and outbound traffic. Option A. Configuring strong, unique passwords for all accounts is incorrect. This is a recommended practice for server hardening. Strong, unique passwords help prevent unauthorized access and enhance security by making it harder for attackers to guess or brute force passwords. Option C. Disabling unnecessary services and protocols is incorrect. This is also a recommended practice. Disabling unnecessary services and protocols reduces the number of potential entry points for attackers and minimizes the attack surface of the server. Option D. Regularly patching and updating software is incorrect. Regular patching and updating of software are critical for maintaining server security. Patching helps to fix known vulnerabilities and ensures that the server is protected against exploits that target outdated software versions. Next question. What example does this scenario illustrate? An organization wanting to restrict employee after-hours access to its systems, publishing a policy forbidding employees to work outside of their assigned hours and ensuring the office doors remain locked on weekends. Option A. Administrative and logical. Option B. Operational and physical. Option C. Technical and physical. Option D. Administrative and physical. The correct answer is Option D. Administrative and physical. The scenario primarily involves administrative controls through the implementation of a policy forbidding after-hours work and physical controls by ensuring office doors are locked on weekends. Administrative controls establish rules and guidelines, while physical controls physically restrict access to the office premises, effectively limiting access to the organization's systems. Option A, administrative and logical, is incorrect. Logical controls typically involve access controls based on user credentials, such as authentication and authorization mechanisms. There is no mention of logical controls in the scenario provided. Option B, operational and physical, is incorrect. Operational controls relate to processes and procedures to ensure efficient and effective operations. While physical controls are part of the scenario, operational controls, example, operational procedures, incident response, are not explicitly mentioned. Option C, technical and physical, is incorrect. Technical controls involve the use of technology to protect systems and data, such as firewalls or encryption. The scenario does not mention any technical controls being used to restrict after-hours access. Next question. What does an increase in unsuccessful login tries from an internal employee's account, as identified by a CM system in a sprawling corporate network, potentially indicate? Option A, an external hacker is attempting to breach the network. Option B, the employee has forgotten their password. Option C, an anomaly in the CM system. Option D, the account may be compromised or under attack. The correct answer is Option D, the account may be compromised or under attack. An increase in unsuccessful login attempts from an internal employee's account is a common indicator that the account credentials may have been compromised or that someone is attempting to gain unauthorized access to the account. This scenario is often a precursor to successful unauthorized access if not addressed promptly. Option A, an external hacker is attempting to breach the network, is incorrect. This option assumes that the failed login attempts are coming from an external attacker trying to gain unauthorized access. However, without additional evidence or context, failed login attempts alone do not conclusively indicate external hacking attempts. Option B, the employee has forgotten their password, is incorrect. If an employee forgets their password, they typically attempt to reset it rather than repeatedly trying and failing to log in. Failed login attempts due to a forgotten password would likely be infrequent and would not constitute a surge or increase as described in the scenario. Option C, an anomaly in the CM system, is incorrect. Anomalies in CM systems can occur, but an increase in failed login attempts would not typically be considered an anomaly unless there is evidence of a malfunction or misconfiguration in the CM itself, which is less likely than the account being actively targeted. Next question. What role does a cold site play in disaster recovery strategies? Option A, a fully operational and staffed backup facility. Option B, an off-site location with necessary hardware and infrastructure but lacking up-to-date data and configurations. Option C, an immediate failover to a secondary data center in case of a disaster. Option D, a data backup strategy that relies on real-time replication. The correct answer is Option B, an off-site location with necessary hardware and infrastructure but lacking up-to-date data and configurations. It describes the role of a cold site in disaster recovery planning. A cold site provides the physical infrastructure necessary to resume operations in the event of a disaster but does not maintain up-to-date data and configurations, which need to be restored or recreated before the site can be fully operational. Option A is incorrect. This describes a hot site, which is a fully operational backup facility equipped with hardware, software, and personnel ready to take over operations immediately in the event of a disaster. Hot sites offer the highest level of continuity but are more costly to maintain than cold sites. Option C is incorrect. This describes a disaster recovery strategy involving a secondary data center where operations can fail over immediately to maintain continuity during a disaster. It does not specifically describe a cold site, which typically requires setup and configuration before it can be operational. Option D is incorrect. This describes a disaster recovery strategy that involves real-time replication of data to ensure data availability and continuity. It typically applies to active-active or active-passive data centers, but is not specifically related to the concept of a cold site, which focuses on infrastructure readiness rather than data replication. Next question. What is expected under PCI DSS concerning the security of credit card data? Option A. Credit card data should be classified as confidential and encrypted. Option B. Credit card data should be pseudonymized and segregated into another database. Option C. Credit card data is retained for shorter periods than any other data. Option D. No employee can ever see unmasked credit card data of a data subject. The correct answer is Option A. Credit card data should be classified as confidential and encrypted. PCI DSS requires that credit card data be treated as confidential information and encrypted when stored or transmitted. Encryption is specifically mentioned as a critical security control to protect credit card data from unauthorized access and breaches. Classifying credit card data as confidential ensures that organizations understand the sensitivity and security requirements of handling such information. Option B is incorrect. While data pseudonymization is a recommended security practice, PCI DSS specifically emphasizes encryption as a primary method for protecting credit card data. Segregation into another database is not explicitly required by PCI DSS for credit card data security. Option C is incorrect. PCI DSS does not mandate specific retention periods for credit card data relative to other types of data. It emphasizes secure storage and protection of data rather than retention periods. Option D is incorrect. While limiting access to unmasked, plain text credit card data is important, PCI DSS does allow access for authorized personnel based on job responsibilities. The standard focuses more on implementing strong access controls and encryption rather than absolute restrictions on viewing credit card data. Next question. What should the organization do when an employee clicks on a suspicious email attachment containing APT malware? Option A. Notify all employees of the incident and provide additional training on email security. Option B. Ask the employee to open the attachment again to confirm it's suspicious. Option C. Conduct a full network scan to identify any other potential infections. Option D. Conduct a thorough investigation to identify the source and purpose of the attack. The correct answer is Option C. Conduct a full network scan to identify any other potential infections. It involves conducting a comprehensive network scan to identify any other potential infections. This helps to assess the extent of the malware's reach within the organization's network and allows for targeted remediation efforts. Identifying other potentially infected systems is crucial for preventing further spread and ensuring that all affected devices are promptly isolated and cleaned. Option A is incorrect. While training and awareness are important, they are not the immediate response required to contain and mitigate the effects of malware already active in the network. Option B is incorrect. This action is highly risky and could potentially worsen the situation by allowing the malware to execute further or spread. Option D is incorrect. Investigation is crucial for understanding the attack's origins and motivations, but it is a secondary step following containment and mitigation efforts to address the immediate threat posed by the malware. Next question. What is the main goal of detective controls within an organization's security framework? Option A, to prevent security incidents. Option B, to physically secure assets. Option C, to detect and respond to security incidents. Option D, to discourage unauthorized access. The correct answer is Option C, to detect and respond to security incidents. Detective controls are specifically implemented to monitor systems and networks for signs of unauthorized activity or security breaches. Once detected, these controls initiate an appropriate response to mitigate the impact of the incident and prevent further damage. This proactive approach helps in minimizing the impact of security breaches and enhancing the overall security posture of the organization. Option A, to prevent security incidents, is incorrect. Preventing security incidents is the primary goal of preventive controls, not detective controls. Preventive controls aim to stop incidents before they occur by implementing security measures. Option B, to physically secure assets, is incorrect. Physical security of assets is the goal of physical controls, such as locks, surveillance, and access controls. Detective controls focus on monitoring and detecting security incidents rather than physical security. Option D, to discourage unauthorized access, is incorrect. Discouraging unauthorized access is a goal of deterrent controls, which aim to dissuade potential attackers. Detective controls are not focused on discouraging access, but on detecting and responding to incidents after they occur. Next question. What is the most commonly implemented access control model in today's organizations? Option A, ABAC. Option B, DAC. Option C, MAC. Option D, RBAC. The correct answer is Option D, RBAC. Role-based access control is widely adopted because it simplifies access management by assigning roles to users and granting permissions based on those roles. It enhances security by ensuring users have only the permissions necessary for their roles, thereby reducing the risk of unauthorized access and enforcing the principle of least privilege. RBAC also simplifies administration and compliance by centralizing access control policies around roles rather than individual users. Option A, ABAC, attribute-based access control, is incorrect. ABAC is a more advanced access control model that allows access decisions to be based on various attributes associated with users, resources, and environmental conditions. While ABAC is gaining popularity, it is not as commonly implemented as RBAC in most organizations. Option B, DAC, discretionary access control, is incorrect. DAC allows owners of objects, example, files, folders, to set access controls on those objects. It is less commonly used in today's organizations due to its inherent limitations in managing access rights at scale and ensuring least privilege. Option C, MAC, mandatory access control, is incorrect. MAC is a stricter access control model, typically used in environments where confidentiality and integrity of data are critical, example, government and military. It imposes access controls based on security labels assigned to subjects and objects. While important in certain sectors, MAC is not as widely implemented as RBAC in commercial organizations. Next question. Does biometric authentication use physical characteristics, such as fingerprints or facial recognition, to grant access to a system or resource? Option A, true. Option B, false. The correct answer is Option A, true. Biometric authentication has become increasingly popular due to its reliability and convenience in verifying user identity. It uses biometric data, like fingerprints or facial features, to authenticate individuals and grant them access to systems, buildings, devices, or sensitive information. Next question. When discussing business continuity planning, what is meant by the term business? Option A, the technical systems of the organization. Option B, the operational aspects of the organization. Option C, the physical infrastructure of the organization. Option D, the financial performance of the organization. The correct answer is Option B, the operational aspects of the organization. The operational aspects of the organization include all activities, processes, procedures, and resources required to conduct business and deliver products or services. Business continuity planning aims to ensure these operational aspects can continue or be quickly restored in the event of disruptions or disasters. Option A, the technical systems of the organization, is incorrect. While technical systems are important components of BCP, they are not encompassed by the term business alone. Technical systems are part of the infrastructure that supports business operations, but do not define the term business in its entirety. Option C, the physical infrastructure of the organization, is incorrect. Physical infrastructure includes facilities, buildings, and equipment necessary for operations, but it does not encompass all aspects of the business such as processes, procedures, and human resources involved in operations. Option D, the financial performance of the organization, is incorrect. Financial performance refers specifically to the economic health and profitability of the organization, which is one aspect of business operations but not the definition of business in the context of business continuity planning. Next question. Which port is commonly used for secure communication? Option A, port 80. Option B, port 43. Option C, port 25. Option D, port 110. The correct answer is Option B, port 43. Port 43 is associated with HTTPS, which encrypts data transmitted between a web browser and a web server. It ensures secure communication by using SSL/TLS protocols to encrypt HTTP traffic, making it suitable for protecting sensitive information such as login credentials and financial transactions. Option A, port 80, is incorrect. Port 80 is used for unencrypted HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol communication. It is not typically used for secure communication because data transmitted over port 80 is not encrypted. Option C, port 25, is incorrect. Port 25 is used for SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, which is primarily used for sending email messages between servers. It is not used for secure communication, rather, it is used for transferring emails in plain text. Option D, port 110, is incorrect. Port 110 is used for POP3, Post Office Protocol version 3, which is an email protocol used for retrieving email from a mail server. Like port 25, it does not provide encryption for communication. Next question. What is the main objective of business impact analysis, BIA? Option A, assess the impact of disruptions. Option B, identify critical business processes. Option C, develop recovery strategies. Option D, all of the above. The correct answer is option D, all of the above, meaning that BIA encompasses all the objectives mentioned in option A, assess the impact of disruptions, option B, identify critical business processes, and option C, develop recovery strategies. Next question. What is the preferred option for organizations aiming to balance speed of recovery and cost considerations? Option A, cold site. Option B, warm site. Option C, hot site. Option D, backup site. The correct answer is option B, warm site. A warm site strikes a balance between a cold site and a hot site. It is partially equipped with infrastructure and data backups, allowing for quicker recovery compared to a cold site, while being more cost-effective than a hot site. A warm site typically has pre-configured hardware and basic systems in place, reducing setup time and cost during a disaster. Option A, cold site, is incorrect. A cold site is a facility with necessary infrastructure but lacks up-to-date data and configurations. While it is cost-effective, it requires time to set up and configure systems in the event of a disaster, which may not align well with the need for rapid recovery. Option C, hot site, is incorrect. A hot site is a fully operational and staffed backup facility equipped with all necessary hardware, software, and data. It provides the fastest recovery time but is also the most expensive option due to ongoing maintenance and operational costs. Option D, backup site, is incorrect. A backup site generally refers to a location where data backups are stored. While backups are essential for data recovery, a backup site itself may not provide the necessary infrastructure or resources for immediate operational recovery in the event of a disaster. Next question. What does a VPN concentrator do? Option A, a network device that is used to manage VPN connections. Option B, a network security tool that is used to encrypt web traffic. Option C, a network security tool that is used to prevent unauthorized access to a network. Option D, a network device that is used to encrypt and decrypt network traffic. The correct answer is option A, a network device that is used to manage VPN connections. VPN concentrators play a crucial role in enabling secure and efficient remote access to organizational resources over public networks like the Internet, while maintaining confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data. Option B is incorrect. This describes a VPN, virtual private network itself, rather than a VPN concentrator. A VPN creates a secure, encrypted tunnel for web traffic, but the VPN concentrator manages and facilitates these connections, rather than performing encryption directly. Option C is incorrect. This describes a firewall or an intrusion detection prevention system, which are tools used for network security but not specific to managing VPN connections. Option D is incorrect. This describes a device that typically implements encryption and decryption functions, such as a VPN gateway or endpoint device, but not necessarily a VPN concentrator. VPN concentrators focus on managing multiple VPN connections efficiently, rather than directly performing encryption-decryption. Next question. When employing cryptographic methods to safeguard sensitive data during storage and transmission, which element of the CIA triad takes precedence? Option A, confidentiality. Option B, hashing. Option C, availability. Option D, AES. The correct answer is Option A, confidentiality. In the context of the CIA triad, confidentiality, integrity, availability, confidentiality refers to the protection of sensitive information from unauthorized access or disclosure. When employing cryptographic methods to safeguard sensitive data during storage and transmission, confidentiality is typically the highest priority. Cryptographic techniques such as encryption are used to ensure that only authorized parties can access and understand the information, even if intercepted or accessed by unauthorized entities. Option B, hashing, is incorrect. Hashing is a cryptographic technique used primarily for ensuring data integrity, not confidentiality. Hash functions generate fixed-length outputs based on input data, which are used to verify the integrity of data by detecting any changes or tampering. While important for data integrity, hashing does not directly address confidentiality concerns. Option C, availability, is incorrect. Availability in the CIA triad refers to ensuring that information and resources are accessible and usable by authorized parties when needed. While availability is crucial for maintaining operational functionality, it is not the primary concern when employing cryptographic methods to safeguard sensitive data. Availability-focused measures include redundancy, fault tolerance, and disaster recovery planning rather than encryption or other cryptographic techniques. Option D, AES, is incorrect. AES, Advanced Encryption Standard, is a specific cryptographic algorithm used for encryption, not a fundamental element of the CIA triad. While AES is crucial for implementing confidentiality through encryption, it is a means to achieve confidentiality rather than a core principle itself. Next question. Which factor should not be considered when defining data retention policies? Option A, data security. Option B, business needs. Option C, cost of storage. Option D, legal requirements. The correct answer is Option A, data security. While data security is essential, the question specifically asks for a factor that should not be considered when defining data retention policies. Option B, business needs, is incorrect. Business needs are crucial in determining data retention policies because they dictate how long certain data should be kept to meet operational requirements, support decision-making, and comply with business processes. Option C, cost of storage, is incorrect. The cost of storage is an important consideration in data retention policies because it directly impacts the financial resources required to retain data over time. Organizations need to balance the benefits of retaining data against the costs associated with storing it. Option D, legal requirements, is incorrect. Legal requirements are critical factors in defining data retention policies because they dictate how long certain types of data must be retained to comply with regulations, legal obligations, and industry standards. Next question. Bob is designing an application that will reside on the cloud. Which cloud service model is ideal for Bob, who wants control over software configuration without managing infrastructure or the operating system? Option A, PaaS, Platform as a Service. Option B, IaaS, Infrastructure as a Service. Option C, SaaS, Software as a Service. Option D, CaaS, Container as a Service. The correct answer is Option A, PaaS, Platform as a Service. Platform as a Service is the cloud service model where Bob can develop, run, and manage applications without worrying about the underlying infrastructure or the operating system. PaaS provides a platform that includes the infrastructure and middleware, allowing developers like Bob to focus primarily on building and customizing the software and its configuration. This aligns perfectly with Bob's requirement of having control over software configuration while abstracting away infrastructure and OS management. Option B, IaaS, Infrastructure as a service, is incorrect. IaaS provides virtualized computing resources over the Internet. While it allows users to manage and control virtual machines, storage, and networking, it does not abstract away the operating system layer. Bob would still need to manage the OS and software stack in an IaaS model, which contradicts his desire to avoid OS management. Option C, SaaS, software as a service, is incorrect. SaaS delivers software applications over the Internet on a subscription basis, where the applications are managed and hosted by the service provider. Users do not have control over the software configuration or underlying infrastructure. Therefore, SaaS does not provide Bob with the level of control over software configuration that he desires. Option D, CaaS, container as a service, is incorrect. CaaS provides a platform where containers are managed and orchestrated, focusing on deploying and managing containerized applications. While it abstracts some aspects of infrastructure management, it does not directly address Bob's need for software configuration control without managing infrastructure or the operating system. Next question. Which of these is not a primary component of good governance? Option A, compliance. Option B, fairness. Option C, transparency. Option D, accountability. The correct answer is Option A, compliance. Compliance, while important, is a consequence or outcome of adhering to rules, regulations, and legal requirements. It typically follows from good governance practices rather than being a primary component of governance itself. Good governance focuses on principles and practices that guide decision-making, fairness, transparency, and accountability, which are proactive measures to ensure ethical and effective leadership and management. Option B, fairness, is incorrect. Fairness is a fundamental principle of good governance, ensuring that decisions and actions are just and impartial, promoting equality and justice. Option C, transparency, is incorrect. Transparency involves openness and accessibility of information, ensuring that decisions, processes, and information are accessible, verifiable, and understandable to stakeholders. Option D, accountability, is incorrect. Accountability refers to the obligation of individuals and organizations to take responsibility for their actions and decisions and to be answerable for them. It ensures that actions are carried out in accordance with agreed-upon rules and standards and that there are mechanisms for oversight and consequences for misconduct. Next question. Which identifier is unique to a device on a local network and is tied to its network interface card, NIC? Option A, DNS address. Option B, CIDR address. Option C, IP address. Option D, MAC address. The correct answer is Option D, MAC address. A MAC address is a hardware address assigned to each network interface card, NIC, by the manufacturer. It is unique globally, meaning no two devices should have the same MAC address. This makes it a suitable identifier for uniquely identifying a device on a local network directly tied to its NIC. Option A, DNS address, is incorrect. A DNS, domain name system, address is used to translate domain names to IP addresses. It is not a unique identifier tied to a specific device's NIC. Option B, CIDR address, is incorrect. CIDR, classless interdomain routing address, is a notation for specifying a range of IP addresses. It is not an identifier tied to a specific device's NIC. Option C, IP address, is incorrect. An IP Internet Protocol address is used for identifying a device on a network, but it is not uniquely tied to a device's NIC. IP addresses can change, especially in DHCP environments, and are typically assigned to devices dynamically. Next question. What technique removes lingering physical traces of initially recorded data? Option A, clearing. Option B, purging. Option C, destruction. Option D, overwriting. The correct answer is Option B, purging. Purging, in the context of data security, refers to the systematic and complete removal of data from storage devices or media to ensure it is irrecoverable. This process typically involves using specialized software or hardware techniques that overwrite data multiple times with random patterns or zeros, effectively erasing all traces of the originally recorded data. Purging ensures that residual physical effects, such as magnetic traces or other remnants, are minimized or eliminated. Option A, clearing, is incorrect. Clearing refers to the process of removing data from a storage device without securely erasing it. It does not necessarily ensure the removal of all physical traces of the initially recorded data. Option C, destruction, is incorrect. Destruction involves physically damaging or destroying the storage medium to render data irrecoverable. While effective, it focuses more on rendering the medium unusable rather than removing residual physical traces of the initial data. Option D, overwriting, is incorrect. Overwriting involves writing new data over existing data to make it unrecoverable. However, it may not completely eliminate residual physical traces of the original data due to techniques like magnetic force microscopy or other advanced methods that can potentially recover overwritten data. Next question. Which network attack involves an attacker sending customized malicious data to an application or system, resulting in its crash or unresponsiveness? Option A, man-in-the-middle attack. Option B, distributed denial of service attack. Option C, buffer overflow attack. Option D, SQL injection attack. The correct answer is Option C, buffer overflow attack. A buffer overflow attack occurs when an attacker sends more data than a buffer can handle, overflowing it into adjacent memory. This can corrupt data, crash the application, or even allow the attacker to execute arbitrary code. It involves sending specially crafted malicious data to exploit vulnerabilities in the application or system, leading to its crash or unresponsiveness. Option A, man-in-the-middle attack, is incorrect. A man-in-the-middle attack involves an attacker intercepting and possibly altering communication between two parties without their knowledge. It does not typically involve sending specially crafted malicious data to crash or make a system unresponsive. Option B, distributed denial of service, DDoS attack, is incorrect. A DDoS attack overwhelms a system, network, or application with a flood of traffic from multiple sources, causing it to become unavailable to legitimate users. While it aims to make a system unresponsive, it does not involve sending customized malicious data to exploit vulnerabilities in the application or system directly. Option D, SQL injection attack, is incorrect. An SQL injection attack involves injecting malicious SQL queries into an application's input fields to manipulate the database. It can lead to unauthorized access or data leakage, but does not directly cause a system crash or unresponsiveness unless it results in resource exhaustion. Next question. What is a prevalent example of a network access control (NAC) system? Option A, 802.1x. Option B, NAT. Option C, VPN. Option D, all of the above. The correct answer is option A, 802.1x. 802.1x is a standardized protocol used for port-based network access control (NAC). It authenticates devices attempting to connect to a network and enforces policies to ensure only authorized devices gain access. This makes it a prevalent example of a NAC system focusing specifically on controlling access at the network port level based on authentication credentials. Option B, NAT, Network Address Translation, is incorrect. NAT is not typically considered a network access control (NAC) system. NAT is used to translate private IP addresses into public IP addresses, and vice versa, allowing multiple devices on a local network to share a single public IP address. Option C, VPN, Virtual Private Network, is incorrect. VPN is a technology that provides secure access to a private network over a public network, usually the Internet. While VPNs can enforce access control policies, they are primarily used for secure remote access rather than traditional network access control (NAC) within a local network. Next question. What constitutes a technical control from the options provided? Option A, Emergency Operation Procedure. Option B, Acceptable Use Policy. Option C, Stop sign in a parking lot. Option D, Access Control List, ACL. The correct answer is option D, Access Control List, ACL. An Access Control List, ACL, is a technical control used in computer security to define who can access resources or perform actions on a system or network. It is a list of permissions attached to an object, such as a file, folder, or network resource, that specifies which users or system processes are granted access and which are denied access. ACLs are implemented and enforced by software or hardware mechanisms and are integral to managing and securing access to resources in IT environments. Option A, Emergency Operation Procedure, is incorrect. An emergency operation procedure is a set of documented steps to follow in case of emergencies or disasters. It is a procedural control rather than a technical control. Option B, Acceptable Use Policy, is incorrect. An acceptable use policy outlines acceptable behaviors and rules for using IT resources in an organization. It is a policy control rather than a technical control. Option C, Stop sign in a parking lot, is incorrect. A stop sign in a parking lot is a physical control, not a technical control. Next question. Among these options, which method is the most efficient for rendering a data tape disk unusable? Option A, disk zeroing. Option B, disk encryption. Option C, disk formatting. Option D, degaussing. The correct answer is option D, degaussing. Degaussing involves exposing the tape to a strong magnetic field to disrupt the magnetic particles that store the data. This effectively erases all data on the tape, making it unusable for further storage or retrieval. Degaussing is considered highly efficient because it completely destroys the data by altering the magnetic field, rendering the tape unreadable and unrecoverable. It is widely recognized as one of the most secure methods for ensuring data destruction on magnetic media like tape disks. Disk zeroing, option A, is incorrect. Disk zeroing involves overwriting data on the disk with zeros or random patterns. While it can be effective for hard disk drives, data tape disks typically use different technology, where zeroing might not completely erase all traces of data. Therefore, it may not render the tape truly unusable or ensure data irrecoverability. Disk encryption, option B, is incorrect. Disk encryption secures data by encoding it, but it does not destroy the underlying data on the tape. Encryption ensures that unauthorized users cannot access the data without the decryption key, but it does not render the tape itself unusable or destroy the data irreversibly. Disk formatting, option C, is incorrect. Disk formatting prepares a disk for initial use by creating a file system and directory structure. It does not necessarily destroy data, but rather organizes the disk for data storage. Formatting may not overwrite all data sectors on a tape disk, and thus does not guarantee that all data is irrecoverable. Next question. What is the key resource to restore data and ensure business continuity in case of a significant data loss event, such as ransomware or hardware failure? Option A, Intrusion Detection Systems, IDS. Option B, Network Firewalls. Option C, Backups. Option D, VPNs, Virtual Private Networks. The correct answer is Option C, Backups. Backups are essential copies of data that are stored separately from the original data to protect against data loss events like ransomware attacks or hardware failures. In case of such incidents, backups can be used to restore lost or corrupted data, thereby ensuring business continuity. Backups are specifically designed to mitigate the impact of data loss incidents. They provide a reliable source from which data can be restored to resume normal business operations swiftly. Properly managed backups are crucial for any organization to recover from various data loss scenarios effectively. Intrusion Detection Systems, IDS, option A, is incorrect. IDS monitors network traffic for suspicious activity or violations of security policies. While IDS is important for detecting and responding to security breaches, it does not directly address data loss incidents such as ransomware attacks or hardware failures. It focuses on detecting unauthorized access rather than restoring lost data. Network firewalls, option B, is incorrect. Firewalls are network security devices that control and monitor incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. While firewalls are crucial for protecting network infrastructure from unauthorized access and cyber threats, they do not serve as a direct resource for restoring data or ensuring business continuity after data loss incidents. VPNs, Virtual Private Networks, option D, is incorrect. VPNs provide secure remote access to networks over the Internet, encrypting data transmission between the user and the network. While VPNs enhance security for remote communication, they do not play a role in data restoration or business continuity in the event of significant data loss scenarios like ransomware attacks or hardware failures. Next question. In the realm of information security, how is a breach defined? Option A, successful intrusion detection. Option B, a security incident response. Option C, unauthorized system access. Option D, a loss of control over data. The correct answer is Option D, a loss of control over data. A breach in information security occurs when there is a loss of control over sensitive or confidential data. This loss of control can happen due to unauthorized access, theft, exposure, or any other event that compromises the confidentiality, integrity, or availability of data. This definition encompasses various scenarios where data security is compromised, such as data breaches where hackers gain unauthorized access, accidental exposure of data, or data loss due to system failures. It focuses on the core aspect of information security, protecting data from unauthorized access and ensuring that data remains under the organization's control. Successful intrusion detection, option A, is incorrect. Successful intrusion detection refers to the ability of security systems to detect and alert administrators about unauthorized attempts to access systems or networks. While intrusion detection systems, IDS, are crucial for identifying potential security incidents, they do not define what constitutes a breach. A breach is the outcome of such unauthorized access, not the detection itself. A security incident response, option B, is incorrect. Security incident response involves the processes and actions taken by an organization to address and mitigate the effects of security incidents. It includes activities like detection, analysis, containment, eradication, and recovery. While breaches trigger security incident responses, not all security incidents necessarily result in breaches. Therefore, incident response is a broader concept that encompasses various security events, not just breaches. Unauthorized system access, option C, is incorrect. Unauthorized system access refers specifically to situations where individuals or entities gain access to systems, networks, or resources without permission. While unauthorized access can lead to breaches if it results in a loss of control over data, it does not encompass all scenarios of breaches. A breach involves not only unauthorized access but also the actual loss of control over data, which may or may not result from unauthorized access. Next question. Which security principle dictates that users should only access information essential to their tasks? Option A, need to know. Option B, separation of duties. Option C, rotation of duties. Option D, least privilege. The correct answer is option D, least privilege. The principle of least privilege states that users should only be granted the minimum level of access or permissions necessary to perform their job functions. This ensures that users do not have unnecessary access to sensitive or confidential information that is not relevant to their roles. Implementing least privilege minimizes the potential impact of a security breach or insider threat by restricting access to only what is essential for users to fulfill their responsibilities. It is a fundamental principle in information security to reduce the risk of unauthorized access and data exposure. Need to know, option A, is incorrect. The need to know principle is closely related to least privilege but specifically applies to the disclosure of information rather than access permissions. It states that individuals should only have access to information that they specifically need to perform their job tasks effectively. While related, it does not directly address the restriction of access permissions as least privilege does. Separation of duties, option B, is incorrect. Separation of duties is a principle that aims to distribute tasks and responsibilities among multiple individuals to prevent conflicts of interest and reduce the risk of fraud or errors. It focuses on dividing responsibilities to ensure checks and balances within an organization rather than limiting access to information based on job roles. Rotation of duties, option C, is incorrect. Rotation of duties involves periodically changing the tasks or responsibilities assigned to individuals within an organization. This practice helps to prevent fraud, improve skills, and ensure continuity, but does not directly relate to limiting access to information based on job roles as least privilege does. Next question. What is the real-world instance where hash functions are applicable? Option A, data encryption. Option B, data compression. Option C, digital signature verification. Option D, password storage. The correct answer is option D, password storage. Hash functions are commonly used in password storage systems. When a user creates or updates a password, the system applies a hash function to convert the password into a fixed-size string of characters known as a hash value or digest. This hash value is then stored in the database instead of the actual password. During login attempts, the user's input password is hashed again, and the resulting hash is compared to the stored hash value. If they match, access is granted. Hash functions are crucial for securely storing passwords because they convert the password into a form that cannot be easily reversed to obtain the original password. Even if an attacker gains access to the hashed passwords, it is computationally difficult to determine the original password from the hash, adding a layer of security to user credentials. Data encryption, option A, is incorrect. Data encryption involves transforming data into an unreadable format using an encryption algorithm and a key. While hash functions are related to cryptographic techniques, they are specifically designed for integrity verification and not encryption. Hashing does not provide confidentiality like encryption does. Data compression, option B, is incorrect. Data compression reduces the size of data to save storage space or transmission time. Hash functions do not perform data compression, they produce fixed-size output regardless of the input size and are primarily used for integrity checking rather than data size reduction. Digital signature verification, option C, is incorrect. Digital signature verification involves using cryptographic techniques to authenticate the sender and ensure the integrity of digital messages or documents. While hash functions are used in digital signatures, specifically in generating hash values of the message, the primary role in digital signatures is more about ensuring data integrity rather than the main application of hash functions. Next question. What mechanism should you deploy to ensure accountability and prevent disputes over the authenticity of electronic transactions in your organization? Option A, Intrusion Detection System (IDS). Option B, Non-repudiation. Option C, Data encryption. Option D, Firewall. The correct answer is Option B, Non-repudiation. Non-repudiation ensures that the originator of a transaction cannot deny their involvement or the validity of the transaction after it has been executed. It provides proof of the integrity and origin of electronic transactions, preventing disputes by establishing a clear trail of actions that cannot be repudiated. In electronic transactions, non-repudiation mechanisms such as digital signatures and cryptographic techniques ensure that both parties involved cannot deny their actions or the authenticity of the transactions they have initiated or received. This helps in resolving disputes and maintaining accountability in sensitive transactions. Intrusion Detection System (IDS), option A, is incorrect. IDS is a security system that monitors network traffic for suspicious activities or policy violations. While important for detecting potential security breaches, IDS does not directly address the issue of transaction authenticity or accountability in electronic transactions. Data encryption, option C, is incorrect. Data encryption involves encoding data to ensure confidentiality and protect it from unauthorized access. While encryption is essential for securing sensitive information during transmission or storage, it does not inherently provide mechanisms to ensure the authenticity or accountability of transactions. Firewall, option D, is incorrect. A firewall is a network security device that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. It is designed to prevent unauthorized access to or from a private network. While firewalls are crucial for network security, they do not address the specific need for ensuring accountability and preventing disputes over the authenticity of electronic transactions. Next question. What is the significance of directive or administrative controls in the context of cybersecurity? Option A, to design technical controls for data protection. Option B, to recover data after a security breach. Option C, to outline how something needs to be protected. Option D, to implement physical security measures. The correct answer is Option C, to outline how something needs to be protected. Directive or administrative controls in cybersecurity establish policies, guidelines, procedures, and standards that outline how information assets, systems, and networks should be protected. These controls define the framework within which technical and physical security measures are implemented and managed. Directive controls set the strategic direction and framework for cybersecurity within an organization. They include policies that specify the responsibilities of personnel, define acceptable behaviors, establish security requirements, and outline the governance structure for cybersecurity management. By clearly outlining protection strategies and requirements, administrative controls ensure consistency and compliance across the organization. To design technical controls for data protection, option A is incorrect. Technical controls involve specific mechanisms and tools implemented to protect data and systems. While technical controls are crucial for implementing security measures, they do not fall under directive or administrative controls, which focus on policy development and governance, rather than technical implementation. To recover data after a security breach, option B is incorrect. Data recovery after a security breach is part of incident response and business continuity planning, which involves operational and technical measures, rather than directive or administrative controls. These controls focus on prevention, mitigation, and preparedness rather than recovery. To implement physical security measures, option D is incorrect. Physical security measures involve securing physical assets such as buildings, equipment, and facilities to protect against physical threats like theft or damage. Directive or administrative controls do not primarily focus on physical security measures. Instead, they focus on establishing policies, procedures, and guidelines related to information security. Next question. Which option represents a detective control? Option A, firewall. Option B, background checks. Option C, smoke sensors. Option D, security lighting. The correct answer is Option C, smoke sensors. Smoke sensors detect smoke, a potential sign of fire, after a fire has begun. They don't prevent the fire itself, but rather help identify it after the fact. This makes them a detective control. Option A, firewall, a preventative control, is incorrect. Firewalls act as a barrier, preventing unauthorized access to a network before it happens. They are a preventative control because they aim to stop security issues from happening in the first place. Option B, background checks, a preventative control, is incorrect. Background checks are performed before granting access or employment to identify potential security risks from individuals with a history of wrongdoings. This preventative action aims to stop security breaches before they occur. Option D, security lighting, a deterring control, is incorrect. Security lighting discourages potential criminals by making an area less inviting and easier to see. While it doesn't directly detect security incidents, it aims to deter them from happening in the first place, making it a deterring control. Next question. Which risk evaluation method employs expert judgment and descriptive assessments? Option A, qualitative risk assessment. Option B, quantitative risk assessment. Option C, risk matrix analysis. Option D, Delphi technique. The correct answer is Option A, qualitative risk assessment. Qualitative risk assessment relies on expert judgment, experience, and qualitative descriptions to evaluate risks. It involves assessing risks based on subjective criteria such as probability, impact, and likelihood without assigning specific numerical values. Expert opinions and qualitative assessments help in identifying and prioritizing risks based on their perceived severity and potential impact on the organization. Qualitative risk assessment is valuable when there is limited data available or when risks cannot be easily quantified. It allows organizations to prioritize risks based on their qualitative characteristics, making it suitable for scenarios where subjective assessment by experts is essential. Quantitative risk assessment, option B, is incorrect. Quantitative risk assessment involves assigning numerical values to risks based on statistical data, metrics, and calculations. It aims to quantify risks in terms of monetary loss, probability, or other measurable units. Unlike qualitative risk assessment, quantitative methods rely on objective data and mathematical models rather than expert judgment and qualitative descriptions. Risk matrix analysis, option C, is incorrect. Risk matrix analysis is a visual tool used in risk assessment that categorizes risks based on their likelihood and impact. While it incorporates qualitative assessments of likelihood and impact, it does not primarily rely on expert judgment for evaluating risks. It focuses on plotting risks within predefined categories on a matrix, which can be used to prioritize risks based on their position in the matrix. Delphi technique, option D, is incorrect. The Delphi technique is a method used to achieve consensus among a group of experts on a particular topic or issue through a series of structured questionnaires or rounds of discussion. It aims to gather and refine opinions to reach a collective judgment. While it involves expert judgment, it is not specifically a risk assessment method, but rather a consensus-building technique used in decision-making and forecasting. Next question. If your colleague inquires about IPv6 address dimensions, how would you answer? Option A, 256 bits. Option B, 64 bits. Option C, 128 bits. Option D, 32 bits. The correct answer is option C, 128 bits. IPv6 addresses are 128 bits in length. This extended address space is a significant upgrade from IPv4 addresses, which are only 32 bits in length. The longer address length of IPv6 allows for a vastly larger number of unique addresses, accommodating the growth of devices and services on the Internet. IPv6 addresses are structured in hexadecimal notation and consist of 8 groups of 4 hexadecimal digits separated by colons. This structure provides a total of 2 power of 128 possible addresses, enabling the scalability and continued expansion of the Internet. Next question. When discussing incident response, which stage focuses on documenting insights and enhancing future methods? Option A, incident detection. Option B, incident containment. Option C, incident eradication. Option D, incident recovery. The correct answer is option D, incident recovery. Incident recovery is the stage in incident response that focuses on restoring systems, processes, and data to normal operation after an incident. During this phase, teams document lessons learned from the incident response process. This documentation includes insights into what worked well, what did not, and recommendations for improving future incident handling procedures. By analyzing these insights, organizations can enhance their incident response strategies and strengthen their resilience against similar incidents in the future. The incident recovery phase is crucial for continuous improvement in incident response capabilities. It involves reviewing the incident response process, identifying areas for improvement, updating incident response plans, and implementing corrective actions based on lessons learned. Incident detection, option A, is incorrect. Incident detection is the initial phase of incident response, where security teams identify and confirm the occurrence of an incident. While incident detection is vital for timely response, it focuses on recognizing and alerting about incidents rather than documenting insights or enhancing future methods. Incident containment, option B, is incorrect. Incident containment is the phase in incident response where actions are taken to prevent the spread or escalation of the incident within the organization's systems. It involves isolating affected systems or networks to mitigate further damage. While containment is critical for limiting the impact of incidents, its primary focus is on immediate response actions, rather than documenting insights for future improvements. Incident eradication, option C, is incorrect. Incident eradication involves removing the root cause of the incident from the affected systems. This phase focuses on thoroughly cleaning and restoring affected systems to a secure state. Like incident containment, incident eradication prioritizes immediate remediation efforts rather than documenting lessons learned or enhancing future methods. Next question. What is a common obstacle faced when implementing a bring your own device (BYOD) strategy? Option A, ensuring that the device is configured securely. Option B, decrease in employee morale. Option C, ensuring privacy control. Option D, increasing the need for forensic audits. The correct answer is Option A, ensuring that the device is configured securely. One of the significant challenges of implementing a BYOD strategy is ensuring that employees' personal devices meet security standards and are configured securely to access corporate resources. This includes enforcing policies for device encryption, strong passwords, regular updates, and antivirus software. Security concerns such as data breaches or malware infections can arise if devices are not properly secured, posing risks to sensitive corporate information. Security is a primary concern with BYOD because personal devices may not have the same level of security controls as corporate-owned devices. Ensuring secure configurations helps mitigate risks associated with unauthorized access, data loss, or compliance breaches. Decrease in employee morale, option B, is incorrect. While employee morale can be affected by various workplace policies, such as restrictive BYOD policies, it is not typically considered a direct obstacle in implementing a BYOD strategy. Morale issues are more related to employee satisfaction and engagement, rather than the technical or security challenges associated with BYOD implementation. Ensuring privacy control, option C, is incorrect. Privacy control is important in any IT policy, including BYOD, but it is not specifically a common obstacle in implementing a BYOD strategy. Privacy concerns may arise regarding personal data on devices, but the primary challenge lies in ensuring security rather than privacy control per se. Increasing the need for forensic audits, option D, is incorrect. Forensic audits may be necessary in response to security incidents or breaches, but they are not typically cited as a common obstacle when implementing a BYOD strategy. The focus of BYOD challenges is more on upfront security measures, policies, and procedures to prevent incidents, rather than reactive measures like forensic audits. Next question. What is the ARP protocol used for, and what security weakness does it possess? Option A, ARP protocol is used to route packets between networks securely. Option B, ARP protocol translates IP addresses into MAC addresses, but lacks built-in security, making it vulnerable to ARP or cache poisoning attacks. Option C. ARP protocol ensures the confidentiality of data over the network. Option D. ARP protocol is used for encrypting IP addresses, and it is inherently secure. The correct answer is Option B. ARP protocol translates IP addresses into MAC addresses, but lacks built-in security, making it vulnerable to ARP or cache poisoning attacks. The Address Resolution Protocol (ARP) is used in computer networking to map IP addresses to MAC addresses or physical addresses on a local network. It does not include built-in security mechanisms to authenticate ARP messages, which makes it susceptible to ARP spoofing or cache poisoning attacks. In such attacks, an attacker can impersonate another device by sending false ARP messages, leading to traffic interception or network disruption. ARP spoofing is a well-known security vulnerability that exploits the lack of authentication in ARP messages. This weakness allows attackers to manipulate network traffic and potentially perform man-in-the-middle attacks. Next question. Which option refers to a cryptographic technique? Option A. Asymmetric key cryptography. Option B. Symmetric key cryptography. Option C. Hash-based cryptography. Option D. All of the above. The correct answer is Option D. All of the above. Option A. Asymmetric key cryptography, also known as public key cryptography. It uses a pair of keys, public and private, for encryption and decryption. It provides a secure method for key exchange and digital signatures. Option B. Symmetric key cryptography uses a single key for both encryption and decryption. It is faster and more efficient for bulk data encryption compared to asymmetric cryptography. Option C. Hash-based cryptography involves the use of cryptographic hash functions to ensure data integrity and authenticity without the need for a key. Next question. What is the primary goal of implementing a continuity of operations plan, COOP? Option A. Minimizing downtime during a disaster. Option B. Ensuring full system redundancy. Option C. Preventing all disasters. Option D. Improve brand image. The correct answer is Option A. Minimizing downtime during a disaster. The primary goal of a continuity of operations plan, COOP, is to minimize downtime and ensure that critical business functions can continue or resume as quickly as possible during and after a disaster or disruptive event. COOP focuses on maintaining operational resilience and continuity despite disruptions, thereby reducing the impact on productivity, revenue, and customer service. By minimizing downtime, organizations can mitigate financial losses, maintain customer confidence, and sustain essential services even in challenging circumstances. Ensuring full system redundancy, option B, is incorrect. While system redundancy is an important aspect of COOP, it is not the primary goal. System redundancy helps in maintaining operations during a disaster but is a means to achieve the broader goal of minimizing downtime and ensuring continuity. Preventing all disasters, option C, is incorrect. COOP plans focus on preparedness, response, and recovery from disasters rather than preventing them altogether. Preventing disasters is beyond the scope of COOP, which instead aims to manage and mitigate the impact of disasters on business operations. Improve brand image, option D, is incorrect. Improving brand image may be a desirable outcome of effective COOP implementation, but it is not the primary goal. COOP primarily focuses on operational resilience, continuity, and preparedness for disruptions rather than branding or public relations. Next question. What are the advantages of outsourcing IT services to a managed service provider, MSP? Option A, improved security and compliance. Option B, lower costs and increased efficiency. Option C, access to specialized IT expertise and resources. Option D, all of the above. The correct answer is Option D, all of the above. Managed service providers often have dedicated teams and advanced tools focused on ensuring robust cybersecurity measures and regulatory compliance. They can implement best practices for data security, monitor threats, and maintain compliance with industry regulations. Outsourcing IT to an MSP can reduce operational costs significantly. MSPs operate on economies of scale, allowing them to provide services at a lower cost than maintaining in-house IT infrastructure and personnel. Additionally, MSPs can enhance efficiency through streamlined processes, proactive maintenance, and faster response times. MSPs specialize in providing IT services across various domains such as cloud computing, cybersecurity, network management, and more. They have access to a pool of skilled professionals and cutting-edge technologies that may not be feasible for organizations to maintain in-house. This specialized expertise can lead to improved IT performance and innovation. Next question. What is the correlation between confidentiality and privacy? Option A, confidentiality ensures data integrity, while privacy protects against unauthorized access. Option B, confidentiality is about keeping data private, while privacy is about adhering to legal requirements. Option C, confidentiality focuses on data protection, while privacy concerns the appropriate handling of personal information. Option D, confidentiality is a part of privacy and ensures non-repudiation of personal information. The correct answer is Option C, confidentiality focuses on data protection, while privacy concerns the appropriate handling of personal information. This option correctly distinguishes between confidentiality and privacy. Confidentiality primarily involves safeguarding information from unauthorized access or disclosure, whether it is personal or not. Privacy, however, specifically relates to the rights and expectations individuals have regarding the collection, use, and disclosure of their personal information. It includes considerations of consent, transparency, and respecting individual autonomy. Next question. Which ISC Square Code of Ethics principle highlights the necessity of accuracy and truthfulness in professional conduct? Option A, provide diligent and competent service to stakeholders. Option B, advance and protect the profession. Option C, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. Option D, protect society, the common good, and the infrastructure. The correct answer is Option C, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibly, and legally. This principle directly addresses the importance of honesty, which includes providing accurate and truthful information in professional activities. Acting honorably, honestly, and responsibly encompasses ethical behavior that requires professionals to ensure accuracy in their communications and actions. Option A is incorrect. This principle emphasizes providing high-quality service to stakeholders but does not specifically highlight the necessity of accuracy and truthfulness. Diligence and competence are important aspects of professional conduct but do not exclusively address the requirement for truthfulness. Option B is incorrect. This principle focuses on promoting and safeguarding the interests and standards of the profession itself. While integrity and ethical behavior are implicit in advancing and protecting the profession, this option does not explicitly address accuracy and truthfulness in professional conduct. Option D is incorrect. This principle focuses on the broader impact and responsibility of professionals to safeguard societal interests and critical infrastructure. While integrity and ethical behavior are essential in protecting society, this option does not specifically highlight the necessity of accuracy and truthfulness in professional conduct. Next question. What security principle emphasizes uninterrupted access to data and systems during critical business functions? Option A, authentication. Option B, availability. Option C, confidentiality. Option D, integrity. The correct answer is Option B, availability. Availability is a fundamental security principle that emphasizes ensuring that data and systems are accessible and operational when needed by authorized users. This principle is especially critical during critical business functions, where uninterrupted access to resources is essential for maintaining operations and productivity. Availability ensures that services are not disrupted or unavailable due to various factors such as hardware failures, network issues, or malicious attacks. Option A, authentication, is incorrect. Authentication is the process of verifying the identity of a user or system entity. While authentication is crucial for ensuring that only authorized entities access data and systems, it does not directly address the principle of uninterrupted access during critical business functions. Authentication primarily focuses on confirming identity rather than ensuring availability. Option C, confidentiality, is incorrect. Confidentiality focuses on protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access or disclosure. It ensures that data is kept private and accessed only by authorized individuals or systems. While confidentiality is important for protecting data integrity, it does not directly address the principle of ensuring uninterrupted access during critical business functions. Option D, integrity, is incorrect. Integrity pertains to maintaining the accuracy and trustworthiness of data and systems. It ensures that data is accurate, complete, and trustworthy throughout its life cycle. While data integrity is crucial for preventing unauthorized changes or tampering, it does not specifically emphasize the principle of continuous and uninterrupted access during critical business functions. Next question. What is the significance of securely safeguarding the private key in asymmetric encryption? Option A, it enhances system performance. Option B, it prevents unauthorized decryption of messages. Option C, it ensures fast data transfer. Option D, it provides data confidentiality. The correct answer is Option B, it prevents unauthorized decryption of messages. In asymmetric encryption, the private key is used for decryption, while the public key is used for encryption. If the private key is compromised or not securely safeguarded, unauthorized parties could potentially decrypt encrypted messages intended to be confidential. Therefore, protecting the private key is crucial to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive information. Option A, it enhances system performance, is incorrect. The security of the private key in asymmetric encryption does not directly affect system performance. System performance is typically influenced by factors such as processing power, network speed, and software efficiency, rather than the security of encryption keys. Option C, it ensures fast data transfer, is incorrect. The security of the private key does not directly impact the speed of data transfer. Data transfer speeds are primarily influenced by network bandwidth, latency, and other technical factors, rather than the encryption keys used. Option D, it provides data confidentiality, is incorrect. While data confidentiality is indeed a goal of asymmetric encryption, it is achieved through the use of both the public and private keys. The private key is essential for decryption, but its security alone does not provide data confidentiality. Data confidentiality is ensured when messages are encrypted with the recipient's public key and can only be decrypted with the corresponding private key. Next question. Which of the following is not typically recognized as an indicator of a side-channel attack? Option A, timing analysis. Option B, performance monitoring. Option C, fault analysis. Option D, packet analysis. The correct answer is Option D, packet analysis. Packet analysis typically refers to examining network traffic to identify issues such as unauthorized access, data breaches, or other network-related attacks. While it is a crucial aspect of network security, it is not specifically associated with side-channel attacks, which exploit indirect information leakage, like timing, power consumption, or electromagnetic emissions from a system. Option A, timing analysis, is incorrect. Timing analysis is a well-known technique used in side-channel attacks. Attackers analyze the time taken to execute cryptographic operations to gain information about secret keys or other sensitive data. Therefore, this is a recognized indicator of a side-channel attack. Option B, performance monitoring, is incorrect. Performance monitoring can reveal anomalies in system behavior, including those resulting from side-channel attacks. For example, unusual delays or resource usage might indicate that an attack is occurring. Thus, this is also an indicator of a side-channel attack. Option C, fault analysis, is incorrect. Fault analysis involves inducing errors in a system to uncover sensitive information, such as cryptographic keys. This method is another form of side-channel attack that exploits the system's behavior under specific fault conditions. Therefore, it is recognized as an indicator of side-channel attacks. Next question. What benefits does biometric authentication offer compared to other authentication methods? Option A, biometric authentication is more scalable, more flexible, and more compatible than other factors of authentication. Option B, biometric authentication is more unique, more permanent, and more difficult to forge than other factors of authentication. Option C, biometric authentication is more cost-effective, more efficient, and more user-friendly than other factors of authentication. Option D, biometric authentication is more convenient, more secure, and more reliable than other factors of authentication. The correct answer is Option B, biometric authentication is more unique, more permanent, and more difficult to forge than other factors of biometric authentication, relies on unique physical traits such as fingerprints, facial recognition, or iris patterns, making it inherently more unique than other methods. These traits are permanent and cannot be easily changed, unlike passwords or tokens. Additionally, biometric data is much more difficult to forge, providing a higher level of security against unauthorized access. Option A is incorrect. While biometric systems can be designed to scale, the implementation can sometimes face challenges related to compatibility with existing systems. Traditional methods like passwords or tokens can often be integrated more easily into various systems. Therefore, this option does not accurately highlight the primary benefits of biometrics. Option C is incorrect. Although biometric systems can improve efficiency and user-friendliness, in some contexts, they can also entail higher initial setup costs and maintenance expenses. This option does not universally apply, as cost-effectiveness can vary significantly based on the specific implementation and context. Option D is incorrect. While biometric authentication can offer convenience and improved security, reliability can be a concern in cases where biometric systems fail to recognize legitimate users due to various factors, such as injuries or environmental conditions. Thus, this statement is not universally accurate and lacks the focus on the unique, permanent, and difficult to forge aspects highlighted in option B. Next question. How does disaster recovery planning aim to address the aftermath of a fire that impacts a company's IT and communication systems? Option A, to guide the actions of emergency response personnel during the disruption. Option B, to maintain critical business functions during the disruption. Option C, to restore IT and communications back to full operations after the disruption. Option D, to prevent the fire from occurring again. The correct answer is Option C, to restore IT and communications back to full operations after the disruption. Disaster recovery planning is primarily focused on the processes and procedures that ensure an organization can recover its IT and communication systems after a disruptive event, such as a fire. The goal is to restore services and operations to normal as quickly and efficiently as possible, minimizing downtime and data loss. Therefore, this option accurately captures the essence of disaster recovery planning. Option A is incorrect. While guiding emergency response personnel is important, it falls under emergency management rather than disaster recovery planning. Disaster recovery focuses on restoring IT and communication systems post-incident rather than managing the immediate response to the incident itself. Thus, this option does not directly address the aftermath of the fire. Option B is incorrect. This option relates more to business continuity planning, which aims to ensure that essential operations can continue during a disaster. While it is an important aspect of overall organizational resilience, disaster recovery planning specifically targets the restoration of systems after an incident, making this option less relevant in the context of addressing the aftermath. Option D is incorrect. Prevention is a proactive measure that should be considered in risk management and safety protocols, but it does not pertain to disaster recovery planning. Recovery planning focuses on how to respond and restore operations after a disaster has already occurred, rather than preventing future incidents. Next question. Which protocol is most effective for applications requiring real-time or near real-time interactions, like video calls or online gaming? Option A, UDP. Option B, baseband. Option C, TCP. Option D, circuit switching. The correct answer is Option A, UDP. UDP, or User Datagram Protocol, is the most effective protocol for applications requiring real-time or near real-time interactions, such as video calls and online gaming. This is because UDP is a connectionless protocol that allows for faster transmission of data packets without establishing a connection beforehand. It does not perform error checking or retransmission of lost packets, which can lead to faster data delivery and reduced latency, critical factors for real-time applications, where a few lost packets are preferable to delays. Option B, baseband, is incorrect. Baseband refers to a signaling method where multiple signals are sent over a single channel without modulation, typically used in local area networks. It is not a communication protocol like UDP or TCP, and therefore it does not directly address the needs of real-time or near real-time interactions in applications like video conferencing or gaming. Option C, TCP, is incorrect. TCP, or Transmission Control Protocol, is a connection-oriented protocol that ensures reliable data transmission through error checking and retransmission of lost packets. While TCP is excellent for applications where data integrity is crucial, its overhead and connection setup process can introduce latency, making it less suitable for real-time applications that require low latency and can tolerate some data loss. Option D, circuit switching, is incorrect. Circuit switching is a method of communication where a dedicated communication path or circuit is established for the duration of a conversation, commonly used in traditional telephone networks. While it ensures a continuous connection, it is not efficient for real-time applications, like video calls or online gaming, where quick and flexible data transmission is necessary. Moreover, circuit switching can introduce delays in establishing the circuit, which is counterproductive for applications requiring immediate interaction. Next question. What is the main difference between centralized and decentralized access control systems? Option A, decentralized systems always require internet access. Option B, centralized systems make decisions at a central location, while decentralized systems make decisions locally. Option C, centralized systems are faster in granting access. Option D, decentralized systems provide better redundancy. The correct answer is Option B, centralized systems make decisions at a central location, while decentralized systems make decisions locally. The primary distinction between centralized and decentralized access control systems lies in how access decisions are made. In centralized systems, a central authority or server is responsible for managing and controlling access permissions, making all decisions from a single location. In contrast, decentralized systems distribute this responsibility among multiple nodes or locations, allowing decisions to be made locally, which can lead to more autonomy and responsiveness in various contexts. Option A is incorrect. This statement is inaccurate because decentralized systems do not inherently require internet access. They can operate locally and make access control decisions without relying on a centralized server, which can be beneficial in environments where connectivity is limited or unreliable. Option C is incorrect. While centralized systems may seem faster due to having a single point of control, they can actually introduce latency due to network delays, especially if the system needs to communicate with remote locations for access decisions. Decentralized systems can grant access more quickly in certain scenarios, as they make decisions locally without needing to consult a central authority. Option D is incorrect. Although decentralized systems can offer advantages in terms of resilience and fault tolerance, this option does not capture the primary distinction between centralized and decentralized systems. Redundancy can be a feature of both types, depending on their design and implementation. Centralized systems can also be designed with redundancy in mind, making this statement too broad and not a defining difference. Next question. In what ways do IT professionals differentiate between common IT challenges and security threats? Option A, by receiving specific training on incident response. Option B, by providing medical assistance at accident scenes. Option C, by participating in remediation and lessons learned stages. Option D, by collecting evidence and reporting the incident. The correct answer is Option A, by receiving specific training on incident response. IT professionals differentiate between common IT challenges and security threats primarily through specialized training on incident response. This training equips them with the skills and knowledge needed to recognize security incidents, assess their severity, and take appropriate actions. Understanding the nuances of security threats, as opposed to regular IT problems, is crucial for effective incident management and response. Option B is incorrect. This option is irrelevant to IT professionals and their work. Providing medical assistance is outside the scope of IT responsibilities and does not contribute to differentiating between IT challenges and security threats. It relates more to emergency response personnel, such as paramedics or first responders. Option C is incorrect. While participating in remediation and lessons learned is important in the incident response process, it occurs after an incident has been identified. This option does not directly address how IT professionals initially differentiate between regular IT challenges and security threats. It is more about the response to incidents rather than the initial recognition. Option D is incorrect. Collecting evidence and reporting an incident is a critical part of the incident response process, but is not the method used to initially differentiate between common IT issues and security threats. This step comes after a threat has been identified, so it does not address the differentiation process itself. Next question. What is the primary goal of the ISC Square Code of Ethics Preamble? Option A, to ensure the safety and welfare of society and the common good. Option B, to promote ethical standards of behavior. Option C, to advance the cybersecurity profession. Option D, to protect the infrastructure and public trust. The correct answer is Option A, to ensure the safety and welfare of society and the common good. The primary goal of the ISC Square Code of Ethics Preamble is to ensure that information security professionals prioritize the safety and welfare of society as a whole. This reflects a commitment to ethical behavior that considers the broader impact of their actions on the community and the common good. It establishes a foundational principle for professionals to guide their conduct and decision-making processes in their work. Option B is incorrect. While promoting ethical standards is indeed a component of the ISC Square Code of Ethics, it is more of a secondary goal. The overarching aim is to prioritize the welfare of society, which includes promoting ethical behavior as a means to that end. Therefore, this option does not capture the primary focus as effectively as Option A. Option C is incorrect. Advancing the cybersecurity profession is an important objective, but it does not encapsulate the main goal of the Code of Ethics Preamble. This option focuses on professional growth rather than the ethical responsibilities to society, which is the essence of the preamble's intent. Option D is incorrect. Protecting infrastructure and public trust is a significant aspect of the responsibilities outlined in the Code of Ethics, but it is still a more specific goal compared to the broader purpose of ensuring societal welfare. This option emphasizes particular outcomes rather than the foundational ethical commitment emphasized in Option A. Next question. Which access control approach guarantees secure access to shared resources for researchers in different departments while maintaining the principle of least privilege in a research institution? Option A, Attribute-Based Access Control, ABAC. Option B, Discretionary Access Control, DAC. Option C, Rule-Based Access Control, RUBAC. Option D, Mandatory Access Control, MAC. The correct answer is Option A, Attribute-Based Access Control, ABAC. Attribute-Based Access Control, ABAC is an advanced access control model that determines access permissions based on user attributes, resource attributes, and environmental conditions. This approach allows for highly granular access control, ensuring that researchers from different departments can securely access shared resources while adhering to the principle of least privilege. ABAC enables the system to evaluate a combination of factors, allowing only the necessary access based on specific criteria relevant to each user's context. Option B, Discretionary Access Control, DAC, is incorrect. Discretionary access control allows users to control access to their own resources, granting permissions at their discretion. While this model provides flexibility, it can lead to excessive permissions and does not inherently enforce the principle of least privilege. In a collaborative research environment, DAC may result in users having broader access than necessary, which could pose security risks. Option C, Rule-Based Access Control, RBAC, is incorrect. Rule-Based Access Control, which often operates alongside Role-Based Access Control, RBAC, uses specific rules to govern access decisions. While it can enforce certain conditions for access, it might not fully support the dynamic requirements of a research institution where access needs can frequently change. Like RBAC, it may not provide the granularity required to consistently enforce the principle of least privilege across diverse research scenarios. Option D, Mandatory Access Control, MAC, is incorrect. Mandatory access control is a strict model that assigns access rights based on predefined security classifications and levels. While MAC is effective in highly secure environments, such as government or military settings, its rigidity can hinder collaboration among researchers from different departments. It does not offer the flexibility needed to accommodate varying access requirements in a research institution, making it less suitable for promoting the principle of least privilege effectively. Next question. Which option outlines the systematic method for rebuilding an organization's IT infrastructure and operations after an unforeseen interruption? Option A, Data Backup Strategy. Option B, Business Continuity Planning. Option C, Intrusion Detection System. Option D, Disaster Recovery Planning. The correct answer is Option D, Disaster Recovery Planning. Disaster recovery planning specifically outlines the systematic approach to rebuilding an organization's IT infrastructure and operations after an unforeseen interruption. It includes recovery strategies, backup and restore procedures, and testing and maintenance. Recovery strategies contains detailed plans for restoring IT systems and infrastructure to ensure business continuity. Backup and restore procedures contains methods for backing up critical data and systems and protocols for restoring them in the event of a disaster. Testing and maintenance contains regular testing of DR plans to ensure they are effective and up-to-date, and ongoing maintenance to adapt to evolving threats and technologies. Option A, Data Backup Strategy, is incorrect. Data backup strategy is an essential component of disaster recovery, but does not encompass the entire systematic method for rebuilding IT infrastructure and operations. It focuses specifically on backing up data to protect against data loss, rather than the broader scope of restoring all IT operations. Option B, Business Continuity Planning, is incorrect. Business Continuity Planning, BCP, involves planning and preparing for potential disruptions to ensure that essential business functions can continue during and after a disaster. While closely related to DR, BCP focuses more broadly on the organization as a whole, including business processes and operations, rather than specifically on IT infrastructure and operations. Option C, Intrusion Detection System, is incorrect. An intrusion detection system, IDS, is a security measure designed to monitor and detect unauthorized access or malicious activities within a network or system. It is not directly related to rebuilding IT infrastructure after a disruption, but rather focuses on early detection of potential security breaches. Next question. Which tool is explicitly designed for breaking password hashes by matching them with a pre-generated list of hash values? Option A, Brute Force Attack. Option B, Rainbow Table. Option C, Dictionary Attack. Option D, Keylogger. The correct answer is option B, rainbow table. A rainbow table is a pre-computed table for reversing cryptographic hash functions, usually for cracking password hashes. It contains pre-computed hash values of common passwords or character combinations. When a hash value needs to be cracked, the rainbow table allows for quick lookup to find a matching password. This method significantly speeds up the process compared to brute force or dictionary attacks, which need to compute hashes on the fly or try each word sequentially. Option A, brute force attack, is incorrect. A brute force attack systematically tries every possible combination of characters until the correct password is found. It does not rely on pre-generated lists of hash values, but instead generates hashes on the fly and compares them with the target hash. Therefore, option A is incorrect for this question. Option C, dictionary attack, is incorrect. A dictionary attack uses a predefined list of words or commonly used passwords to attempt to crack password hashes. While it involves a list of pre-generated potential passwords, it does not use pre-computed hash values like a rainbow table does. Hence, option C is incorrect in this context. Option D, keylogger, is incorrect. A keylogger is a type of malicious software or hardware that records keystrokes, often used to capture passwords as they are typed. It does not directly relate to breaking password hashes by matching them with pre-generated hash values. Therefore, option D is incorrect for this question. Next question. Which documents need regular updates and reviews to maintain effective cybersecurity practices? Option A, procedures. Option B, policies. Option C, standards. Option D, regulations. The correct answer is option B, policies. Policies are high-level documents that outline rules, guidelines, and principles governing cybersecurity practices within an organization. They establish the framework for how cybersecurity measures should be implemented, what is acceptable behavior, and how incidents should be managed. Policies need regular updates and reviews to ensure they remain current, align with evolving threats and technologies, and reflect changes in organizational needs or regulatory requirements. Regular updates and reviews help maintain the effectiveness of cybersecurity practices by ensuring that policies are clear, relevant, and enforceable. Option A, procedures, is incorrect. Procedures are step-by-step instructions or guidelines for carrying out specific tasks or processes within an organization. While procedures are important for implementing cybersecurity practices, they typically outline how tasks should be performed, rather than establishing overarching rules or principles that need regular updates and reviews. Therefore, option A is not as directly related to the question about maintaining effective cybersecurity practices through regular updates and reviews. Option C, standards, is incorrect. Standards define the technical or operational requirements that must be met for cybersecurity practices. They provide specific criteria and guidelines for implementing security measures. While standards are crucial for ensuring consistency and compliance, they are usually established over a longer period and may not require as frequent updates and reviews as policies do. Therefore, option C is less directly related to the need for regular updates and reviews to maintain effective cybersecurity practices. Option D, regulations, is incorrect. Regulations refer to legal requirements or rules imposed by governmental bodies or industry regulators. Compliance with regulations is critical for cybersecurity, but regulations themselves are not documents that organizations typically update or review internally. Organizations must comply with existing regulations, but they do not update or review regulations themselves. Therefore, option D is incorrect in the context of the question. Next question. What is the main objective of disaster recovery within the realm of cybersecurity? Option A, achieving 100% uptime for all systems. Option B, identifying all vulnerabilities in the IT infrastructure. Option C, minimizing the impact of disruptions on business operations. Option D, preventing all cybersecurity incidents. The correct answer is option C, minimizing the impact of disruptions on business operations. The main objective of disaster recovery in cybersecurity is to have plans and procedures in place to minimize the impact of disruptions, such as cyber attacks, natural disasters, or system failures on business operations. This involves ensuring that critical systems can be recovered quickly, data can be restored, and operations can resume with minimal downtime. By minimizing the impact of disruptions, organizations can maintain continuity and protect their reputation, customer trust, and revenue streams. Option A is incorrect. While achieving 100% uptime is desirable, it is often impractical and costly to achieve in real-world scenarios. Disaster recovery aims to ensure continuity of critical systems and minimize downtime, rather than guaranteeing 100% uptime for all systems. Therefore, option A is incorrect as it sets an unrealistic and impractical goal for disaster recovery. Option B is incorrect. Identifying vulnerabilities is an important aspect of cybersecurity, but it is not the primary objective of disaster recovery. Vulnerability identification is typically part of risk assessment and mitigation processes, rather than the core focus of disaster recovery efforts. Therefore, option B is incorrect in the context of disaster recovery objectives. Option D is incorrect. Preventing all cybersecurity incidents is an overarching goal of cybersecurity as a whole, not specifically of disaster recovery. While disaster recovery plans may include preventive measures, their primary goal is to ensure business continuity and minimize the impact of disruptions, rather than preventing incidents altogether. Therefore, option D is incorrect as it does not align with the main objective of disaster recovery. Next question. What is the principal aim of setting up a network honeypot? Option A, to monitor network traffic. Option B, to improve network performance. Option C, to remove malware from a network. Option D, to attract and detect network attacks. The correct answer is option D, to attract and detect network attacks. The principal aim of setting up a network honeypot is to act as a decoy or trap to attract malicious actors and detect their activities. By observing and analyzing the interactions with the honeypot, security professionals can gain insights into new attack techniques, vulnerabilities being exploited, and potentially identify threats before they impact production systems. Honeypots are valuable tools for research, learning about attacker behavior, and improving overall network security posture. Option A, to monitor network traffic, is incorrect. While monitoring network traffic can be a function of a honeypot, it is not the principal aim. Honeypots are primarily designed to attract malicious activity, to study and analyze attack methods, not solely for monitoring legitimate network traffic. Therefore, option A is incorrect as it does not capture the primary purpose of setting up a network honeypot. Option B, to improve network performance, is incorrect. Improving network performance is not the primary aim of a honeypot. In fact, honeypots can potentially introduce additional load or complexity to a network and are not intended for performance enhancement purposes. Therefore, option B is incorrect in the context of the principal aim of setting up a network honeypot. Option C, to remove malware from a network, is incorrect. Removing malware is typically done through other security measures such as antivirus software, intrusion detection systems, and security patches. While honeypots can help in studying malware behavior, their primary aim is not to remove malware from a network actively. Therefore, option C is incorrect as it does not align with the primary purpose of setting up a honeypot. Next question. What is the name for the clear unencrypted message before encryption? Option A, plaintext. Option B, preamble. Option C, ciphertext. Option D, cryptanalysis. The correct answer is Option A, plaintext. Plaintext is the term used to describe the original, unencrypted message or data before any cryptographic transformation has been applied. It represents the information in its readable form, which is susceptible to interception or unauthorized access if transmitted or stored without encryption. The primary purpose of encryption is to convert plaintext into ciphertext to ensure confidentiality and security. Option B, preamble, is incorrect. Preamble generally refers to an introductory statement or preliminary part of a document or speech. It is not a term used specifically in the context of encryption and does not describe the clear, unencrypted message before encryption. Therefore, option B is incorrect. Option C, ciphertext, is incorrect. Ciphertext is the encrypted form of the message, not the clear, unencrypted message before encryption. It is the result of applying encryption algorithms to plaintext. Therefore, option C is incorrect in the context of describing the unencrypted message. Option D, cryptanalysis, is incorrect. Cryptanalysis is the study and practice of analyzing information systems to study the weaknesses in encryption systems or to recover plaintext from ciphertext without knowledge of the encryption key. It is a technique used to break encryption rather than a term for the clear, unencrypted message before encryption. Therefore, option D is incorrect as it does not describe the plaintext message. Next question. What is the main objective of a firewall? Option A, to correctly identify legitimate users. Option B, to stop or block attacks. Option C, to detect threats. Option D, to prevent malicious software. The correct answer is Option B, to stop or block attacks. The main objective of a firewall is to act as a barrier between a trusted internal network and untrusted external networks, like the Internet, or between different parts of an internal network. Firewalls enforce security policies by inspecting incoming and outgoing network traffic and blocking or allowing traffic based on predefined rules. Their primary goal is to prevent unauthorized access, attacks, and unauthorized communication attempts from reaching the protected network resources. Option A, to correctly identify legitimate users, is incorrect. While firewalls may play a role in access control and authentication, their primary objective is not to identify legitimate users. Identifying legitimate users is typically handled by authentication systems such as login credentials and access controls rather than by firewalls. Option C, to detect threats, is incorrect. Firewalls can have some capabilities to detect certain types of threats, such as known attack patterns or suspicious activities. However, their main objective is not primarily focused on threat detection. Firewalls are more prominently known for their role in preventing unauthorized access and filtering network traffic based on predefined rules rather than actively detecting threats. Option D, to prevent malicious software, is incorrect. While firewalls can help in blocking certain types of malicious traffic, such as known malware communication or command and control traffic, their primary objective is broader than solely preventing malicious software. Firewalls are designed to control and monitor network traffic based on security rules and policies to prevent unauthorized access and attacks. Therefore, option D is incorrect as it does not encompass the main objective of a firewall. Next question. Which statement correctly describes denial of service? Option A, it is a type of attack used to disrupt normal operations. Option B, it is a type of attack used to bypass authentication. Option C, it is a type of attack used to gain access to a system. Option D, it is a type of attack used to prevent encryption. The correct answer is Option A, it is a type of attack used to disrupt normal operations. Denial of service attacks are malicious attempts to disrupt or degrade the availability of a service, system, or network for legitimate users. This disruption can cause significant downtime, financial loss, and damage to an organization's reputation. DOS attacks can be launched using various techniques, such as flooding the target with excessive traffic, exploiting vulnerabilities, or exhausting system resources. Option B is incorrect. Bypassing authentication refers to a different type of attack, such as brute force attacks or credential stuffing, where the goal is to gain unauthorized access to a system or service by circumventing authentication mechanisms. This is not the purpose of a denial of service attack. Therefore, option B is incorrect in describing denial of service. Option C is incorrect. Denial of service attacks do not aim to gain access to a system but rather to make a system or service unavailable to legitimate users. They are not intended for unauthorized access to data or resources within the system. Therefore, option C is incorrect as it does not accurately describe denial of service. Option D is incorrect. Preventing encryption is not the goal of a denial of service attack. Encryption prevention would typically involve attacks targeting the encryption protocols or keys rather than overwhelming resources to disrupt normal operations. Therefore, option D is incorrect in the context of describing denial of service. Next question. What is an instance of an access control list? Option A, a firewall rule. Option B, an endpoint device. Option C, a user's password. Option D, a communications resource. The correct answer is Option A, a firewall rule. A firewall rule is a classic example of an access control list. Firewalls use access control lists to determine which network traffic is allowed to pass through and which should be blocked. These rules specify conditions such as source and destination IP addresses, protocols, and ports. By configuring these rules, administrators can control and restrict access to resources based on defined criteria. Option B, an endpoint device, is incorrect. An endpoint device refers to a computing device, such as a computer or smartphone, that connects to a network. While endpoint devices may have security controls and policies, they themselves are not typically examples of access control lists. Option C, a user's password, is incorrect. A user's password is used for authentication purposes to verify identity and grant access to resources. It is not an example of an access control list, which specifically refers to a list of permissions or rules that dictate access rights to resources based on defined criteria. Option D, a communications resource, is incorrect. A communications resource, such as a network interface or a communication channel, facilitates the transfer of data between endpoints. It does not inherently represent an access control list, which is a specific set of rules or configurations that control access to resources. Next question. What is the main goal of a virtual private network, VPN? Option A, to provide secure access to a network. Option B, to provide access to a cloud provider. Option C, to segment a network into multiple subnets. Option D, to provide virtual private access to network devices. The correct answer is Option A, to provide secure access to a network. A VPN's main goal is to create a secure tunnel over an untrusted network, such as the Internet, to allow remote users or sites to securely access resources on a private network. By encrypting data and ensuring secure authentication and authorization mechanisms, VPNs enable users to work securely from anywhere, extending the reach of private networks beyond physical boundaries. Option B, to provide access to a cloud provider, is incorrect. While VPNs can facilitate secure connectivity to cloud services and resources, this is not their primary goal. VPNs are primarily used for securely connecting users or networks to private corporate networks or other remote locations, rather than specifically providing access to cloud providers. Option C, to segment a network into multiple subnets, is incorrect. Segmenting a network into multiple subnets is a function of network architecture and design, not specifically the primary goal of a VPN. VPNs focus on secure connectivity rather than network segmentation. Option D, to provide virtual private access to network devices, is incorrect. Providing virtual private access to network devices is a capability that VPNs can facilitate, but it is not their main goal. VPNs primarily aim to provide secure access to networks rather than specifically focusing on network devices. Next question. Which disaster recovery test causes the minimal disruption to regular information system operations? Option A, table type exercise. Option B, full interruption test. Option C, parallel test. Option D, checklist review. The correct answer is Option A, table type exercise. A table type exercise is designed to evaluate the preparedness of an organization's response to a simulated disaster scenario through discussion and analysis. It allows stakeholders to review and validate procedures, roles, and responsibilities without impacting ongoing operations. This makes it an ideal choice for testing disaster recovery plans with minimal disruption to regular information system operations. Option B, full interruption test, is incorrect. A full interruption test, also known as a full-scale test or a live test, involves simulating a disaster scenario and actively testing the entire disaster recovery plan, often by temporarily interrupting regular operations to switch over to backup systems. This type of test can cause significant disruption to regular information system operations because it involves actual downtime or interruption of services. Option C, parallel test, is incorrect. A parallel test involves running both the primary and backup systems simultaneously to compare their performance. While it can provide valuable insights into the effectiveness of the backup systems, it requires duplicate resources and can impact regular operations due to resource utilization and potential conflicts between systems. Option D, checklist review, is incorrect. A checklist review involves reviewing documentation, procedures, and checklists associated with the disaster recovery plan. It does not involve actual testing of IT systems or operations and therefore does not disrupt regular information system operations. However, it also does not actively test the functionality or readiness of the IT infrastructure under simulated disaster conditions. Next question. What is the attack called that floods a system or network with a high volume of traffic or requests, resulting in performance degradation or failure? Option A, man-in-the-middle attack. Option B, denial of service attack. Option C, replay attack. Option D, brute force attack. The correct answer is Option B, denial of service attack. A denial of service attack floods a system or network with a high volume of traffic or requests, overwhelming its resources and causing performance degradation or failure. This disrupts access to the targeted system or network, denying legitimate users from accessing services. It is a common method used to disrupt services or make them unavailable temporarily or permanently. Option A, man-in-the-middle attack, is incorrect. A man-in-the-middle attack is different from a DOS attack. It involves an attacker intercepting and possibly altering communications between two parties without their knowledge. While it can lead to unauthorized access or data theft, it does not involve flooding a system with high volumes of traffic to cause performance degradation or failure. Therefore, Option A is incorrect in the context of describing an attack that floods a system with traffic. Option C, replay attack, is incorrect. A replay attack involves intercepting and retransmitting data that was validly exchanged between parties, typically to gain unauthorized access or to perform malicious actions. It does not involve flooding a system or network with high volumes of traffic to cause performance degradation or failure. Therefore, Option C is incorrect as it does not accurately describe the type of attack that causes performance issues due to excessive traffic. Option D, brute force attack, is incorrect. A brute force attack is a method used to gain unauthorized access to systems or accounts by systematically trying all possible combinations of passwords or keys. While it can consume resources, it is not specifically aimed at flooding a system with traffic or requests to cause performance degradation or failure. Therefore, Option D is incorrect as it does not accurately describe the type of attack involving flooding a system or network. Next question. What is the recommended procedure in an organization utilizing RBAC to adjust access permissions when an administrative user is no longer active? Option A, all roles with administrative privileges should be deleted. Option B, the user's role should be modified to remove administrative privileges. Option C, the user's access permissions should be revoked. Option D, the user should be required to transfer administrative privileges to another user. The correct answer is Option B, the user's role should be modified to remove administrative privileges. This option directly addresses the situation by focusing on the user's role within the RBAC framework. By modifying the user's role to remove administrative privileges, you ensure that access permissions are adjusted appropriately according to the principle of least privilege. This action maintains the integrity of the RBAC system by aligning access with the user's current status. Option A is incorrect. Deleting all roles with administrative privileges would be an overreaction and could disrupt operations for other users who legitimately need administrative access. This action is not targeted at the specific user who is no longer active. Option C is incorrect. While revoking access permissions is part of the process, it's not specific enough to address the need to adjust roles in an RBAC system. Revoking access permissions alone does not ensure that the user's role is appropriately adjusted. Option D is incorrect. While transferring administrative privileges to another user is a valid procedure in some cases, it doesn't directly address the situation where the user is no longer active. This option assumes that the departing user is still available to perform the transfer, which may not always be feasible. Next question. What is a recommended approach for enhancing the security of email communications? Option A, using weak passwords for email accounts. Option B, using encryption to protect sensitive email communications. Option C, not using encryption or secure communication protocols. Option D, none of the above. The correct answer is Option B, using encryption to protect sensitive email communications. Encryption ensures that the contents of emails are scrambled in such a way that only authorized recipients with the appropriate decryption key can read them. This protects sensitive information from being intercepted or accessed by unauthorized parties, thus enhancing the security of email communication significantly. Option A is incorrect. Using weak passwords actually decreases security and makes it easier for unauthorized individuals to gain access to email accounts. It does not enhance email communication security, instead, it poses a significant security risk. Option C is incorrect. Not using encryption or secure communication protocols leaves email communications vulnerable to eavesdropping and interception by malicious actors. This option describes a practice that would undermine rather than enhance security. Next question. Which method enables remote users to securely access a corporate network via the Internet, commonly used by mobile or telecommuting employees? Option A, Virtual Private Network, VPN. Option B, Intrusion Detection System, IDS. Option C, Proxy Server. Option D, Network Access Control, NAC. The correct answer is Option A, Virtual Private Network, VPN. VPNs create a secure, encrypted tunnel between the remote user's device and the corporate network, ensuring that data transmitted over the Internet remains confidential and protected from unauthorized access. VPNs are widely used by mobile or telecommuting employees to access corporate resources securely from any location. Option B, Intrusion Detection System, is incorrect. An intrusion detection system, IDS, monitors network traffic for suspicious activity or potential security breaches. While IDS is important for network security, it does not directly enable remote users to securely access a corporate network over the Internet. Option C, Proxy Server, is incorrect. A proxy server acts as an intermediary between a user's device and the Internet, providing anonymity and caching services. It does not provide the necessary secure tunneling and encryption required for remote users to connect securely to a corporate network. Option D, Network Access Control, is incorrect. Network Access Control, NAC, regulates access to the network based on predefined security policies and compliance checks. While NAC ensures that devices meet security standards before accessing the network, it does not provide the secure connectivity required for remote users to access a corporate network via the Internet. Next question. What is the significance of designing data centers to meet future demands, rather than only addressing current necessities? Option A, to ensure scalability and accommodate future growth. Option B, to reduce energy consumption. Option C, to improve server performance. Option D, to minimize initial costs. The correct answer is Option A, to ensure scalability and accommodate future growth. Data centers need to be designed with scalability in mind to accommodate increasing demands over time. This includes adding more servers, storage, and networking capabilities as the organization grows or as technology requirements evolve. By planning for future scalability, organizations can avoid costly redesigns or expansions in the future. Option B, to reduce energy consumption, is incorrect. While designing efficient data centers can contribute to reducing energy consumption, this option does not directly address the significance of designing for future demands. Energy efficiency is an important consideration, but does not encompass the broader scope of future-proofing data center designs. Option C, to improve server performance, is incorrect. Improving server performance is important but does not capture the comprehensive need for designing data centers to meet future demands. Server performance can be optimized through various means, but this option does not address scalability or future growth. Option D, to minimize initial costs, is incorrect. While minimizing initial costs is a consideration, it does not align with the primary goal of designing data centers for future demands. Often, designing for future scalability may involve higher initial costs to implement infrastructure that can scale efficiently over time. Next question. Which access control method utilizes predefined security roles to regulate access? Option A, to train employees on security best practices. Option B, role-based access control, RBAC. Option C, rule-based access control, RBAC. Option D, to create a disaster recovery plan. The correct answers are Option B, role-based access control, RBAC. It precisely describes an access control method where access decisions are based on the roles that users have within an organization. RBAC simplifies management by associating permissions with roles rather than individual users, making it easier to assign and revoke access rights as employees change roles or leave the organization. Option A, to train employees on security best practices, is incorrect. While training employees on security best practices is important for overall security posture, it does not directly relate to the method of using predefined security roles to regulate access. Option C, rule-based access control, RBAC, is incorrect. Rule-based access control, RBAC, is not a standard term in access control methods. It could be confused with role-based access control, RBAC, which is the correct answer. Rule-based access control typically refers to access control based on specific rules or conditions rather than predefined roles. Option D, to create a disaster recovery plan, is incorrect. Creating a disaster recovery plan is essential for business continuity and data protection, but it is not an access control method that utilizes predefined security roles to regulate access. Next question. What distinguishes signature-based detection from behavioral-based detection in an intrusion detection system (IDS)? Option A, behavioral-based detection can only be used for network-based IDS. Option B, signature-based detection looks for known patterns of malicious behavior, while behavioral-based detection looks for abnormal behavior patterns. Option C, signature-based detection relies on pre-configured rules, while behavioral-based detection uses machine learning to detect abnormal behavior. Option D, signature-based detection is more accurate than behavioral-based detection. The correct answer is Option B, signature-based detection looks for known patterns of malicious behavior, while behavioral-based detection looks for abnormal behavior patterns. This option correctly distinguishes between signature-based and behavioral-based detection methods. Signature-based detection uses predefined signatures or patterns of known malicious activity to identify threats. In contrast, behavioral-based detection monitors the normal behavior of users, systems, or networks and triggers alerts or alarms when deviations from the established baseline are detected, indicating potentially malicious activity. Option A is incorrect. This statement is incorrect because behavioral-based detection can be used in both network-based IDS and host-based IDS. It is not limited to only network-based IDS. Option C is incorrect. While signature-based detection does rely on pre-configured rules to identify known patterns of malicious behavior, behavioral-based detection does not exclusively rely on machine learning. Behavioral-based detection analyzes patterns of behavior to identify deviations from normal behavior, which may involve statistical methods or rules-based approaches, not necessarily machine learning. Option D is incorrect. The accuracy of detection methods can vary depending on the specific implementation and context. Signature-based detection is effective at identifying known threats, but may struggle with detecting novel or zero-day attacks. Behavioral-based detection, on the other hand, can detect new and evolving threats by identifying deviations from normal behavior. Both methods have their strengths and weaknesses, and neither can definitively be labeled as universally more accurate than the other. Next question. What vulnerabilities exist in the system that relies on usernames and passwords for access? Option A. Users may forget their passwords. Option B. Users may share their passwords with others. Option C. Passwords may be intercepted and stolen. Option D. All of these. The correct answer is Option D. All of these. If users forget their passwords, it can lead to access issues and may require support resources to reset passwords, causing potential downtime or delays in accessing resources. Password sharing poses a significant security risk because it undermines the principle of authentication by allowing unauthorized individuals to access resources. This is a critical vulnerability where passwords can be intercepted through various means such as phishing attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, or compromised databases. Next question. Which of the following does not qualify as a data handling policy example? Option A. Data anonymization policy. Option B. Acceptable use policy. Option C. Data logging policy. Option D. Data transfer policy. The correct answer is Option B. Acceptable use policy. An acceptable use policy defines acceptable and unacceptable uses of organizational resources, including IT systems that store and process data. However, its primary focus is on user behavior and acceptable use of resources, not specifically on the handling of the data itself. While an AUP might indirectly influence data handling practices by dictating how users interact with data, it's not the core function of the policy. Option A. Data anonymization policy is incorrect. This policy directly addresses how data is handled by outlining the process of removing personally identifiable information, PII. Option C. Data logging policy is incorrect. This policy is relevant to data handling as it determines what data is logged during system activity and for how long, which can be crucial for auditing data handling practices. Option D. Data transfer policy is incorrect. This policy establishes procedures for securely transferring data between internal departments or external entities, a crucial aspect of proper data handling. Thank you very much for watching. Please like this video and subscribe to our channel if these questions help in your preparation, and also please share our videos to whomsoever needed.